Morning, everyone. That I'm here going live. Let's just jump right into radar. There is a supercell that is east of Petrolia right now, west of London, that I do not like, and I've been watching it closely for hours. Basically, I've been watching it before it even existed because the models have been talking about it. 6% tornado risk on the storm. Really don't like the look of it. Giant inflow coming into it. I mean, the inflow is at 141 kilometers an hour. There's rotation there. There is a hook echo. Machine learning is talking about 6% tornado risk. And models have been talking about this storm for a long time. So I've been watching it all morning, and they've been saying, this storm's coming, this storm's coming, this storm's coming. So I'm like, well, we'll see. We'll see if the storm actually shows up. And it's here, so I don't like this, and that's a concern. I do want to go live as well, too, in Manitoba. We mentioned some severe thunderstorm risk in Manitoba today. Actually, I'm going to add the Manitoba Facebook pages to our live stream here, and I'm just going to click go live on them right now. 1 second here. Let me see here. I see we called it severe coverage for Ontario, but I'm going to say Ontario and Manitoba because Manitoba is also involved today. We were watching some severe storms in that area. So let me see here across Ontario and Manitoba. I'm going to have to edit our little thing here. Give me 1 second here. All right, this all looks fine-ish. Okay, let me just copy that over. And just want to make sure that we get Manitoba covered today as well, too. And Eastern Ontario later this evening actually looks quite interesting for damaging wind risk as well, too. Let me see here. Okay, I'm going to save that right now, so we should be going live in Manitoba as well. So this storm I'm quite concerned with. There's a severe thunderstorm warning now from Environment Canada. We did minor rotation detected. It's looking pretty nasty. So if you are in Napier, Walkers, Maxville, Springfield, those areas of Ontario, southern Ontario, that is a concern for sure. That storm is definitely concerning, and it is moving. I'll show you which way it's moving as I animate this. It is moving due east, and it's got a hook on it. So that is definitely a tornado concern at the moment. And if I go back here, I just want to take a peek at what's happening over here in Manitoba. There were some severe thunderstorm warnings. I think maybe they have been dropped. I'll double check on that. We were having a couple of issues with Instant Weather Pro. Some polygons not showing up. As you can see, I did this giant blue polygon this morning, severe thunderstorm potential. And right after that, Environment Canada issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the Portage area. And then eventually to the east, they've issued more warnings as well, too. So also near Kenora is, it looks like there's a pretty strong storm as well. So looks like some hail. And yeah, so those are the storms we're watching right now. So we're going to watch these storms as they exit Manitoba. We're going to be watching these storms in northwestern Ontario. But our focus right now for sure is going to be, I mean, look at the lightning. If I back this out, you can really see the lightning here. Oh my goodness. This supercell in southwestern Ontario is certainly a major concern. Massive inflow winds coming into it. Let me take a look at the Detroit radar as well. It's not really giving us a great perspective on it at the moment. Exeter is closer to the storm, and it's really showing these inflow winds. I really hope this storm is maybe elevated and not connecting with the surface. That would be optimal. But right now, it is definitely a concern. And moving basically due east a little bit, maybe to the northeast. Hopefully not towards London, but we'll see. But it is possible. We're still at minor rotation at the moment. And we need to watch this. There are some other storms in the area. None of them look as concerning as this one, the one north of London. Couple of percentages of risks, nothing too significant. But this big bad boy is the one we've been watching on models for a while. So we're going to bounce back and forth from Manitoba to Ontario. I just want to see what's going on with these storms. The ones near Steinbach as well. Still some strong winds. They might be elevated, though, but just based on the environment, it is possible that they're further up off the surface, which is what we're hoping is happening in Ontario, but might not be the case. But reports this morning, as I've watched closely, have shown people saying that the storms are pretty darn intense in Manitoba. So again, I'm grateful that we're able to send out this polygon. If you didn't get this severe thunderstorm potential polygon and you are in Manitoba, whether that be Winnipeg or Steinbach or Portage, then yeah, you might want to download our free app. And you can get our free app if you head over to instantweatherapp.com. You can download it for free and get those notifications when we send those out. So we proactively sent out this notification. I was really surprised because I've had barely any sleep. I've been up and down and up and down. I literally set my alarm every hour on the hour. So I was waking up every hour checking radar, every hour checking radar. And then I woke up and I said, wow, look at this storm in Manitoba. And I was like, I was kind of shocked that there was no alerts on it. I was like, seriously? I mean, it just looked like really organized line. The percentages from IW storm risk were really high. Right now, they're still reasonable. 15% total severe risk, 2% tornado risk, 13% severe wind risk. So the percentages were quite high for machine learning. And I think at the time the storm was here and they were like in the 30s, 36% severe risk. So I'm like, wow, I'm surprised that there was no alert for it. So I put this giant polygon over the direction of which way it was going. And then not long after, there were severe thunderstorm warnings issued. So, yeah, so that's what happened there. Let's just take a look again at this storm near Kenora in northwestern Ontario. 17% total severe risk here. We have only a 1% tornado and 9% severe wind. So a decent little storm that just went through the Kenora area, potentially brought in some hail. And yeah, but let's go back again. I don't want to get too distracted. I get distracted easy, but I don't want to get too distracted from this storm. Oh my goodness. The inflow on this storm is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Over a big swath of area of over 100-kilometer-an-hour winds being sucked into the supercell right now. I do not like the look of this storm. The hook has kind of got a little bit messier, which is good news. It's not as defined as it was. We're at 4% tornado risk on this one, 45% total severe risk, 40% severe wind risk, and a 26% severe hail risk on the storm. But the inflow winds are just absolutely ridiculous right now. Let's see. Yeah, they're on tilt 2, they're on tilt 3, they're on tilt 4. Yeah, as you can see, like this is where the inflow is. This is where all the warm, moist air is being sucked into the storm, and it's really being pulled in because you can see how strong the winds are getting pulled into that storm at the moment. So big time inflow on that storm, and definitely a concern at the moment for those who are basically south of Strathroy. Yeah, so Napier, these were areas east of Petrolia, so maybe towards Melbourne, Maxville, North Eckford, Longwood, Springfield. I'm going to jump in the comments and say good morning to everybody here. Thank you, Jacinda, for that report. I appreciate it. Thank you, David. Sorry, it was David Hafner. Thank you very much. Let's see what's going on down here for St. Thomas. Somebody had a question, why hasn't Environment Canada issued a severe thunderstorm warning for St. Thomas yet? Probably because it just doesn't look that strong on radar. It just looks like heavy rain. I think you mentioned that it went really dark. That's what happens when it blocks out the sun. But yeah, we're not seeing anything really strong as far as velocity is concerned. So when I do the swiping over on Instant Weather Pro, by the way, actually, you know what? I got the whole screen. Brennan's asleep, so I got the whole screen to myself today. Hey, I'm going to show you all of Instant Weather Pro. And so on Instant Weather Pro, when I swipe back and forth here, so I'm looking at wind, and then I'm looking at rain. Wind, rain, wind, rain. This is actually the only Pro Radar app that's available that you can actually swipe back and forth between two products. Lots of radar apps have this kind of style where you can see two products at the same time, but it's so much better. There's my alarm clock to wake up. Yeah, I'm already awake. Thank you, alarm clock. Appreciate it. Oh my goodness. The notifications are coming in. Okay. So a lot of Pro Radar apps have this kind of split style, but we are the only Pro Radar app that has the the ability to do this swiping over. Also, the only Pro Radar app that has IW storm risk as well too. So let me just hit refresh here, see if we have any updates on that data. Here we go. I think this one is new. No, that's still the same. Oh, this one is new. Actually, 50% total severe risk. So yeah, still at a 4% tornado risk on this storm. I really don't like the storm. I think it's definitely, I mean, by far it's standing out as the storm, especially just if you just look at the lightning, it's standing out as the storm right now. So we are continuing to be concerned with this one. It's the inflow winds are ridiculous on it, so it is definitely cranking it up a notch. Someone asked if should we be concerned in London. I'd probably be getting prepared just in case it does decide to turn a little bit to the north. It kind of is going a little bit to the north. It's trying to go due east, but if you watch the animation, well, maybe not. It's actually moving to the northeast, but it's stretching to the southeast. So basically, it's moving due east. So London is going to see the storm, but the strongest part of it may be just south of London, or southern London is going to be hit by that. I'm just going to jump back here again over to our friends in Manitoba, see what's going on with these storms near Steinbach. So 0.01% tornado risk on that one. So the tornado risk is pretty much close to zilch on these storms. Just looks like a lot of torrential rain at this point in time. Some really strong winds, though. If you look over here, now these might be elevated. We're at like 65.88, so strong, but not super duper strong yet. But that area right there is a bit of a concern, especially because it's kind of cranked up over the last couple of frames. So north of Labro, it might start to get stronger as that tracks to the east. So we'll be watching that one. I think, let's see what the wind risk is. Only a 2% wind risk on machine learning, but that's probably going to update with that next frame. So you can kind of see how the IW storm risk lags behind, maybe usually a couple minutes or so. But as soon as we get that new data, it should probably. Oh, I don't like that. That I would normally think that that's noise, but the fact that this is cranked up over the last few frames, you see how it was barely anything. Then it gets stronger. Then it gets even stronger, and now we're starting to see 128 kilometers an hour, 126 kilometers an hour. Now this might be elevated. Therefore, those winds might not be reaching the surface. But if you're south of, is it Richer? Ricker? South of Richer, near the 302, that is a problem. East of St. Anne, north of Labro, that is a problem with that storm. That could be actually some really strong winds right there, tracking to the southeast. May have to extend that polygon a bit. So remind me in the comments to go back and check on that cell. That's that cell. Right now, Steinbach seems to be okay other than lightning risk and some heavy rain. But southeast of St. Anne is a bit of a problem right there with some really strong winds. Could be noise, though, although it just concerns me a bit because it's been cranking up over the past few frames. And it says Strathroy is bad right now. Yeah, let me go jump in and take a look here. Okay, we do have a new frame, and yeah, this what looked like starting to get messier. The hook is starting to get a little bit more organized. Strathroy is bad right now, and Strathroy's not even that bad. Strathroy's just really, really heavy rain and probably some gusty winds. But if you look at the actual, if you look at the wind velocity here, it's not that bad. We're only talking 20 kilometers an hour, 15 kilometers an hour. You put a bunch of rain with that, though, and it can seem like it's a lot nastier. But for areas down here, if you're in Longwood right now, the inflow winds are so strong on this storm. So strong. You can see this right here, this whole bright patch. 106 kilometers an hour, 111 kilometers an hour, and that's all being sucked right into that storm. So, yeah, we're fairly concerned with that one. St. Thomas might see a little bit of hail with this one. Looks like that part of the storm is now under a severe thunderstorm warning just west of St. Thomas. And yeah, this storm is pretty darn nasty. Again, on Instant Weather Pro, we are having, for some reason, some, there are some polygons that are not showing up, which is unfortunate. So these darn heat warnings, I like to separate them too. So we have the heat warning type stuff separate from the severe thunderstorm warning, so we can kind of keep those, we could click a box and get rid of the heat warnings. And we have all the warnings kind of put together right now. But those are a little those are little growing pains that that happen. So my dev team's taking a look into why a few different polygons are showing up and some other ones are not. But yeah, we'll get that all solved out. It's all good. So thank you so much to all those who have subscribed to Some Other Pro, by the way. We appreciate it. And let's see here. Heather says, what direction is the storm heading? It's heading due east. Oh, the one near London. There's one north of London heading a bit to the northeast. Let's see. Yeah, pretty much. I'd like to go take a look at this storm in 3D as well. We can take a look at Virtue Weather, which is really cool software that we've been developing with a company in Australia. I don't like some of the wind gusts on NextRad here as well too. 91.8 kilometers an hour. Yeah, this is by far the strongest storm we're watching at the moment, which is this beast of a storm down here in southwestern Ontario. Had a real defined hook on it earlier. The hook has kind of stretched out a little bit, but it's still there. I mean, you could still argue that there's a bit of a tail here, a bit of a hook happening, a little bit of an RFD kind of hook happening here. So we'll see what's happening. So let's tilt 2. We double check on the winds up aloft. Let's go to tilt 3 and tilt 4. That really strong inflow just hangs out all tilts. So yeah, I'm just fairly concerned that this storm's going to get it together. And if it does, that would be not great. So see what happens here. We will see what happens. Thank you so much for all your comments. Appreciate it. Game the North says, I was watching this hit Chicago last night. Yeah, it was ridiculous hitting Chicago last night. There were so many areas of rotation. It was absolutely ridiculous. So we were expecting them to come through. I was up at like 5 in the morning, just like watching radar. You might have saw my radar update that I posted on the page, because it actually weakened just before it hit Windsor, which is great. So and it came in non-severe, but then I kept checking model data. I'm like, is it going to stay weak or is it going to get any stronger? And as I kept checking model data, it kept talking about the storm popping up around Sarnia-ish and moving towards Niagara. It just kept talking about the storm over and over again and showing, really, really high values on it and strong environment here. So, and then as soon as I was like half asleep, I was about to fall back asleep, set my alarm for another hour, and then I saw this storm near Petrolia start to rotate. I'm like, okay, I'm up. Okay, I'm up. And then it's garbage day too, and I forgot to do the garbage, so I ran outside. I've never done the garbage so fast in my life. My neighbors are probably like, what's happening? Why is he running to do the garbage? Yeah, I got it done pretty quick. So I was like, it's time to do the garbage as fast as I possibly can. Allie says Adam is up very early. I sure am. It's not my hour. Actually, my hair just like stays like this. It's like roll out of bed, throw in a shirt, make sure my hair is somewhat reasonable. Is it okay? All right, it's fine. And then just run downstairs. And thankfully I had everything set up already. I was like, yes, I already had everything set up from yesterday's stream. I just left it up. I was like, we might have to go live again. So I just left it all up. And I'm like, everything's set up. Perfect. Didn't have to set everything up again. Pros of having short hair. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's getting shorter. It's getting shorter by the year. We'll see how long it lasts before I just shave it all off. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, so that's starting to extend again down here near Appin and Glencoe. I do want to go check on that storm in Manitoba as well. Those big inflow winds have maybe backed off a bit, which is good news because they were looking pretty nasty for a long time. I mean, you saw at one point in time, we saw values of 141.12 kilometers an hour being sucked into the storm. But those have backed off a little bit. So that is good news, I think. Although it seems like it's merging with these storms and it's got this tail here. So we're going to continue to watch that one very closely. There is this storm up here heading east towards Kitchener as well. Could bring some gusty winds. And I'm just going to take a flight over to Manitoba because we're tracking Manitoba and Ontario today, of course. Let me see here. Whoa, that storm east of Kenora has really got some big time hail. 78 dBz. Oh my goodness. That thing's probably producing, I don't know. This is from a radar far away, but I bet you that storm is producing, at least at 78 dBz up high. Probably golf ball, or if not higher. Let's go take a look at that storm east of Steinbach. We're watching closely. So it's still, see, it's still got that little blip, which kind of looked like noise, but it still has it on this next frame at 120 kilometers an hour. So there could be some pretty strong winds here northeast of Lebreau, east of the 302 here in Manitoba. So again, we're tracking Manitoba and Ontario at the same time, which is something we do occasionally. Track multiple provinces. And yeah, they're pretty strong storms still exiting southeast of Winnipeg, still trying to track their way towards northwestern Ontario. And in northwestern Ontario, we have this big hail producer at the moment. 80% severe hail risk, 28% total severe risk on that one. And that's east of Kenora. And that's probably producing some big time hail as it tracks across 17 here. And yeah, across 17, maybe 71. And it's tracking to the southeast here. What is this place called? St. Pi X. What the heck is St. Pi X? Why is there an X? Somebody help me. Does anybody know? Somebody Google that. Why is there an X? Anyways, okay. So we checked on Manitoba. We will come back and do that again to see those storms. Manitoba's not going to last that long, so we'll probably end up chopping off Manitoba from the stream eventually. But for right now, we want to keep going and checking on those storms. So let's hit refresh and see if we can get some new data. I think that's probably still the latest data at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, so 3% tornado risk on this storm, 33% severe wind risk on it, 42% total severe risk. And this is the big bad storm we're watching right now. That is southwest of London. I mean, London's going to see the storm for sure. Like, if you consider the storm to be this whole polygon, this whole piece of the puzzle here, London's certainly going to see that storm as it tracks to the east. How severe will it be? That is the question. Right now, it looks weaker than it did before, which is great news. Although, if I take a look at U.S. radar, it looks just as strong as it was. So, 95 kilometers an hour from U.S. Let's double check Cleveland. I haven't checked on Cleveland in a bit, so let's see what Cleveland's thinking of these storms. Cleveland's showing some pretty high values here. 99 kilometers an hour. This is west of St. Thomas. So St. Thomas was looking weaker earlier, but it's starting to pick it up a notch. So yeah, it's starting to see some pretty strong values here, although that radar is quite far away. And the radar we want to keep the closest eye on is going to be Exeter because it's really close by. What's going on over here? Is this a storm? I see. So this is a really good reason why St. Pi X is Hearst area. Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, it's a Roman numeral. It's a 10. Pi is French for, I think, pronounced P. It was Saint or a Pope. So Saint P the 10th. So it's actually like the 10th Pope. Is that what you're saying? That's interesting. Huh. Oh, it's Roman numerals. Oh, okay. Interesting. Thank you for all that research. I appreciate it. Normally, you would see something like this, and we would think this is rotation here. But the reason why the swiping tool is so useful is because as I swipe over, you can see that's kind of in between the storms here. So this could actually be what I like to refer to as a merging meso. As the storms are starting to merge, you start to see rotation, but that's actually because they're merging together. Okay, so what's happening down here near Appin? Starting to see more of a hook defined again. So this storm it's quite a beast here, but we're starting to actually see more of a defined hook. So we saw a hook earlier, especially right here. This was definitely hooking. And that's when we went minor rotation on this one near Alvinston. And it was looking quite strong. It has merged with some other storms. So it's kind of changed the structure and dynamics of the storm. But this part is wrapping up into it. And this part is kind of turning into a new hook. So let's see what tilt 2 is showing here. So right now, we're not seeing anything too strong for rotation. Just a tiny little bit of rotation on that one. How's my emerging meso doing over here? It's still kind of showing up near Wyoming. Little tiny bit of rotation near Wyoming. It's actually inside of my minor rotation detected polygon, so only a 1% tornado risk on that one based on machine learning here. But machine learning is not perfect. Just so you know. By the way, there's another term for machine learning. It's called AI. Everyone likes to call it AI, but it's really just machine learning. ML. It used to be called ML. Now it's called AI. But anyways, so we don't want to call it AI because Everything is on the AI hype train right now. But we're just calling it, well, we just branded it as IW Storm Risk. That's what we've called it. That's why it's got the little IW Storm Risk with a little trademark thing here. Yeah, that's what we're calling it. But in theory, you could say it's like an AI Storm Risk. Yeah, I didn't want to go down that hype train. I'm just like, let's just refer to it as machine learning because that's what it is. Let's see here. Robbie says that storm looked to hit London. Oh, I mean, it's going to hit London. The storm's huge. It goes all the way up to Grand Bend and all the way down to almost Glencoe, or basically Glencoe. So yeah, it's definitely going to affect London. How strong will it be? We will see. Excuse me. Definitely going to be some hail in there. Yeah, it's already pretty much approaching and going to be affecting London. London is, of course, in the severe thunderstorm warning at the moment as well. That's a beast of a storm, so I'm not surprised that they put London in the severe thunderstorm warning and continue to track this. I'm probably going to create a new polygon soon. So that is my minor rotation polygon. Courtney says, just got up and I see Adam has the live stream up and I must watch. Oh, Melissa. Thank you, Angie, for all that info. Appreciate it. Andrew says it's black in South London. Yeah, it's gonna be dark with that storm basically blocking out the sun. Dakota says Niagara Falls. Yeah, these storms are heading east towards Niagara Falls. Niagara Falls could get some pretty strong winds later, and there is a little bit of a tornado risk as well. So we will see what happens with these storms. Okay, so let's go back to see what's going on with the storm west of Windsor here. There's actually quite a decent storm west of the Detroit radar coming in from the west. So there's still more activity. You can watch this whole thing rotate here. Let me just hit play on it. Whole thing is spinning. Okay, let's jump back again over to our friends in Manitoba. Let's see what's happening over here. That storm east of Kenora is still looking pretty nasty. What's happening with those winds? Have they died down at all? A little bit. Died down a little bit here, northeast of Lebreau. It's getting into pretty rural area as we get east. This is actually kind of turning into a little tiny pocket of rotation. Interesting which side of the storm it's on, though. It's on a little bit of a bow. A little bit of a bow here, but kind of got a little bit of that inflow rotation kind of look to it. Could be outflow. And that'll eventually track east towards northwestern Ontario. Fighting off a yawn right now. I successfully fought the yawn off. That's going to be happening because I've been up all night. I've been up all night watching radar. So I went to bed pretty early. I went to bed at like 12:30 in the night. That's kind of early, right? Is that early? It's not that early. I've been trying to go to bed earlier. Like yesterday I went to bed at 11:30. Which impressed my wife. She's like, wow, you went to bed early. Compared to your normal storm tracking hours. I'm like, I know, I'm trying to go to bed earlier if I can. But not last night. Last night I went to bed at 12:30 and then set my alarm for like 3. And then I set my alarm for 4. And then I set it for 5. And then I set it for 6. And then I set it for 7. And then I set it for 8. And then I was like, okay, the storm's getting bad. I gotta go. That's been my morning. How's your morning going? This is starting to turn back into a hook here. I don't like the look of this. Nothing too strong on rotation yet. There's a little something going down here near Appin. A little bit of a BWER, bound to weak echo region. But I'm not so much concerned about that. I feel like that's wrapping up. I feel like this is where the action is here. Longwood, Melbourne. You can see this hook developing here. And this is on the same storm we've been watching for a while. Let's see what machine learning's saying. Still 4% tornado risk on it. It's still inside of my minor rotation polygon, which I'm going to extend. Let's see which way it's going here. Hail is probably going to go into London. The hook itself should maybe track south of London, somewhere between St. Thomas and London, like Littlewood, Glanworth area. Right now it's near Longwood in Melbourne, heading towards Christina, Muncie, Southwold, Littlewood, Tempo, Paynes Mills, Talbotville, Glanworth. Unless it decides to stretch to the southeast, this hook will probably... You can really see it wrapping here too. Because you see how it was basically a stretched out line. And then on the next frame, it's still a stretched out line. The next frame, it starts to hook a bit. The next frame, it starts to wrap up even tighter, right near Longwood. Now, there's no rotation right here. I'm not seeing anything super strong for rotation. But that could change quickly. See what tilt 2 looks like. No, there's no rotation up high either. Just the fact that we have that hook here in this environment. I do see that just that touch of rotation down here near Appin. And so that could be kind of the start of it, but we'll see. We'll see what it does. Hopefully it does nothing. That would be great. We always wanted to do zippity-doo-dah. That would be fantastic. Hopefully it weakens. Everything's happy. Happy, shiny people. Let's see here. Yes, U.S. radar still talking about strong winds on the inflow side of things. So we watch that storm closely. But I'm about to destroy this polygon and create a new one to continue the minor rotation detected. Even though we're not seeing that minor, sometimes I'll do minor rotation if there's a really nice hook and there's a strong environment. I'm going to take a look, speaking of the environment. Let me just take a look at some stuff here. Let me take a look. Yeah, Supercell is in place. We've got at least a 2 of Supercell. Little bit of VTP in place. Violent tornado parameter. Thankfully, it's not super duper strong, which is good news. So we'll see. Hopefully, it stays weak. Right now, it's kind of on the marginal side. But again, models have been super excited about this storm. So when they get excited, I get excited, and I need to track these things. So jumping back over to Manitoba. That storm east of Steinbach, still showing a little pocket of strong winds east of Lebreau. It was pretty noisy this morning and pretty windy for many across southern Manitoba. Yesterday was a mess, of course. Yesterday was pretty wild. Unfortunately, we couldn't go live yesterday in Manitoba, but we were watching closely. Can't go live all the time for everywhere. Sometimes we can go live in certain provinces. Sometimes we can't. It's all just circumstantial. But I appreciate everybody support and understanding the fact that we can't always go live for every event. We try our best, but can't always go live. Yeah, waiting for the next frame here. Still concerned with this storm. I think we get a new frame in about a minute or so. A minute or two. Let's see what this hook is going to do. We'll see. It's right on the edge of the supercell. So there's basically a supercell pocket that's right here. So it's riding the edge of it. Oh, Caitlin says, I asked earlier, but does anyone know what the little blue or purple bubbles are? Is it just like an indicator of storm cells to keep an eye on? Actually, it highlights basically every storm, and the thicker it is, usually the more severe it is. It's actually a new feature we just added to Instant Weather Pro. It's called IW Storm Risk. IW being Instant Weather. And so you can see it highlights basically the core of every storm. You can see it perfectly highlights that storm. And, oh, sorry, you can't see that. Perfectly highlights this storm. It's perfectly highlighting this storm. And if you click on it, you can actually get a storm risk. So you can get the total severe risk. You can get the tornado risk, the severe wind risk, and the severe hail risk. This is not available just yet for all Instant Weather Pro users, but it will be over the next like couple days. Dev is just fixing the thing where we had a few missing polygons from some of the alerts. So as soon as that is fixed, the next, like, I have the list of dev tasks. It goes like this: fix missing polygons, deploy IW Storm Risk for all pro users. And the reason it's going to just take a little bit to deploy it, maybe a day or two, is because I don't know if you noticed, I keep refreshing, because Instant Weather Pro is a website. So I keep refreshing the website to try to get the new data. So the data will, we have to make the data automatically refresh, and that's it. And then we launch it for everybody. So if you subscribe to Instant Weather Pro, then you will have that those details for each storm. So we just did get a new radar update. The hook continues on this storm. 4% tornado risk. 4% is not super duper high. In rare cases, I've seen 4% actually produce, but it's not super duper high. But it's still something to watch closely. So yes. So let's see here. Caitlin says, "Oh, I saw them yesterday on the stream, so I figured I would ask just to be sure and not assume." All good. It's all good. Okay. Getting a little bit of heartburn, so I just threw a Tums down. If you wonder what I was just eating. Let's see here. Oof. Okay. All right. Where was I? Brenda says, so unusual for early morning. Yeah, sometimes we have to go live in the morning if things are getting nasty. So things are getting nasty here in Southern Ontario and also in Manitoba. So we decided to go live. Watching this storm closely that is tracking into London. London looks like it's going to get some hail and some gusty winds. But the part we're concerned about with the storm is this hook down here near Melbourne at the moment. Christina Longwood, Muncie, Melbourne area, and heading towards maybe Littlewood and South Wold. That is the concern, although rotation has weakened on it, but we do see that big hook. So we'll have to see how it does develop. You can see a very, very clear hook right here. 4% tornado risk on that storm. There's also this storm here as well, too. Okay, that one changed. I wasn't noticing that. I got to pay attention here. All right. That's definitely rotating. This Alvison storm, what's the percentage here? It's only 1% tornado risk, but that could change. As you can see, the polygon, if you see the polygon lag behind, that means it's one frame back. So it doesn't have the latest data. You have to wait for the polygon to update. Let me just hit F5 and see if it updated yet. No, it's still the old one. Oh, this one changed. 2% tornado risk. So the tornado risk has actually weakened on this one, likely because the rotation is weakened, but 23% severe wind risk and a 9% hail risk on that storm. So, but with that hook, if that continues to increase in intensity, then that'll be a problem. This is still inside of my minor rotation polygon. So I don't necessarily have to create a new one just yet. We still see that. Maybe I should just to focus on that storm, but sometimes when a new storm comes right into my polygon, I'm like, I already got a polygon there. It already says minor rotation. So, CJ Max says, what does it look like in 3D? I can load that up for you. Give me a second here. Let's go take a look at 3D here. Let's go take a look at Virtue Weather. All right. Shall we? Okay, so let me change my speed settings, movement sensitivity. I'm going to bring that up a lot higher just so I can actually get around faster. Okay, let's take a peek here. What should we load up? Probably Exeter, I would think. There we go. Let's set origin hide. Let's get rid of the probability right now. And then let's go zoom in. Okay, where's our storm here? There's our storm heading into London at the moment. Let me just change my settings a little bit here. like to tweak the lightning percentages here. Bring those down just a bit. Sometimes it overdoes the lightning a little bit based on the data. Bring that down just a touch so it's a little more subdued. There we go. Okay. So this is the storm right now. That is, this is actually using radar data. So we're using radar data and lightning data and the wind data to actually populate this. Let me go down to the, change the lighting here. Let's do, what's cool lighting here? Let's do that. Looks okay. Okay, so, yeah, so we're actually taking real radar data and we're populating the storm in real time, and quite the structure on it right now, actually. So this is, there's two storms we're watching here, the Alveston one and, don't want to fly through the earth. So that is the storm that is tracking into London at the moment, and we're more concerned with, let me just see which way I'm facing. That's facing north, okay. And then there is the storm over here. And where is it exactly? Southeast of Wyoming, near Alveston. Yeah, that one is a concern too. That one's definitely rotating. This one right here. This is actually where the hook would be. You can see it right here. And let's zoom over a little bit. And then that's that big lengthy hook we're watching right now as well too. So, yeah, so this is called VirtuWeather, by the way. If you want to check this out, you can actually go to virtuweather.com and sign up, and we'll let you know when we're launching the beta test, which is actually really soon. We've been working super hard to get it ready. And yeah, and so these are the actual storms happening right now in real time. And we'll be able to do cool stuff where you can, like, you know, drop your car down on that road and just start driving towards it if you want. So you can storm chase real storms in real time. We're going to do stuff where you can throw on a jetpack and go fly around them as well too. I'll show you what that kind of experience is like. Let me bring down the movement sensitivity. The jetpack would be something like this. You know, you wouldn't be able to move as fast. You'd be flying around with your little jetpack. Maybe not even this fast, but launch a drone, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, this is real storms in real time using VirtuWeather. Isn't this wild? This is like a dream come true for me to be able to see real storms in real time. So, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Thankfully, I found the right team to put this together, and here we are. Isn't that wild? It's just like flying a jet through these storms. When the lightning strikes, you can really see the detail in the clouds. See all that right there? Isn't that wild? Anyways, yeah, so that's VirtuWeather. Super stoked about it. We do plan to actually, you know, if there's a tornado confirmed on the ground, to spawn a tornado. And I can show you what that looks like as well too, but we're kind of tracking storms right now, so we should probably go look at some more details, but we'll leave this up in the background here, and we'll go and let me just turn off the audio so you don't have to hear it. I'm going to jump over to back to Instant Weather Pro so we can get into some details, see what's going on with that. And you can get Instant Weather Pro at instantweatherpro.com, by the way, if you'd like to subscribe to it. Angela says that looks like a nasty storm. Yeah, for sure. It's London is getting hammered, says Tara right now. Herman says that is so cool. Or this is so cool. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Quoth the Craven says, if you haven't heard of Outbreak, you should check it out. No, I've checked out Outbreak for sure. I know Mark well, and I know the Quebec Vortex team well, and they've been putting that together for a long time. It's quite exciting. Yeah, I've put a few hours into Outbreak myself. It's really cool. Outbreak is a storm chasing video game, and that's actually what we're going to be doing with VirtuWeather as well too. Is we're turning it into a storm chasing game as well. So it's going to be both. But the cool thing about VirtuWeather is you're actually going to be able to chase storms that are happening right now. Outbreak's great. It's kind of like pre-baked storms. You know, storms that are actually all these different scenarios that you can chase. So yeah, it's super realistic though. It's awesome. Yeah, Outbreak is amazing. So go check it out on Steam for sure. OUTBRK. Check out Outbreak. It's awesome. You jump in your car and you track radar and you go and chase storms. It's pretty cool. So a lot of those features will be coming to VirtuWeather. So you know, they're both gonna be great for their own reasons. So it's really cool. Let's see here. Still concerned with the storm. Let me just hit refresh and see if I've got any new data from IW Storm Risk. The tornado risk went down to 1% on this Melbourne storm, which is good. 22% severe wind risk. I think that could change if it really starts to ramp up again, but we'll see. This storm is kind of maybe taking over as the more predominant supercell. And what is it at? It is at, it's still at a 1% tornado risk on it, so we're still at minor. We're probably going to roll with minor for now, just because I'm not seeing anything super strong as far as rotation concerned. Earlier, it looked really nasty. It was really hooking, and the inflow winds were ridiculous. The storm heading into Kitchener right now, looks like there could be maybe some gusty winds. 0.01% tornado risk, so that doesn't seem to be a concern. 2% severe wind risk. So basically, just some gusty winds, lightning, heavy rain heading into Kitchener at the moment for your Monday morning. Let's just fly over to Manitoba again and see what's happening with these storms as they begin to work their way out of Manitoba. So they're east of Steinbach now, and they continue to track to the east. Looks like just some gusty winds at this point in time. Nothing too intense, so that's good for Manitoba. I think Manitoba's pretty much done for the stream. We'll continue to track those storms as they exit the province, but once they're out, then we'll cut off the Manitoba Facebook pages. But we did obviously want to go live today in Manitoba to let everybody know what was happening. The storm east of Kenora in northwestern Ontario near St. Pius X. 14% total severe risk. Looks like it was probably producing some pretty big time hail, but that may have weakened now. And so mainly non-severe storms in northwestern Ontario, but there was that one storm was actually probably producing some big time hail there. Kyle says severe watch for Woodstock. Hi, Patricia. Patricia's here as well too. Cool. Yeah, so we're just tracking these storms that are deep southwestern Ontario at the moment. And we're tracking some stuff in Manitoba as well too, and northwestern Ontario. But these ones in deep southwestern Ontario, they were looking quite intense on the models, so we're watching that closely. Free car wash, says Amy. Yeah. Let's see here. Samantha says, that was the coolest radar ever seen. It's so exciting. OMG, sitting out at my patio watching the real weather and watching your live stream. Cool. Let's see here. Let's see here. Just going through. Maria says, how do I get the storm risk box in Weather Pro? You don't get it yet. You get it in the next couple of days. So we have it just on this is our internal version of Instant Weather Pro. We have a test version, and then we have, obviously the app version for everybody. In the test version right now, we have it. We don't have it for everybody just yet, but it will be added in the next couple of days. And so please be patient with that. Thank you so much. 2% tornado risk now on the Alvinson storm. Yeah, so if you do subscribe to Instant Weather Pro, then you will be able to basically click on most storms and see it. It doesn't go. We only go so far north with it, so it actually goes just basically just south of Calgary. It does cover Regina, I believe, ish. It should, and then but it's south of Calgary over, but that will be extended further north. But right now it's only for areas in the south at the moment. So, but yeah, that will be we are extending that further. So, let's see here. And so, yeah, I mean, with IW storm risk, it's not something we entirely built ourselves. We're standing on the shoulders of giants, but of geniuses, basically. But we're taking several products now and mixing it in. We're even going to be doing some really interesting deep learning techniques as well. So not just machine learning, but also deep learning to try to really focus on. See, the thing is with these polygons is it highlights the whole storm, whereas we kind of want to know if there is a tornado on that storm, where is the tornado? So we're doing some really awesome stuff. We're actually going to be able to highlight where a potential tornado track would be. So you'll have the big polygon, and then we're going to make these like smaller polygons that really highlight if there's a tornado on the storm, it's going to be right here. So we're going to be doing stuff like that, which is really, really exciting. Yeah, so that's why we're calling it IW Storm Risk, because we're mixing in a whole bunch of different technologies in order to do this. So we can't take full credit for it, but the mixing of all the data together is kind of our secret sauce there. So that's yeah, we're trying to give as much possible data as we can so you can make some informed decisions. So trying our best to give you some awesome stuff to work with. So let's see here. Severe thunderstorm watch issued for Brantford. Thank you very much, Melissa. Appreciate that. And Niagara as well, too. That makes sense. Just going through the comments here. 1 second. Everybody's saying London is a mess right now. Angela says, can I explain what a hook is on radar? Yeah, a hook is just, you can say that this is starting to hook a little bit right here. Hook is just a little, a hook. It's a little curvature at the bottom of the storm. And sometimes that can indicate development of tornado potential, but it doesn't always. I've seen perfect hooks before where there was no rotation on velocity. There's no rotation when you look at the wind data. And that, without the rotation, nothing really is happening here. So, but you kind of need both. You need the rotation and you need to see, if you see that hook, then that's more of a classic supercell. There's lots of times where there's been tornadoes just embedded inside of a storm. You can't see the hook. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate it. C Gurney, or C Gurn EY. Getting dark in Grimsby. How bad will it be here? It could be severe over towards Grimsby. We'll see. We'll see what's happening. We will see. Can't say for sure yet, but it could be interesting in in Niagara. Also Eastern Ontario later on as well. Angela says, thanks, Adam. No problem. Yeah, so it's basically just a curvature at the bottom of the storm. And then sometimes that can be indicative of tornado development. It's not always a guarantee, though. But it's funny seeing the different comments. I see some people saying London is an absolute wild mess right now. And then I saw a report where it says just a light shower passing through London. Everybody's perspective is different. It doesn't look like a light shower to me. It looks pretty heavy. You can see this right here. That's some pretty heavy precipitation right now. And it's 17% severe wind risk on that storm, 19% total severe risk. Only a 1% tornado risk on the London storm right now, and a 5% hail risk. So, yeah. Let me just hit refresh, see if we can get any new data. Give me new data. Only reason I'm hitting refresh is because of the IW storm risk, because it doesn't automatically refresh yet. But we're going to solve that before we send it out for everybody. So that should only take a day or two. Yes, that shouldn't take too long. And then everybody who subscribes to Instant Weather Pro can have IW storm risk, which is great. Still watching the storm over by the Detroit radar. That's an interesting 7% tornado risk on that storm. Hello. Interesting. Probably because of this here. Little bit of what looks like rotation. Interesting. 7% on that storm. I'll watch that storm as it tracks. This is the Detroit radar, though, but it's well north of Windsor. So it will head up over towards kind of same areas that these storms are going, maybe towards the Sarnia area. Windsor seems to be doing just fine down here. Windsor's good at the moment. That could change, but we'll see. Just want to keep a close eye on these storms as they track to the east, because this is one of those moments I feel like there's sleeping in today would probably be a bad idea. Livy with a super chat. Thank you so much, Adam. You never fail to calm me down, and I like your face and voice. Very calming. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I usually hide behind my pop screens. I'll just hide back here. Here, is this better? There we go. Hello, everyone. It's nice to see you all. At least there's no popping on the mic. I'll stop. Why is my mic turned sideways? Maybe that helps. All right, there we go. I actually have 2 pop screens. I've doubled up. I remember a bunch of recording studios I've gone to where they have double pop screens. So I was like, I have 2 of them. I should use both. And it's like, doesn't hit the mic as hard. If you don't have pop screens, then you hit the mic. Then it's like, you can hear just like this huge problem every time you pop the mic. Let's go back up to Manitoba and see how these storms are doing as they exit. Still looking pretty gusty. Lots of lightning, torrential rain. Probably some flooding happened, I would assume, just based on the fact that this has been slow moving all morning across a big swath of populated Manitoba. So I would not be surprised if there was some flooding in those areas. These storms west of Dryden, let's see here, tiny bit of severe risk on them. The big time hail has dropped off the map on those as well. So we're keeping an eye on just these storms exiting Manitoba, northwestern Ontario, and then of course we're watching these severe storms down here in southwestern Ontario. Look at the lightning. Holy, like you just back up and you can just see this cluster of lightning right here. Both of these storms here are just exploding with lightning at the moment. Not seeing anything too strong rotation-wise, which is great. They're getting pretty messy, which could be a good thing. Matt says London has some major localized flooding happening right now. Just pouring here. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. Yeah, flooding is obviously top of mind with these storms, especially as they're moving slowly through some populated concrete jungles here like London. And yeah, I would not be surprised to hear, and I'm not surprised to hear that there's been quite a bit of flooding. I don't know what that means, Livy, but thanks for the extra super chat. Appreciate it. Very kind of you. Punching lettuce. I don't know what that means. Let's see here. Melissa coming in with my backyard is starting to flood in London. Amanda says measured 3 inches of rain in an hour in Strathroy. Wow. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah. You're an EY coming in with, thanks, Adam. Appreciate everything you and the team do. Love watching every stream. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks again for the super chats. It's very kind of you. Lisa says, is there a rainfall amount? Grayson Sim says, how do you detect rotation on Instant Weather Pro? Well, first off, you have to look at velocity. So you have to look at the wind data. Something like this kind of makes me think there's a little tiny bit of very weak rotation. I can show you some very strong historical tornado events. That's the other thing with Instant Weather Pro, as you can go and you can look at historical data. We've got Canadian data back to 2021. That's starting to add up pricing wise. Every month, the bill of storage for historical Canadian data goes up a lot. Yeah, it's increasing almost $100 a month. It's gaining a lot. Anyways, that's going to be a problem in a few years. We'll see how that goes. Hopefully, oh, that's strange. Patricia says my audio is about 2 seconds behind the video. I wonder why. Let me figure that out. So my audio is behind the video. What? Why is that happening? Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Let me jump back over to VirtuWeather for a second just to change screens. Come back, VirtuWeather. Where'd you go? Do I still have it open? Did I close it by accident? Ah, why did I close it? Okay. That was smart. 2 seconds behind my video, really? Okay. Let me try something here. I'm going to try to fix it. That's strange. It shouldn't be that far behind. Oh, it wasn't initially? That's weird. Okay. Let me see if I can figure this out. Okay, I think I've got a render delay on. Oh, it's only 67 milliseconds. So did you say my audio? My audio is about 2 seconds behind the video. So my audio is too slow. Okay. So maybe I need to up this. Let's try that. Is that better? Check. 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 Let me know if it's lined up. My audio is delayed. All right. Audio is behind the video. Okay. Check. Boop. Is it closer? No change. Really? About a half a second out. Still behind. Okay. It's worse now? That's strange. My audio's behind the video. The video needs to slow down. Okay. A bit closer together. Okay. Yeah, I just need to change my render delay. So let me try something like this. 400 milliseconds. Check. Check. Is it better? Boop. Hello. The arsonist had oddly shaped feet. Better? No? Good? No. Yep. Not better? Good? 0.25 seconds now? Slightly behind. Perfect, says Emily. Not better. Your audio is fine on my end. Good? Wow. Still getting a lot of conflicting. Check, check, check. I don't know why it's so far out. That is weird. Maybe it's because I haven't... You know what? I have an idea. It's a bit better. I could go further. I can go 500 milliseconds. How about now? Check. Boop. Checkity check check. 1 2 2. Is it really off? Is it brutal? I'm gonna go back to the storms. Shouldn't be dealing with my audio this long. I went 500 millisecond video delay. It's fine. Melissa's like, it's fine. Still off. I probably have to reboot my computer. That's probably what it is. Oh, well. Wah, wah, wah. Yeah, my audio shouldn't be that delayed. That's weird. It's fine. It's better. Check, check, check. Not so bad. Checkity, check, check. Boop, boop, boop. All right. Improving. I don't know why it's so far behind. That's weird. Huh. Interesting. All right. I'll work on that. Interesting. Still watching the storm east of the Detroit radar. 6% tornado risk on that one now. Go back and check on Manitoba, see what's up in southeastern Manitoba. I don't think too much is happening over there. I do want to check quickly on London storm. Thankfully, the London storm says 0.01% tornado risk from machine learning, and the one that is west of Strathroy, or going through Strathroy right now, 1%. Okay. All right. Kitchener looks pretty boring, other than torrential rain and some lightning. Let's go back over to Manitoba. These storms are just about to exit Manitoba to the east. There is a little bit of rain around the Winnipeg area at the moment, but nothing too intense. Just looks like some rain. Not too bad. And the storm heading into the Dryden area. There might be some flooding in the Dryden area as well. Flooding is pretty much our main concern today for a lot of different folks. Like overall, definitely some flood risk for London right now. Just non-stop torrential rain in London. And we've already heard of some flooding, so it's only going to get worse, it looks like. That's not great. So hopefully everybody's staying safe with that. The Restless Kind says it hasn't been this loud in West London in a long time. Wait, I know how to fix my audio issues. You ready? There. How's that? Does it line up pretty good? If I just block my mouth, then you can't tell it's off. There. Hello, everyone. I'll use my pop screens to fix it. Perfect. Fixed. Yeah, that'll solve it. I'll just talk like this. I'll just get really close to the mic so it's good proximity. Ladies and gentlemen, we are watching the storms, and my audio is fixed because you can't see my mouth. Dr. Sills just tweeted. He said, FYI, just lots of heavy rain and lightning thunder in London with the storm. Have seen no hail and very little wind. Certainly did get dark. More bark than bite with this one, it seems. That's good news. Great. Thank you, Dave. Yeah, it was looking a lot more intense earlier as it was rolling in, but these storms have kind of clustered into one big ball of torrential rain. Lots of lightning, though. Still keeping an eye on this storm, which is kind of southwest of Sarnia. 5% tornado risk on that one. Keeping a close eye on it as it tracks towards southwestern Ontario. If you have not done so already, you might want to download our free app. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com. It's free. That's weird, that AI summary of our chat. That was strange. The team was talking about on YouTube and had a AI summary of our chat. It's like some users are having audio and video syncing difficulties. It's getting creepy. All right. Back up to Manitoba. Was anything else happening in the prairies other than this heat warning over here by Calgary? I'm like, Calgary. That's right. I'll work the voice out eventually. Hey, Brennan's awake. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just continue. Why does it keep doing that? Why does it keep adding these text things randomly? I don't know why. It drives me nuts. Stop it. For every so often, OBS just randomly adds this text to the very top left that says Mapbox. I don't know why it does it. Oh, I think we should getting a new radar frame soon. You can see the pulsing green at the top left here. That means we're going to get a radar update soon. Mm-hmm. Ho, ho, ho. One second here. Just doing some stuff in the background here. Give me just a moment. Mm-hmm. One second here. Mm-hmm. Hmm. That's interesting down here near Glencoe, but it's probably nothing. A little bit of convergence, maybe. Hmm. Continue to watch these storms in deep southwestern Ontario. They will continue probably severe as they track towards Niagara regions and maybe parts of the GTHA. We also have strong winds potentially later for the Ottawa Valley. Maybe severe up that way as well. We'll see what happens later today. We're watching these storms track east out of Manitoba at the moment. They were pretty nasty this morning, but looks like they may be calming down a bit, which is good. Yep. Yeah, still, this storm that's heading southeast of London is the one that we're paying close attention to here. Starting to get a little bit of a hook on it. There's nothing too much on velocity, though. So we'll see what it does. But it's definitely the dominant storm at the moment. The tornado risk is basically 0 on it at the moment, but that's because there's no rotation. So we'll see what it does as it tracks the east. Right now it's heading towards Belmont, Crossley Hunter, Mapleton. It's just basically the very, very south side of it is right into St. Thomas. There's a little something going on here, but basically nothing at the moment. So not too concerning at the moment with that storm, other than a boatload of torrential rain, which is obviously causing flooding, gusty winds for some, and lots of lightning. Tons of lightning on these storms. As you can see, there's a cluster of them here. So boatloads of lightning on these storms, or at least on this storm. This one over here is still interesting. The tornado risk has gone down on it. This is over by the Detroit radar, which is actually well northwest of Detroit. So this is not an issue for Windsor or anything. But yeah, keeping an eye on that cluster. A couple of different storms there we're keeping a close eye on. Probably going to scrap my minor rotation polygon now because it doesn't look like there's anything exciting happening inside of it. Although, maybe I'll hold on to it for a little bit longer. Just a bit longer. Some of you heard me yesterday on the live stream. I finally ordered a standing desk. So eventually I'm going to be doing... Excuse me. Eventually going to be doing the thing where I say, okay, I'm going up, and then press the button and the whole desk is going to rise up. And I'm going to stand up while I live stream for 8 hours straight. So it's best to be able to stand as well. Is that a new radar update? Aha. And what was looking like starting to be a developing hook is kind of weakened here. Still something going on near Mapleton. A little something going on here. We're going to keep watching that. I'm going to go check the environment in the background here 1 second. Looks like the supercell has extended quite a lot. Quite a lot more than it was expected to. So a supercell of 2 is extended across this whole area. Lots of shear in the atmosphere. Cape is actually starting to grow as well too. We're almost to 2,000. Down by kind of down by St. Thomas, but and 1,000 a little bit further north. There's 0.5% Stigtor, 0.5% VTP. If you're wondering what all those things mean, it just means that the environment is starting to strengthen a bit. So we'll see what happens here. Brad. Let's see. Let's see here. Just jumping back into the comments. CU says, seems like a lot of places are getting hit by lightning downtown London, and I hear new sirens like every 5 minutes. Aaron said St. Thomas has a severe thunderstorm warning now. Where is this storm heading to, Emily? Says east towards Niagara and maybe parts of the GTHA. And then CU says, hey, Mom, I'm famous. yeah, so these storms are heading to the east. They will eventually head towards the Niagara region. There's a lot of stuff on screen, so it's hard to see. It's hard to let me zoom in here. There's a lot of stuff on screen. This is kind of the main cell that we're keeping an eye on. See what it does. It is turning into a big mess at the moment, but we'll see if it continues to hold its strength. Preferably it doesn't, but if it does, then we'll be watching. Gonna head back up to Manitoba real quick. Let me just take a peek for our friends in Manitoba. And yeah, that little cell's still trying to trek here with a little bit of hail. It's now outside of my polygon, so I think I'm going to scrap the Manitoba polygon. And this storm is just about to head out into northwestern Ontario here. And there is a special weather statement over in northwestern Ontario for these storms. And that storm is pretty much out of Manitoba. Just Moose Lake left and I guess Northwest Point, but I don't know how much population is in those areas. Probably pretty slim. So yeah, I think that's probably it for Manitoba. Just wanted to track those storms as they exited the province, and there could still be maybe a little bit of flood risk. Probably not, but it could be some. Obviously, there's some rain in the Winnipeg area right now, towards Steinbach, and yeah. So hopefully everybody stayed safe with all those storms yesterday in Manitoba, and of course what happened this morning as well, which was pretty intense. We tried to give everybody a good heads up well before the severe thunderstorm warnings were issued. We sent out that big giant polygon to I don't know how many thousands of people. It was a lot. I think it was 17,000 people or so, maybe even more. But yeah, so we sent out that big polygon to a whole bunch of folks in Manitoba to give them a heads up. So hopefully that helped give you a heads up that there was going to be some big, strong storms moving through the region. And yeah, and so we decided to go live as well too. But I think we're going to cut off Manitoba. If you are in Manitoba and you want to continue to watch the live stream, then you can do so on YouTube. We are going to cut off the Facebook though. But if you jump over to our YouTube channel, so track us down, youtube.com/the @ and instant weather. Just go to Google, type YouTube instant weather, as long as it's separate words. You can see the instant weather at the very top of the screen up there. So instant weather YouTube, you'll find our YouTube channel. We'll still be live, and we'll be tracking storms in Ontario as they're now exiting Manitoba here. So thanks so much to all those joining us from Manitoba. Appreciate it. Everybody say goodbye to our Manitoba Facebook friends. Bye-bye. We'll talk to you soon, and hopefully you stayed safe. Thank you. Okay. Do want to get rid of that polygon for them as well too. Let me just do that quickly in the background. Severe thunderstorm potential for parts of Manitoba. Okay, I'm going to scrap that polygon for them. I'm going to scrap probably this minor rotation polygon for Ontario as well too. But let me just zoom back down to Ontario and we can see. Let's just see if there's anything going on with that storm. 2% tornado risk on it. Maybe leave it until the storm exits the area. Yeah, it's turning into one big cluster, which is good. When they all merge together into one big blob, that can sometimes mitigate severe risk of these storms. They're still looking pretty grumpy, but it can mitigate, the tornado risk of these storms. It can still be severe, but the tornado risk actually becomes more subdued when they turn into a big blob, as opposed to them being a nice, crisp, isolated supercell like the storm was earlier near Petrolia. That's when it was concerning. That's obviously why we jumped on the live stream for that. And of course, we wanted to track for Manitoba too. But yeah, when we saw that crisp looking supercell earlier, that was a concern. And that's why we jumped on the stream. But now it's kind of turned into a big old blob. Big old blobby. That's actually good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Emily says a blob like me, I'm a blob. It's all good, Emily. Stormy says, I want a grumpy storm, not an angry one. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want angry. Angry's not the greatest. Oh, hello. Mm-hmm. 3% tornado risk, 3% severe wind risk on this storm over here near New Haven, Michigan. Where do you think you're going? Actually, speaking of a hook, got a nice little hook on it right there at that frame. Kind of blobbed out, though, on that last frame. Hello. Wow, I don't know. Why do I feel cold in here? It's 25 degrees in this room. The air conditioning's blowing right on me, probably. Everybody stretch it out. Let's go. Stretching time. Stretching. We're all stretching. Stretch. Let's all stretch it out. We're all sitting here. Gotta stretch. It's important. We're all sitting here like blobs. We have to stretch it out. Stretch it out. Leslie, thank you so much for the super sticker. It's very kind of you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Just call him Captain Hook. Alan says, yeah, my street is flooding now. Alan, where's your street? Is it in London? London is just non-stop heavy rain. Flooding is definitely the main concern for London, for sure. Other than, of course, lightning, but yeah, non-stop heavy rain. So thanks so much, Ninja Panda. Appreciate it. Velocity is pretty boring right now, so you're all good. Alan says London. Yeah, I figured as much. My front lawn and backyard are flooded, Melissa says. I'm assuming Melissa's in London. Yeah, she says here in London. Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah, non-stop heavy rain in London, so definitely a flooding risk. Teresa said that if you reinstall our Instant Weather app and you're subscribed to remove ads and extend the future radar, it's a good idea to go back to the upgrade radar page and click restore purchases and then restart the app. So there's some people that update the app and then they were like, how come my radar isn't 5 hours anymore? And how come I'm seeing ads? And if any of those things are happening, just click the little kind of triple line button at the top left, the menu button at the top left of the app. Click that, and you can see it up here. It's like this button here. It's not exactly the same, but it's this button right here. So you click that on the app, and then go to Upgrade Radar, and then make sure you click Restore Purchases, and then restart the app. And by restart the app, I mean, for an iPhone, you swipe up from the bottom, you get rid of the app, so you kill it, and then you go back into the app. And that should solve the problem for you. So if anybody's having those issues, Teresa says we're getting a few emails about that. So just wanted to give folks a heads up on that one. If you are seeing ads on the app, you can get rid of them if you are subscribed. Petra said, so I waited to decorate till today. Yes, I remember because it was all the storms yesterday. Grandson's 13th birthday is today. Not looking promising for the pool party in Ajax. Oof. No, it's looking pretty wet. What time's the party at? Is it like afternoon? Might want to double check our app just to see. But yeah, it's looking pretty wet. Pepperfish says it's a pretty mild storm in Kitchener. Heard some loud thunder. Woo. Cool. Yeah, Kitchener looks pretty boring. It just looks like heavy rain up here. A lot of folks, moderate to heavy rain for a lot of folks. Nothing too exciting. The exciting storms are down here near Lake Erie. They're not that exciting at the moment. They were much more exciting earlier. When I was running to put out the garbage this morning because I forgot to do it last night. I was like, I gotta get live, gotta go live. I'm like running around with my head cut off, trying to go live as fast as I can. Because it looked nasty earlier. But thankfully it kind of merged into some other storms and it may have weakened, so it's good. I'm gonna look at some model data in the background. Give me a second here. Petra says, I'm all over your app. Party starts at noon. Ah, okay. Yeah. Probably going to be wet. I'm assuming the app says it's going to be wet. Brenda says, had a bad flood in North London. I don't think you're done yet either. Like, it's still raining heavy in London. So I don't think you're done. And then there's more rain coming in behind it. So definitely a pretty brutal flood risk. That's right, I said Brenda, but it was Brendan. My bad. Oh no, Melinda says, can you please check the weather for Port Stanley for the search today for the boy that drowned yesterday? Oh my goodness. That is horrifying. For Port Stanley? I can check on our app, yeah. That's terrible. Looks like rain. Around 3 or 4 p.m. it should clear up. And then it's going to be clear for the rest of the day. But isolated thunderstorms and rain until about 2 or 3 p.m. for Port Stanley. I'm so sorry to hear that. It's terrible. I really hope they find him. That's sad. You're welcome, Melinda. Derek says, Port Stanley has always been a dangerous beach. I'm surprised there isn't lifeguards. A 14-year-old, oh wow. Drake says, there rotation in Niagara Falls? I don't think so. Just some rain heading your way at the moment. The storms will eventually get to Niagara Falls. There could be some a wind risk for Niagara Falls later. Or with this line as it moves in, it could be pretty strong winds. That's what I want to go double check on the radar data here. Let me take a peek. Sorry, I mean model data. Yeah, models are still pretty excited about this line as it moves east. Actually, they say so. This initial cluster is going to move east, and then there's going to be another development this afternoon, and it looks really nasty towards the GTHA and Niagara. Oh boy. I don't think we're going anywhere. I think this is going to be a lengthy stream. Yeah, it's going to be a lengthy stream today. And then later on today, we did see some action towards... I did see some action towards the Ottawa area. Let's see if I can figure that out. Yeah, actually, yeah, maybe Ottawa-ish, maybe Pembroke, Petawawa-ish, somewhere in that area, kind of like from Bancroft. And yeah, parts of Eastern Ontario could see some really strong winds as well too. So damaging wind risk in Eastern Ontario today, damaging wind risk in Niagara, maybe in through the GTA. And there's going to be some rotating storms. They're expecting some pretty strong rotating storms. to continue into maybe the GTHA here. Yeah, maybe right into like Mississauga, Brampton, potentially. And parts of Niagara as well, too. So we'll see. We'll see. It's going to get interesting later today. We'll see. I don't think the environment's going to weaken. I think it's actually going to strengthen. We'll see. It could be actually, you know what, this could actually be the start of it back here. These storms that are back here in Michigan could be kind of like that next line. So once this line clears out, that line comes in. That's kind of what... That's kind of what's happening here as far as the model data is concerned. Patricia says, oh, there's a link on Ontario Storm Reports about the search for the missing boy in Port Stanley. Search was suspended overnight. Oh, boy. That's pretty sad. It's going to get interesting here. We'll have to see how this does develop. Waiting for this storm to get out of my polygon before I get rid of it. It's because this still has a 2% tornado risk on it. Very low, but still worth keeping an eye on. But yeah, the latest HRRR data looks like it's getting pretty excited about what's going to happen towards the afternoon here. So I think we're going to be hanging out for a bit. I might take a break at some point in time and go get breakfast, though. So I might just leave radar on, put a little hybrid stream kind of thing. Brennan, where are you? Brennan's probably watching, laughing at me. No different than any other day. Airshark95 says, question, how accurate are the NAM 3K models? It's just that the 06 July 15th run is looking a little concerning for Eastern Ontario. Look at the soundings for 18 and 21Z, and look at the photograph. Look at this photograph. Yeah, NAM 3K is, sometimes it's all over the place. Sometimes it's completely out to lunch. I like the HRRR a little bit more lately than the NAM 3K, but there are times where it's the reverse, where the HER thinks the HER solution doesn't happen and the NAM 3K solution happens. So we like to look at a whole bunch of different ones. So we look at the NAM, look at the HER. We look at all the different cams that are available on pivotalweather.com for one. We look at all of the ensembles. There's a lot of data when you're making a forecast. It's sometimes overwhelming to look at all of this different data all the time. It's kind of a pain in the butt, but yeah, it's obviously good to look at as much as you possibly can to try to get an idea of, look at this photograph. Anybody see that movie about Nickelback? I thought it was pretty good. They sure took a lot of crap as a band. This became like they became the punchline of so many jokes. And they got some good songs though. I like Photograph. It's great. It's a great song. Memory on the back door. Thank you so much, Stadium Property Stars Inc. Appreciate it. Thanks for the super chat again. So many super chats coming from them. Appreciate it. Timothy says, pretty sure Nickelback was coming to London Rock the Park last week. Yeah, it was last Wednesday, I think they came. That was actually during the remnants of Hurricane Beryl. So that would have been a pretty wet concert, but Jeremy says that's a horrible song. No, that's a great song. I mean, to each their own. To each their own. That's all good. Silent Wing says it's too early on a Monday for this much Nickelback. That's funny. I mean, you can't deny they've done pretty good. I think they're one of the top selling Canadian bands of all time. I think they're one of the top selling bands of all time. So just on metrics alone, they've done quite well. But no, it's obviously they've got some good tunes. I heard they put on a great show, actually. I've heard stories before of people that like hated them, but like they were at like a concert and they saw them play, and then they changed their mind. That's pretty cool. Those are cool stories. Mm-hmm. I think the problem, and they addressed it in the documentary. I think the problem was they were really overplayed for a while, and that just ended up rubbing people the wrong way. Like you couldn't turn on a radio station without hearing, because they had a bunch of hits all at the same time off of, I think it was that whatever that album was, but that album, yeah, they had a whole bunch of hits at the exact same time, so you just couldn't turn on the radio without hearing them, and that probably didn't help. That probably didn't help people. If they had like one hit at a time and it was spaced out, it might have been a little easier to digest. But it was just, there was a certain period of time there where it was just like nonstop. Oh, Bill said he worked at the show on Wednesday. How was that? Was it good? Spilling in Woodstock, says Jordan. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, it was the Canadian content percentage. Yeah. Yeah, it was the overplaying of it that did it. And you can't blame them for having a bunch of good songs at the same time, or at least a bunch of popular songs at the same time. It's not their fault. I think that's what they were going for. And then it worked, but maybe unfortunately in some ways. But yeah, let's see here. No, but kudos for them. That, you know what? Watch that documentary. If you don't like them, watch that documentary. I thought it was actually pretty good. It was a pretty cool documentary. Let's see here. I think I want to get some food. Prepare for round 2 here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do. Let's see here. Some funny stuff in the comments. All right. Let's take a look at Buffalo Radar. This is from Cleveland Radar, showing some pretty strong winds up aloft. Winds up high are quite strong, but at the surface, they're not as strong. They're still decent, but they're not too strong. I think I'm going to get rid of that polygon now. My minor rotation detected polygon. Yeah, I think I'm going to scrap it. I'll scrap that one for now and send out another if anything gets interesting. Okay. So continue to watch these storms as they track through parts of southwestern Ontario towards the Niagara region. There is concern based on the model data that there is going to be some strengthening, and they will strengthen into the Hamilton and Niagara regions as well. I do need to get some food in me, so I'm going to put on some music. I'm going to animate the radar. And I'm going to leave the stream on in that regard. One sec here. I'll back it out so you can see all of Instant Mother Pro. And I will hit play. Let's see here. There we go. I'm going to turn off Storm Risk just for now, just because it's going to kind of get in the way. It's going to, because it's not going to update automatically. But I'm going to just animate that for right now. And I'm going to put a little banner on the screen. And please not the hold music, says Melissa. Yeah. It's just the lo-fi beats. It's better than the original hold music. Let's see. All right, let's see. Yeah, I'm putting this on. I know, it's the hold music. Yeah, it's painful. But I gotta go get some food. So I'm gonna put that on for now. Go get some food. I'll be back. I'm gonna put up a banner that says something. Adam, there's already one. Adam will be back in a few minutes. I'll put that one up. Oh, Brennan just showed up just in time. Maybe Brennan can bring up his version of the screen here and put up the hybrid stream while I... Maybe just leave it like that, maybe. It's up to you. Brennan, if you want to take over the screen, be my guest. I'm going to go get some food in me before things get more interesting a little bit later. I'll probably be back in, it says a few minutes. I'm going to change the few minutes to something else. Hold on. Adam will be back in a bit. Probably like half an hour-ish. Oh, somebody from Manitoba calling me. Anyways. Adam will be back in a bit. There we go. There. Adam will be back in a bit. I'll leave it like that. And Brendan, if you want to take over, it's fine. Be my guest. But if you want to just leave it like that, it's fine. We'll be watching this, so. All right. I'll have my iPad with me. I'll be watching closely. And if anything gets... Hey, there's Brendan. Yay. Everybody say hi to Brendan. Look, he's got such a fancier setup. Brendan, you got to send me those overlays so I can have the nice fancy setup like this. Pretty please. Okay, he's got the reports in there. He's got the radar animating. Excellent. Cool. Okay, great. All right, I'll be back shortly. Just going to grab a bite to eat because prepping for what the models are suggesting could be a more interesting afternoon as things move forward. So I'll be back soon, folks. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. I. Okay, I rebooted my computer. Is my audio okay now? Or is it still off? Check. Check. Let me know. Is it okay? Thanks, Alan. Appreciate it. Yeah, let me know if my audio's off. Hopefully it's better. I think it was probably just a syncing issue between... It's fine now? Sweet! I think it's okay, says Crystal. Okay. Here. Well, it's not that... It's not the, can you hear me? It's that, is my mouth lined up to what I'm saying? So, check. Check. Boop. Beep. Check. Check. Let me know if it's lined up. Your audio looks better. Cool. Yeah, it wasn't a can you hear me issue. It was more of a 100%. Sweet. Looks in sync now. Hooray. Hooray. Looks good on StreamYard. Nice. Okay, cool. All right, I think we're back. And we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with some storm coverage. This storm over Lake Erie is looking kind of interesting. And I think that's going to be heading up towards Niagara. Looks like it. Up towards Port Colborne and Fort Erie, etc. So I'm watching that one. The one over Woodstock looks like some pretty heavy rain. Nothing too exciting going on right now. I didn't jump back in just because it's exciting. Sorry, Brent. I should fix my radar thing. There we go. I was just having so much fun this morning being able to be full screen, so I didn't think about that. Let's see here. Yeah, still watching the storm coming in from Michigan. Looking pretty boring at the moment, which is good. Hopefully things stay boring. I prefer boring. I'm okay with boring. This one over the water seems to be the most interesting storm at the moment. Hopefully this continues to be a washout. Obviously, we've seen some pretty interesting reports of flooding in the London area. Doesn't look great. Melissa says, what was for breakfast? Same thing I eat every day for breakfast. Peanut butter and toast. Because I am very skilled at making it. Requires toasting and spreading of said peanut butter. It's delicious. Oh, but I used to love coffee, but coffee gives me too much heartburn, so I've switched to, my wife was like, hey, try this herbal tea. And I'm like, oh, no, not herbal teas. But actually, it's lemon and ginger, I think. And it's pretty good. I like it. At least it's something warm to drink, which I missed for a long time after I quit coffee. It's quite nice, actually. It's like the President's Choice version or something. Melissa says, got to find the perfect ratio of peanut butter. Yeah, I'm like an inch thick of peanut butter. That's the perfect ratio for me. Yeah, this storm, actually, looking from Buffalo radar, it's getting pretty strong winds here. Just off of Long Point, 84 kilometers an hour, 88, 93. Yeah, this part of the storm up here is 90, 93 kilometers an hour. So could be some damaging wind risk with this. We did talk about a damaging wind risk for Niagara earlier on the stream, and this could be the manifestation of that. So we'll see. Brenda says it's good for the throat when you're speaking. Oh, maybe. A lot of flooding in London, says Clips. Thank you very much. Yes. That's what it seems to be, which is not great. Let's see here. Do. All right, so we patiently watch these storms, see what they're going to do. This one over the water seems to be the strongest at the moment. You can tell by the lightning. Holy moly. Look at the lightning on the storm over the water. It says the storm's currently south of Port Dover. Oops. That is the newest frame from Buffalo. 90 kilometer an hour wind gusts in there. That's a pretty grumpy looking storm. Yeah, so severe thunderstorm watches are extended all the way to Niagara, and some severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Not to Niagara, but for Woodstock and surrounding communities. Holly says, wondering if there's going to be some relief from the humidity here in Midtown Toronto. I don't know about that. I don't know. The way I check that, I mean, I could check it on the models, but if I just check it on our app, so if I punch in, if I go to our app, when I use our app, I should actually bring it up on the screen. It'd be cool. I can do that. I have the skills to bring it up. I'm going to do that. Instead of just talking about things I'm going to do, I'm actually going to do them. How about that? Isn't that a change? For the better? I don't know if it's for the better. PC. There. All right, can I bring this up into our stream? I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. Okay. I think I got this. Let's see if my skills can work. So I can add it to this screen? Sure, why not? There we go. So, no, I don't want to add a scene. Just want to add a window capture. Yes. Yes. That's the one I want. Why isn't it working? Oh, I see. Aha. This is going to work. It's going to work. Hooray. I'll put it right in the middle of the screen. Let's see how that goes. Let's watch this work. Here we go. So where is it again? My window capture. Okay. All right, let's see if this works. Here we go. And transition. Dun, da, 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 ba, ba, bum, 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 bum. Hey, how about that? That's cool. Okay, so where was I? No, that was me checking Port Stanley. So I'm going to, you might be able to see this, you might not. If you can't, if you're watching this on your phone like this, like turn your phone to the side. I'm not going to turn my phone to the side because that's going to mess up the display. But if you turn your phone to the side, you'll be able to see this a lot clearer. Even better, load it up on YouTube on your TV, and then it's like massive and you can see everything clearly. Okay, so I'm going to search Toronto. So that's what the question was about. Sure. And now, the best way to check for humidity is to go to the hours or the minutes. So heavy thunderstorms into Toronto about 1 p.m. And now, is this going to give us a break from the humidity? I don't know. Let's see here. Nope. As you can see, the humidity remains at 91%. 94. So we have humidity on the hour product and on the minute product. So you can actually see. So even after the storms are gone, it's still going to be 90%, 94, 95, 95 until the rain that happens tomorrow. And will there be a break in humidity after that? Maybe. 80s? Is that a break? Ooh. By Wednesday, it'll be 57% humidity. So yeah, there'll be a break on Wednesday. So there you go. Cool. Now I can just press a button and have the app right on the screen. Fancy. All right, transition back. Here we go. Cool. All right. Getting fancier. Fancy, fancy. Okay. Friend Andrew Colvin says, friend's rain gauge got 115 millimeters in London, and he's just sent me a picture of a major road that is now a lake. Oh boy, that's lots of flooding. Lots of flooding. London Fire Department. Fire crews cautioning Londoners to watch for stormwater covers that have been lifted off due to flooding. Contact Service London to report 311 or service.london.ca. and showing a completely flooded out road in their photo. Oof, it's not good. That's not good. Yeah, flooding definitely probably the main risk of these storms in general. And main risk in general with thunderstorms. Hello. Oh, hello. Rotation. Over the water. Let's refresh this and see if the IW storm risk has changed. 1% tornado risk. I think that might change as it updates with that new data. But yeah, seen some rotation over the water just east of Long Point, south of Port Dover. And that's going to be heading up towards the Niagara region. You would think something like this would be areas of rotation, but this is actually just called, this is second trip noise. So this is the noise of our velocity data. The Canadian velocity data still has a lot of noise that they need to deal with. Just like this big radio frequency noise that comes out of them. They have a hardware fix for this. Hopefully that will help a bit with some of the second trip interference. But as I take a look at King City, which has that new hardware installed, still a lot of interference. So, wah, wah, wah. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, from King City, or sorry, from Exeter, you can see that rotation right there. Let's see what it looks like from King, from a distance. From a distance. Can't see much from a distance, but let's take a look at Buffalo, which is probably the closest. Buffalo doesn't show too much rotation, but showing some really strong wind values, though. On the backside of this, 102, 107. 97, sorry, 102. Yeah, so this storm as it tracks towards Niagara could be a problem. Let's see what it's doing direction-wise. It's really kind of going this way, so I don't know if it's going to affect the Niagara region until maybe Port Colborne and Fort Erie. Yeah, lots of flooding in London, my goodness. Hopefully everybody's okay. Flooding can be quite dangerous. The radar needs a couple of pop screens. Sup, girl? Yeah, it does. It does. Just like me. I can cover my face. Here we go. Okay, then. Yeah, flooding's not great. Come on, pop screens. Get in the right spot. They never... It'd be nice to like, lock them in, but they're on these like bendy snakes. There we go. All right. We sit and we watch Niagara. We'll see what happens with this storm. Don't necessarily want to send a polygon for it yet because I don't know where it's going to hit land. So right now it's not an issue. Like probably not going to hit Dunnville. We'll have to wait and see. Wait and see. There's a lot of waiting and a lot of seeing. Oh, we got storms up here north of Barrie. Hello. Nothing going on with them. Let's check the IW storm risk for them. And 3% severe wind risk. They look pretty boring right now, but we'll keep an eye on them. But yeah, look at the lightning on this beast. And yeah, still seeing rotation from Exeter on that one. Should be getting a radar frame pretty soon. A new one. But yeah, definitely seeing rotation there. Let's go to tilt 2. On tilt 2. On tilt 3. A little bit on tilt 4. Yeah, a little bit of rotation on that cell over Lake Erie right now. But that's coming all the way from Exeter. So actually, Exeter is about the same distance as Buffalo. Buffalo's not showing the rotation as much, but showing some strong winds in there. So we'll watch, see what that storm does. That's the storm to watch at the moment. Ah. Alan says my sound effects are epic. All right. I'll take it. Thank you. Brantford going to get any, says Morrison, painting and staining. You're gonna get some rain. You're already in it, actually. So you should already be getting rain, and then there's even more heavy rain coming from the west. So yeah, you're gonna be wet. Excuse me. It was a rough night. I set my alarm for every hour. Every hour on the hour. I slept initially for 2 hours. So I went to bed at 12:30, and then I set my alarm because I knew this storm was coming into deep southwestern Ontario because it was a big MCS from the States that went through Chicago, was very strong. And so with those systems, they can show up way earlier. So the models are like, they're not showing up till like 5 a.m.-ish, but historically, they can get faster and therefore speed up and therefore show up early. So I went to bed at 12:30, but then I set my alarm for 3 o'clock, I think. And then I set my alarm for 4, and I set my alarm for 5, and I set my alarm for 6. And in between that, there's a few times where I had to post 5 a.m. something. I posted a few times. Posted in Manitoba. Sent a notification from Manitoba. Posted in Ontario to say the storm showed up, but it wasn't as severe when it initially showed up, which is good. And then went back to bed. Almost forgot to set my alarm, which would have been bad, which means I probably would still be sleeping right now. In my dream, I'd be like live streaming and like posting and notifying, but then I'd wake up and go, uh-oh. But anyways, and then Melissa says, someone in the medical field get Adam connected with a caffeine IV stat. Caffeine IV. Boy. Subgirl says, I would be destroyed and unable to speak to humans if I did that. Yeah, it's all good. I sleep during the winter. I sleep all winter. I'm up all summer. That's the life of a streamer. But I wanted to make sure that storm didn't roll in early for everybody, so that's why I kept setting my alarm for every hour just to make sure I knew when it was coming. Yeah, Brennan, sure. Oh, so if I yawn a few times, it's because I had the most broken sleep ever. But it's kind of like, it's kind of like if you had a newborn or something, you're up every hour. And so, been there, done that. So this is south of Selkirk, but not Selkirk, Manitoba. This is Selkirk, Ontario. Silent Wing says, confirmed Adam is a chipmunk. I hibernate like a bear, says I am backwards. Yeah. I made you yawn. Sorry, it's contagious yawn. This is a yawning super spreader event. That's nice. I made Melissa yawn too. My bad. Alaya says, or A-Y-L-A. Ayla? Sorry, I can't pronounce anything. Says, I didn't get a notification from the app that you were streaming. I only notified, like, the south. I only notified from, like, Windsor, up north of London, maybe up towards, I don't know if I went as high as Kitchener, but then I went over to, like, Hamilton and then down to Niagara. I only did, like, a quick polygon of kind of the areas affected. I didn't notify the whole, area. I keep yawning. I'll stop. No, I won't. I'm definitely going to keep yawning, so. Jess says, just made a coffee myself, but McDonald's has dollar coffees right now. I used to drink lots of coffee. It was fantastic. But again, it gives me brutal heartburn, so I can't. So I'm just drinking, like, ginger lemon tea. I definitely do miss coffee. But I do like this. I do like this tea, though. It's pretty good. Matt on our team says, oh, sorry, Andrew on our team, or not on our team. My friend Andrew says nursing home on Southdale with major roof leak and possible collapse. That's not good. I've never seen that much rain in such a short time. This is in London. That's not good. Major roof leak and possible collapse. Nursing home on Southdale in London. Oof, that is not good. Hopefully they get everybody out. I see a spam message. Max is spamming us. I'm going to go do a double check just to make sure there's nothing fancy in Woodstock. And... yeah, I think Max is spamming us. Yeah, Max is getting banned. Peace. I'll feel bad if that was actually a real report, but I'm just not seeing it. Max was saying Tornado Woodstock, but I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, I went to Exeter. Nope. It's going to be a nope. So bye-bye, spammer. Don't be spamming us. There's barely any Supercell up there. There's no non-sup. Yeah. Chances are Zippo. Thanks, Andrew Colvin, for that report. That is not good. That is not good. But we're going to hang out because models still look like things could get interesting. So they keep saying things are going to get interesting. We're going to hang out and we're going to see what happens. Should we look at them in 3D while we're sitting around? Liv says the clouds were so low, drenched in London. Alan says, let's get back to the yawning. What? Sup Girl says, let's go flying in virtual weather. Okay. Don't have to ask me twice. Let's go over to virtual weather. Let's go over to virtual weather. Let's go over to virtual weather and find ourselves a storm. Ba-dum, boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 ba-dum, boom. Aha. Whoa, 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 whoa. Slow down. There we go. Okay. Which radar shall we choose? I say we choose... Let's choose Buffalo and then take a look at this over the water because this is the most interesting storm at the moment. So we're going to go K-Buff, load latest, set origin, hide, zoom down. Whoa. And let me just go into my settings here. Make sure I've got all the right settings. I do. Looks good to me. Okay, let's go to layers, turn off probability, and let's go for a flight. You can see on the ground. Copyright 2024 Google. Whoa. There's a lot of lightning on that storm. Let's turn it down a bit here. I don't even have it turned on. There we go. Let me just go to my settings. And let's bring the lightning data down a bit because it's a little much. We've got it a little overly enhanced there. Let's go down to something like that and something like this and something like this. Okay. There we go. Okay, here's your storm over Lake Erie at the moment. This is actually based on radar data, which is pretty cool. So we use the radar data to show the full volumetric structure. And then we use the wind data to actually move the clouds in the direction they're going. And then we use lightning data to spawn lightning below the storm. I'm going to change the lighting here. Make it a little bit more bright and sunny. Let's see here. Severe thunderstorm watch issued for Huntsville. Huntsville, Baysville, and Halliburton. You don't say. When Adam does his duck sound. Is that the wah wah wah? Yeah, so this is actually the storm right now over Lake Erie that we're watching closely. Let's go take a flight in here. All right. I love seeing the detail in the storms. When the lightning flashes, you can see a lot of detail underneath the cloud like that. It looks so awesome. Let's see here. Let's go fly through the storm. Fly me to the moon. Cool. Okay, where are we going here? Down in Hagersville, there's Selkirk, so I'm obviously focused to the west. There we go. Pretty snazzy. Nice to see the full storm structure in real time. Fly around like we have a jet. We're going pretty fast. It'd be interesting to know exactly how fast we're going. I'd like to see that. That's a cool feature. It'd be nice to see, you know, we're moving at probably hundreds of kilometers an hour right now to be able to fly this fast around the storms. I love that look, by the way. When you come out of the cloud and you can see the sun like this. Yeah, that looks awesome. Cool. So just continuing to watch the storm that is over Lake Erie at the moment. There's a decent storm over by south of Cambridge. Let's go take a look at that. Jump back to Instant Weather Pro. 1 second here. Let me just mute that, and we'll jump back to Instant Weather Pro here and take a look. Excuse me. A little bit of a bookend vortex here. Near the, I heard a farmer's market in Paris yesterday got mangled. Yeah, Brendan says the some of the latest data we're looking at really is highlighting the Niagara region quite aggressively, actually. So we're going to have to watch that closely. This is a little bit of a bookend vortex, but we're not seeing much in the way of rotation here. Let's see. Let's take a look at it from here. Yeah, rotation is weak. I agree, Atlanta. I agree. Yep. But yeah, we have a severe thunderstorm watch up here for these storms. East of Barrie. Like the storm moving into Huntsville. Overall, these storms are pretty weak right now, but I'm guessing that Environment Canada thinks they could strengthen over time. And then we'll have to see what happens as they track towards Eastern Ontario today, because that it does look interesting towards Eastern Ontario. And so here, these are the storms over the water right now. Definitely the strongest storms we have. Are these particular storms that are over the water? Odd. Okay. Let's see here. Carrie says Fort Erie later. Yeah, not that much later. This storm right here is heading up towards Fort Erie. Let me just hit play and you can see which way it's going. Going that away. So Fort Erie seems quite possible. Model data is pretty excited about Niagara today, so we'll see what happens. Could be this cluster of storms that's heading up there. We'll see, but model data is definitely pretty excited. We have kind of a classic bookend vortex up here with two dangling braids coming out or something, and but we're not seeing much in the way of rotation on that cell. So it's kind of a bookend vortex, yet we don't have any surface-based strong rotation. So interesting to see. Lots of rain though. Everybody's getting rain. Well, not everybody, but lots of places seem to be getting rain at the moment. Excuse me. Interesting. 3% tornado risk down by Thamesville on this storm. Where do you think you're going? Let's take a look at Exeter here. Hello. Interesting. I wonder if that is environment-based. It's hard to say. But machine learning seems to be excited about this little storm heading towards Thamesville at the moment, near Northwood. 11:18. So, in about 3 minutes, we'll get a new radar update. Excuse me. Rach97 says, these storms should gradually get worse with the heat and moisture, especially for Eastern Ontario. Yeah, there is some severe risk in Eastern Ontario, mainly for damaging wind risk. The tornado risk we're looking at is mostly for southwestern Ontario, maybe parts of the GTHA. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they develop. Kimmy's asking about Midland. Midland might get missed, but maybe not. Oh, sorry, Weatherflower. I keep making everybody yawn. The power of the yawn. Cloud says, how do you get the instant weather storm risk thing? I need to know. We'll be adding it to Instant Weather Pro for all Instant Weather Pro subscribers. We'll be adding it over the next couple days. But this is our internal test version that not everybody has. %4 tornado risk now on that Thamesville storm. Interesting. Interesting. We gotta watch that one. And this little storm down here is also interesting. Only at 1% on the Palmyra storm. Let's go back and take a look at our 24% total severe risk, 19% severe wind risk. And these are for our storms that are over the water at the moment. And those ones they should be heading up towards Niagara. Maybe. Might do the old buffalo sneak here, but we'll see. Thankfully, during the remnants of Hurricane Beryl, thankfully for Ontario, all the really, really strong storms tracked just south of the international border. Not so good for those, for our friends in New York State, where there was, I don't even remember, was something like 60 tornado warnings were issued, and there was multiple touchdowns and lots of damage. So hopefully everybody down there stayed safe. That was a pretty nasty event. But interesting. Hello. Hello. Might be a waterspout risk over the water at some point in time. Alan says, Hamilton getting hit? I mean, you're going to get rain. I don't know if you're going to get hit, quote unquote, with anything strong. You're definitely going to get lots of rain. It's on its way now. Polar says, will there be a monthly payment for Instant Weather Pro? There will be. As soon as we just have to, Kyle says, downpouring in Thamesville. Thank you very much. There will be a monthly option. Yes, we have to get the accounts ready. Like you'll have to log in with an email and a password. And that's so that if you subscribe on the website, you can have access to the app version. And if you subscribe on the app version, you can have access to the website version. So we have to create an account system. That's what one of our devs is doing right now, is creating the account system. One of our devs is creating the account system for Instant Weather Pro. The other dev is trying to figure out why some of the polygons for some of the alerts aren't showing up on Instant Weather Pro. That's their main tackling right now. And as soon as they're done that, they're going to add Instant Weather Storm. They're going to make Instant Weather Storm Risk automatically update, and then they're going to add that to the Instant Weather Pro for everybody. So those are the dev points. I spend a lot of my day crafting and discussing development items with the dev team. What's next? What are you working on? How long is it going to be? How's it going? Is there any holdups? Blah, 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 blah. A lot of my time is spent discussing that with our dev team to make sure that everything's on track and brainstorming, can we improve this? Can we make this better? We're actually going to be adding storm tracks. So there's a few different ways to do storm tracks for ProRadar. One of them is from the National Weather Service, but we're actually going to be adding storm tracks that should work up into most of Canada, which is pretty cool because I don't think there has been storm tracks in Canada before. So it's going to be exciting to see that. And then after that is a little bit of a discovery project with the deep learning to see if we can harness the kind of the track around where we think a tornado might be. And so that's going to be really powerful because we're going to mix that in with IW Storm Risk and mix that in. And maybe, because we had a big discussion on a previous live stream where we discussed how we should be handling the percentages for storm risk. Because for tornado, they kind of max out at 70. But for this deep learning stuff, it doesn't max out at 70. It maxes out at 100. So we might, I don't know if we're going to blend the two together or if we're going to basically, what we might do is, I don't know, it's hard to say. Maybe we'll use both, and whoever has the highest percentage we'll use as the tornado risk percentage. I think that's probably what we'll do. I think. We'll see. We'll see. You know what? We'll compare both and we'll see which one works better. And if the deep learning version works better, then we'll use that. And if the mix works better, then we'll use that. So we'll do some testing to see. But it's all really exciting. I'm so stoked about it. This is great. Zahabi says, do we talk about Ottawa? Yeah, so Ottawa could see some damaging winds a little bit later on today. So we're going to be watching for that. It looks like there could be some pretty strong winds in Eastern Ontario. I don't know for sure it's going to hit Ottawa directly, but parts of Eastern Ontario, potentially including Ottawa, could have a damaging wind risk today. So we will see. Hello, Thamesville. What do you got a little tiny hook for? Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I don't know why I say interesting like Dracula, but I do. Melissa says, what's it like in Grand Bend? Are you in Grand Bend, Melissa? Because if you are, can you let us know what it's like in Grand Bend? And then we can answer you. If you mean what's on radar, there's nothing much. You're good. Maybe some rain. But if you're actually in Grand Bend, you can probably give us a better idea of what's happening in Grand Bend. Environmo says dark mode. Yeah, dark mode's on the list. It is on the list. There's a few pretty important items we need to tackle for Instant Weather Pro. And then we will be tackling some really important items for the Instant Weather app, including our new dev is fairly well versed in widgets. So there. John says, are you pondering what I'm pondering? I may be. Rach says, don't like hooks on radar. Normally not good, or just noise. Yeah, sometimes just noise. She says, heck yeah, I've been patiently waiting. I know. If we didn't start to develop in Sim Weather Pro, the widget would have came out a lot sooner. So my apologies for that delay. We got wrapped up into this Sim Weather Pro project, which I'm actually okay with because I think it's fantastic. I think it's the best pro radar suite in Canada, and the fact that it's a website is amazing. But yeah, it was inspired by the fact that Northern Tornadoes project came to us and said, hey, you're good at building apps and you're good at doing software. Any chance you can build us a pro radar suite that's like Canadian focused? And we're like, that sounds like a 5-year project. Okay. And so we did. And we're about 3.5 years, 4 years into it ish. And it's getting pretty good. It's pretty sweet. Elliot says, do you know this is for Peterborough? Peterborough might see some storms today. Maybe. You might get missed. It's hard to say for sure. I would double check our app just to see. Ooh, I do have the technology to check on the app, but if you have our app, then you can take a peek. Actually, let us know, Elliot. Take a peek on the app and see, does it show a risk for storms in Peterborough today? And if it does, let us know. Jessica says, Timmins. We haven't been looking at northeastern Ontario a lot, but I can go take a peek up there. Looks like there's some storms northeast of Sudbury at the moment, near Temagami. And Timmins looks pretty boring at the moment. I don't know if there's a risk up there today. I haven't really checked. I don't know if anybody else on the team has checked. Maybe. I can take a peek. Yeah, there's a little bit of potential up there today, actually. There seems to always be a severe thunderstorm risk up in northeastern Ontario. Like non-stop these days. Let's see here. Yeah, you could see some storms pop up there. It's hard to say for sure. They might be south of you, but Timmins might see something. Yeah. Future Radar is pretty excited about Niagara. It seems to think this first line is going to kind of move out and there's going to be another development. It's hard to say. Sometimes it does that and it just doesn't realize the first line is the line. But we'll see what happens. Dorset has a 7% severe wind risk up there. But that's pretty low. And I think what Brendan was talking about earlier as well, too, is probably a good idea where instead of just putting a percentage, we should put like what that means. So I think both would be good. I don't know if we talked about both, but I actually think about it and I think both would be good. So if you click on a storm and you see 25% total severe risk, there should be a term here. It should say like slight or something. I don't know. Slight risk. 1% tornado risk should say low. 17% severe wind risk should say slight. 9%, and if it gets to higher values, then we can use the same terms as the forecast map. Maybe we can go marginal, slight, strong, significant, and extreme. So it'd be interesting to put like those terms on it. It'd be pretty cool. Strong winds over the water here still on these storms. Storms over Lake Erie at the moment are our main focus. There's a lot of torrential rain right now in Brantford, and I knew Brendan would be all over that real quick. I don't know about very unlikely. Very unlikely should be at 0.01%. Should be very unlikely. Nah, I don't know about these terms. Yeah, the percentages need to be massaged. I don't know about those terms. I still like the terms used on the map. But I don't mind. Possible, unlikely, likely, very likely. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I just thought it'd be cool to do like marginal, slight, strong, significant. That's true. That's true. I mean, but what is a threat? A threat is a probability. There's kind of a blur between them. It's a blurry line between a threat and a probability. One is the chance of, and the other one is the risk level. And yeah, I guess they're a little bit different. Yeah, the forecast maps are based on severity, not necessarily how guaranteed storms are. That's right. Yeah, this one's really kicking it up a notch here. 99 kilometers an hour over Lake Erie, just east of Long Point. Yeah, those storms are looking pretty grumpy. Storms over Lake Erie are the strongest we're looking at right now. The one over Brantford at the moment heading towards Hamilton is pretty much just heavy rain. Could be some gusty winds in there, but nothing too significant. Lots of rain going through the GTA right now, but nothing exciting. A little bit of lightning maybe near Guelph. We do have storms northeast of Barrie into parts of Muskoka. Let's go look at the Brit radar to see what's going on up there. Brit radar, and there's a storm heading into Temagami at the moment. 7% severe risk on it. The Huntsville one is 8% damaging wind risk. Dorset is 11% damaging wind risk on the Dorset cell. But velocity looks pretty boring, so even with those percentages, you know, that's the nice thing about Instant Weather Pro is you can see the percentages are interesting. And remember, the percentages are also a little bit of a nowcast. They're a little bit of a this storm, if it keeps at this trajectory, could end up producing damaging winds as we go on. So it's not necessarily saying right now at this exact second it's going to be doing, you know, it's going to be producing severe weather. But it's more of like a in the near term, in the next few frames of radar, in the next half an hour-ish, maybe the next hour, pretty much over the next half an hour, it's kind of giving you a prediction of this storm is ramping up. And if you see those percentages continue to climb, then you know that it's becoming more and more likely for that to happen. Speaking of second trip interference, that's what this is. You see these lines on radar? They're picking up on a storm to the south. So probably this one down here. But yeah, those storms over Lake Erie are looking pretty grumpy. Pretty grumpy indeed. Cloud says, how do you see the amount of Jules Cape in the sky? That is... Thanks, Melissa. That is a mesoscale feature, and that is something we will be eventually adding to Instant Weather Pro. But right now, I'm just looking at the SPC site. So if you look up mesoanalysis and you get the SPC site, you can go and check out the current Cape, and then you can check out current Supercell and all that kind of stuff. I see Brendan typing. I don't know why my lips are so chapped. Normally my lips are chapped in like the winter. And it's like very humid out now, so I don't know what's going on. BCFC Forever 1 says, which way are the storms over Lake Erie heading? Sorry, just tuned in. They're heading to the northeast towards... they're heading to the northeast towards Niagara. Kind of east-northeast. They might do the Buffalo sneak and just miss us, but if they come up to Niagara, they could be pretty aggressive. Let me just hit play and see. It's hard to say. I think probably Fort Erie and Port Colborne will be affected. I don't know if Niagara proper will be affected, by these storms. I mean, Niagara proper is probably going to get rain, but Welland's going to get rain. But the strongest part of the storms are highlighted in the purple polygons here. Purple polygon. Tracking to the northeast here. So this area, probably up towards Fort Erie, Crystal Beach, Fort Erie, Port Colborne area-ish, is where the strongest part of these storms could affect surface. Oh, I didn't know. Were you asking how to view it or how to measure CAPE? Because if it's how to measure CAPE, then Brennan made a good point. He says if they're asking how to measure it, then it'd be like weather balloons. They would launch an observational balloon. You know, they launch it at 00Z, at 12Z. I think they do 18Z and 6Z as well too, but they might just do. They probably just do the balloons at 8 o'clock in the morning and 8 o'clock at night, usually, to observe the humidity and the wind direction and all that kind of stuff. Environment Canada just released their forecast map for today. They've got Eastern Ontario highlighted in 90 to 100 kilometer an hour wind gusts and 3 centimeter hail and 30 to 50 millimeters of rain. They've got Niagara highlighted as well in the exact same thing. And everywhere else is highlighted in 70 to 90. It's interesting because usually if they hit 90, they consider it severe, but they put it in like a non-severe color, minor. Oh, they put minor, I see. At 70 to 90 kilometer an hour wind gusts, 30 to 50 millimeters of rain for a big swath of the area. The only downside for you when I don't get any sleep is that I yawn a lot during the live stream. Oh, Sam, the tornado tracker, tuning in from the U.S., just checking in on the Canadians. Hey, Sam, what's going on? We're just hanging out watching these storms go over Lake Erie at the moment, tracking towards the Buffalo area and Fort Erie, etc. Looking pretty interesting, so we're going to watch them closely. We'll see what happens with them. But yeah, Eastern Ontario today could certainly see some severe wind gusts. We've been saying that for quite a while now. I think Brennan highlighted a pretty good swath of Eastern Ontario in his forecast map. Tommy's asking, will any severe storms hit Ottawa? It's not a guarantee, but it's possible. Some of the models do show the storms going right through Ottawa. Some show them missing. So I would say it's certainly a possibility that Ottawa could see severe storms today, but it's not a guarantee. Carrie says, is there a risk of tornado for Fort Erie? A little bit, but not much. There's a marginal risk, but there's a non-zero risk, as some forecasters like to say. It's not a guarantee that it won't happen, but but the overall risk is fairly low. Alternator says, coffee time for Adam. Unfortunately, I used to drink so much coffee, like all the time. In fact, it was like a thing. If you've been with us for a long time, we used to say I would eat a banana and drink coffee on the live stream. And this coffee banana thing became a thing. Unfortunately, though, I realized after lots of testing and process of elimination that coffee actually causes me a lot of heartburn. So, which is not great. You don't want to inflame your esophagus. Esophageal cancer is a real thing. And if you're getting heartburn all the time, that can lead to esophageal cancer, which is not great. So, yeah, if you get heartburn all the time, definitely go talk to your doctor, get it checked out. And but yeah, so I cut coffee out and I get a lot less heartburn. So that's great. Carrie says nuts cause and nuts. Oh, I thought you meant nuts cause heartburn. They might actually. Commander Brantford says Health Minute with Adam. Thank you for joining in on our Health Minute. It's brought to you by no one, because no one wants to get medical advice from me. So we have no sponsor for the Health Minute with Adam. Sam says, you guys have like a government agency up there in Canada where they issue severe weather warnings? I'm assuming you meant warnings. Yes. Yeah. It's called Environment Canada. Our National Weather Service is called Environment Canada. The full name is Environment and Climate Change Canada. ECCC. Used to be called just EC, but they added a couple C's. But yeah, it's Alan White gave a super chat. Thank you so much. Says Pepsi for Adam or whatever. But Pepsi also has caffeine, so I can't drink Pepsi either. It's anything with caffeine. Oh, is there like a? Oh yeah, there is. If you know, there's like a caffeine that's like, or sorry, there's a Pepsi that's like no caffeine and no sugar. It just tastes like water. Grayson Sim says possible rotation down a long point. Yeah, I've been watching that for a bit. Let's go take a look at it. Brennan's recommending Carmex for my lips. I remember Mitch Hedberg made a Carmex joke. What did he say? He said something about you can use Carmex on your cold sore. He's like, I don't know if it helps, but it sure makes it shiny and more noticeable. Rest in peace, Mitch Hedberg. He was the best. My favorite joke of his is he says, I put a map on my wall of all the different places I visited all over the world, but first I had to visit the top 2 corners of the map so it wouldn't fall down. Let's see here. Whoa, Crystal says, I found when I switched to maple syrup in my coffee from adding sugar eliminated heartburn for me personally. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's the actual caffeine itself is one of, like, when you go and read a list of like what causes heartburn, caffeine's like number 2 or something. It's the actual caffeine that causes the heartburn, not necessarily the sugar. But I'm glad that works for you. But it's the caffeine itself, yeah, is the thing. And I did process of elimination because I tried, like, I see you were looking at Exeter. Yeah, there's a little something going on here. There's a little something going on. We're definitely keeping an eye on that cell. Brenton says nothing compares to the Carmex, though. I use a Blistex with the medical Blistex stuff. I find it works the best, especially in the winter time. Like, it's got the medical, tastes medically. Alan says, never did this before. I guess a super chat. But you're enjoying the live stream. Thanks so much, Alan. I'll keep doing my I'll keep doing my what you called duck sounds. It's supposed to be like a trumpet, or no, like, yeah, it's supposed to be a trumpet, I think, with the yeah. This cell's looking interesting over here. Keeping an eye on that one over Lake Erie. But I didn't realize until my wife said try these herbal teas out. I didn't realize how much I missed a warm drink with my breakfast. Because after, like, it takes like 2 or 3 weeks before you completely, you're completely done with caffeine, and then you don't even care anymore. Like, I'm not like, oh, I need caffeine to wake up. I'm yawning a lot, but there's no difference. Supposedly, actually, caffeine doesn't make you more awake. It just suppresses the feelings of being tired. So it's kind of the opposite. It's not like it actually wakes you up. It just makes you not realize how tired you are. Which is interesting. But now that I've started drinking the ginger lemon tea, I just drink it black. It's great. It's awesome. No sugar, no anything in it. But it's delicious. Brendan says, are we clear from Muskoka now, or are we getting more? It depends on where in Muskoka you are. Muskoka's a pretty big area. Crystal says, trumpet with a plunger mute. Is that the technical term for it? A plunger mute? Dottie says, have tea instead. Very weak with milk. Yeah, but tea still has caffeine in it, so I guess scrap the caffeine. Although we went to the movies the other night, and I ordered a Nest tea, not even thinking, and I'm like, oh, this has caffeine in it, but I don't know, it didn't affect me at all. I guess you can just randomly drink it once in a while. It's no big deal. The winds from the Buffalo radar on this storm look pretty grumpy. I mean, really grumpy. Look at this. 99 kilometers an hour, 100.8 kilometers an hour over Lake Erie right now. Getting pretty close to the time where I'm sending out a polygon for our friends in Niagara. Is that going to northeast? It is. Let's see. Yeah, this is what I do. I'll send out a polygon for Fort Erie, and this storm will take a right turn and just like go south of Buffalo. So we'll just see what it does. Hands off right now. Let's just wait. We're just gonna wait. We're gonna wait and see. Brandon says that Blistex used to be his go-to, but it only feels good because it numbs your lips, so you have to keep reapplying. Yeah, I can see that. I'll try the Carmex there. Does it taste good? I mean, not like I'm eating it, but I mean, does it at least smell good? Mark says, God forbid you get 40-mile-per-hour winds. LOL. Is this Canada's definition of dangerous weather? 100 kilometers an hour is not 40-mile-per-hour winds, just so you know. And anything above 90 can bring trees down. So yeah, this is marginal at the moment. We've obviously had much worse weather than this, but we're watching it closely. It's all good. But you might want to go back to do some more mathings there. 109.8 kilometers an hour. That's definitely higher than 40 mph. Crystal says, Burt's Bees Peppermint and Vitamin E is the best. As a musician, it's been amazing. Blistex made things worse for me. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Blistex is the only thing that works for me in like the winter when my lips are super duper chapped. But I haven't really tried much else. I think my wife uses the Burt's Bees stuff. I'd like to try it. What's going on down here? Interesting. Yeah, that storm is certainly looking grumpy. Hank does vids. Says 100 kilometers per hour is 60 miles per hour. That's right. But Mark thought it was 40. Cloud says, when is the next update? Which update? The update for Instant Weather Pro? Values are even stronger on Exeter right now. This might be noise, but it's talking about 140. Probably noise, though. Narek says 109 kilometers per hour is 67 miles per hour in Imperial, which they refer to as America units. Fly me to the moon. I'm going to take a peek at Virtue Weather again. Looks like that heavy rain and maybe a little bit of hail is heading into Hamilton at the moment. Nothing too strong up there for the winds. Brenda said, sorry, I meant Huntsville. Okay, I'll take a peek at Huntsville. One sec. Yeah, this is looking pretty strong over Lake Erie at the moment. And that might affect Port Colborne or potentially Fort Erie. Or it could take a little bit of a right turn and just miss and head towards the Buffalo area. So it's hard to say what it's going to do. But we'll be watching it closely. I didn't take a look at our Thamesville storm in a while, but I think maybe it weakened. Let's go take a look at Muskoka for Brenda. Huntsville, yeah, I think that's it for you. I don't think you're getting any development behind. I mean, you might. There is actually, never say never. There's a couple storms here. Let's see. Where are they going? Yeah, they're kind of drifting to the southeast. These ones right here. So you might see some storms a little bit later. But the ones that just went through Huntsville, that's pretty much it for a while. Might want to double check our app just to see if you can see anything for that. If you see anything later on today, it's possible. You could see more pop-ups. Silent Wing says, "Isn't Aquifer just a slightly nicer Vaseline?" I mean, I'm not too down with Vaseline because it's like it's literally, isn't it petroleum based? Doesn't seem like a good idea. It's rubbing oil. Wouldn't petroleum be carcinogenic? No? Anybody want to look that up? I would assume anything to do with oil would be carcinogenic, but maybe that's a bit of an assumption on my part. Oh, Shelby says Aquifer has lanolin. Lanolin? Alan says London had 2 tornadoes. Yeah, 2 weak tornadoes touched down in London. It's hard to say weak tornadoes, but there was 2 EF0 tornadoes that touched down in London during the remnants of Hurricane Beryl. All right. And continue to watch the storm over Lake Erie. I'm going to go take a look at it in 3D. Because why not? And then I'm going to make a polygon just to get ready to send a polygon. Canadian Kid 88 with a super chat. Thank you so much. Hey, Adam, are there going to be any storms in Prescott? Maybe. I'm not sure 100%, but it's possible. It is certainly possible. Oh my goodness. I just noticed that now. The water coming out of the toilet. Oh my goodness. You know it's flooding pretty good when water's just barfing out of the toilet like that. It's waiting for a skibbity toilet to pop his head out. If you have kids, you know what I'm talking about. But anyways, yeah, that's brutal. Sarah says, can I animate? Yeah, sure. Let me just back it up and I'll do a little animation here. Crystal says, do we ever look at that storm from Nebraska a few weeks back in 3D? I don't think we've ever done that, but we could. Thank you so much again for the super chat. CG Ernie. CG Earn EY. How do you pronounce your name, by the way? So I just stop messing it up. Hi, Ms. Esri. Back to teaching time. Oh, do you got to go teach? Yeah, that's a lot of flooding. My goodness, the flooding in London was pretty ridiculous. Wow, the strong winds are actually. Hold on, let me wait and do an update here. Yeah, you never see water just barfing out of a toilet like that. That's something else. Yeah, these strong winds are getting closer and closer to the shoreline here. That is definitely moving northeast. Here's a good example of, is it moving northeast? You see the strong winds right here. You see them right here. And then you see them right here. And they're going this way. I think it's about time to send a polygon to our friends in Niagara. Yep. I think it's about that time. Okay, let me just do this in the background here. Give me just a moment. Okay, I will do that and send a little polygon to our friends in the Niagara region. There's some pretty strong winds heading into Port Colborne area, maybe Port Maitland, heading towards Fort Erie. Those areas looking pretty grumpy. Excuse me. Okay, so let me just update my date here. That's not what I want. Hold on. There we go. Okay, date 1 is going to be Monday, July 15th, 2024. All right, perfect. Okay, back to the map, and let's take a look at that storm. Right. I don't know if I'm going to go as high as Niagara Falls. I think I'm going to go just south of Niagara Falls, down to Buffalo, and across that storm for now. I'm going to go severe thunderstorm potential. I don't know if it's going to... Is it going to track north? I don't think so. Hamilton's definitely into the heavy rain now, and a little bit of hail maybe. And that storm is really cooking its way towards Port Colborne. Oh, we do have a new update. Let me see. Let me see, refresh. Yeah, so you can see definitely cooking that way. And the time, 8% severe wind risk. Okay, let's go back here. So severe thunderstorm potential. Carefully mind the storm that's located over Lake Erie. Lake Erie, just south of Featherstone. Where Featherstone is. Actually, it's, you know, let's use a place people actually know. It's just southwest of Dunnville. It is tracking east-northeast into Port Colborne, Fort Erie, etc. And the timing here is 12:03. Perfect. Okay. Send that out to those folks right about now. So if you're in Fort Erie or Port Colborne, you're going to get a polygon. You're going to get a notification from me just now. All right. Matt coming in with a super chat. He says, if you can use your superpowers to prevent tornadoes or hail, my special little plants would very much appreciate it. I don't have that power. I'm sorry. Grayson Sim says, is Virtual Weather paid? Yeah, it will be. It's going to be probably the same pricing as Instant Weather Pro, so probably $99 for the year. We're considering some other versions of it that will be less expensive, but I don't know if those are going to come out right away. Probably maybe a year later or so. But yeah, if you're interested in Virtual Weather, then I think it's going to be it's equivalent to like $8.25 a month. It's the same price as Instant Weather Pro. Let's see here. I'm glad you're having a fun time, Alan. Appreciate it. I'm gonna go jump into Silent Wing says, bad weather is on its way when Adam draws you a polygon today. All right, let's jump into Instant Weather Pro and take a look at this storm over Lake Erie, shall we? Shall we? We shall. All right. Hey, Virtual Weather, what's up? All right, this is an old radar frame, so I need to back up here and go higher. Can you take me? I wasn't a huge Creed fan. I was more of a Pearl Jam fan, but looking back on it, it's some good tunes. Tunes are all right. It's funny, a lot of the bands that I actually didn't like when I was younger, as I get older, I'm like, you know what? It wasn't so bad. And there's some pretty good stuff. That happens a lot. Let's see here. What am I doing? Oh, okay. Let's go to layers, get rid of K-Buff. Bye-bye, K-Buff. Okay. And let's add K-Buff and go and take a look at this storm. I'm moving so slow. Okay, K-Buff. Load latest. And I do want to go into my options and move my sensitivity higher. Oh, no, sorry. There we go. Okay. Whee! Let's go down to the water. And And let's change the time of day so we can get some cool lighting on these storms. Okay, so where is the storm that we are looking at? There's Welland. It would be right down in here. It's this storm right here. So if we go over to, let's go over to Port Colborne, right downtown Port Colborne. Let's see. Let some buildings load. What is downtown Port Colborne? Is there anything cool? Oh, this is cool. What is this? The docks here. Nice, nice. All right, cool. We have the Google Earth 3D tiles, by the way, which is pretty interesting. So that's the storm heading into Port Colborne right now that we're watching. We got to keep an eye on that. And that's called Virtue Weather, by the way. Oh, hi from Port Colborne, says Crystal. Hi. Sorry, just reading some of the comments here. Alan's pretty funny. Dana says, just curious, what is the projected path of the storm? I'm in Peterborough, and radar is showing some possible spicy weather this afternoon. You guys are awesome at this. Seriously, trust you tons. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, Peterborough might see a severe storm later. It's hard to say for sure, but it is possible. But you also might get missed. So I've seen some data that goes around you, and I've seen some data that goes right on top of you. So so we'll have to see how that develops. There's an interesting little storm south of Port Bruce at the moment. Let's actually go take a peek at that quickly. Instant Weather Pro. Just want to see what's going on with that. This little storm down here. Let's take a refresh on here. Have a sip of my ginger. Ginger lemon. It's nice. Some pretty strong values down here with the storm. The overall risk looks pretty low, though. Is it close to Cleveland? Or no, it's closer to Exeter. Yeah, it looks pretty weak on Exeter. But yeah, this storm heading up into, right now up into Port Colborne area, bringing some big-time winds, we'll see. Actually, maybe it's weakened a bit. Yeah, only down to 82 now. It was into 90, 100 kilometers an hour, but it has weakened a bit, so hopefully it stays weak, but we'll have to see how it develops as it tracks. 7% damaging wind risk on that one. Let's go take a look at this Hamilton storm. The Hamilton storm has actually gone up to 10% severe wind risk and 14% overall severe risk on that. Could be a little bit of hail in there. Definitely some really heavy torrential rain. Interesting. Let's take a look at Hamilton from King City. Yeah, I'm not really seeing any wind risk as far as the low-level velocity is concerned. So I'm not seeing anything too strong there. And remember, the IW storm risk is not necessarily what's happening right now. It's what could occur over the next little while. So it's saying the storm may increase in intensity as it tracks to the east. We'll see. Luex says Chatham. I think Chatham's fine right now. I think you're okay. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Wow, the storm to the south of the storm we're watching for Port Colborne. The storm to the south of it, down here by Portland. Portland, New York. Yeah, Portland, New York is 11% tornado risk, 57% severe wind risk. Whoa. Whoa. That storm is... Machine learning is very excited about that one. Mm-hmm. Leslie says torrential downpour in Flamborough. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. 3 times she said that. It's all good. Just tell us once. No worries. I can't get to every comment, but I'll try my best. Silent Wing says, now I have to mop. Oh, no. Sorry to hear. The flooding is ridiculous. There's flooding in Brantford right there. Wow, quite a lot of it. Oh, boy. Oh boy. Melanie says instant weather feature radar is showing the current weather disappearing at 1:30 update. I think we're mixing some data there, so sometimes it can shift from one data set to another, and then sometimes the radar can all of a sudden disappear in a different frame. And Luex says, what about Toronto? Toronto was heavy rain. Hopefully nothing too strong. Shelby says, PSA, do not drive through flooding. Yeah, if you drive through flooding and you don't know if the road has eroded below the water, that happens a lot of time. I'm pretty sure somebody can double check me on this stat, but from many, many years of doing this, I've heard that more people in the U.S. die from flooding than any other weather event. Typically because they drive through flooded roads, don't realize that they're washed out. All of a sudden, their vehicle is being carried down the river, and that doesn't end well. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure there's more fatalities from flooding than there is from any other type of weather. The only thing that could maybe heat, maybe, and extreme cold. Extreme cold, there's usually fatalities, and extreme heat, there's usually fatalities for folks that are vulnerable, for folks that don't have air conditioning, which makes it mind-boggling that people are like complaining about heat warnings. Everybody's response is, it's summer. It's like, yeah, it is summer, but those warnings aren't for you. They're for people who are vulnerable, for people that don't have air conditioning, for people that are seniors, and on certain medications that make them very sensitive to heat, asthma, all this kind of stuff. Yeah, those are what those warnings are for. They're not just for I mean, in theory, everybody can be affected by heat, but those warnings are for people that are very sensitive. So it is summer, but it's still, in some situations, dangerous for people. So Luex says, any good weather apps like yours? So if you want this particular app, which is called Instant Weather Pro, you can get it at instantweatherpro.com. And we also have a free app. So the Instant Weather Pro is subscription-based. It's $99 for the year. But if you want a free app, we have one called Instant Weather, and you can get it at instantweatherapp.com. I'll put the link at the bottom here. You can see right here. So that's our free app, which is great and quite useful. Get notifications for different alerts and to see the 15-day forecast and hourly forecast, 10-day hourly, and minute forecast as well, too. All of that is available there, and it's quite helpful. If you do have our app, let us know in the comments what you think. Appreciate it. Thanks, Alan. Alan, do you have our app as well, too? Local Hound coming in, talking about Niagara. Melanie says, love the app. Thanks so much, Melanie. Appreciate it. St. Catharines, yeah, the main risk right now is going to be for Fort Erie and Port Colborne with these storms coming up from Lake Erie. But, yeah, St. Catharines might see some heavy rain, maybe some thunderstorms. But these strong winds that are coming in, still looking pretty strong. I mean, still pockets of 93.6 kilometers an hour. Those are tracking into basically up towards Port Colborne and Crystal Beach and Fort Erie. Maybe Stevensville, maybe Bethel. We'll see. We will see. Matt says, just got your app. Thanks, man. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Ryan says, can we get into some other app widget? Yeah, we were just talking about that. Our new dev on the team is well-versed in widgets. So widgets are on our radar again. We wanted to do it before. We got a little bit distracted for the past 4 years building Instant Weather Pro. But it was a critical component for us, for the Northern Tornadoes Project, and for all Canadians and Americans to be able to track weather with all the amazing features that we have. So, yeah. we had to tackle that project. It was a big project. Still going on, but yeah. Hilda says the free app is great, but the radar portion is disappointing. I agree. The radar isn't that great on our free app. It could be better. And the cool thing is that all of the advancements we're making from Instant Weather Pro will trickle their way down to improving the radar on the free app. So watch for that. It's going to get better. It's going to get better on the free app. But if you'd like to support what we do, you can always subscribe to Instant Weather Pro and help those features develop even faster. So, but yeah, I agree. I think we can do it better. We can do it better. We have the technology. So yeah, the free radar on the Instant Weather app will get better. I don't know if you've subscribed to our app to upgrade the radar. So on the free app, you can click the little button at the top left, and you can go to upgrade radar, and you can get 5 hours of feature radar instead of like the 1.52 hours that we give you in the free version. So that might help a bit, but it's still going to get even better than that. I'm excited about improving the free app as well, for sure. And that's the good thing about developing all these great technologies, that we can, again, trickle it down to the free app. So it's exciting. Lots from Port Colborne in here. Nice. Justine says Burlington is a bleep storm right now. Yeah, you're getting quite a lot of rain in Burlington. Maybe some strong winds too. 14% severe wind risk. It doesn't look too strong on radar though. But looks like pretty heavy rain. Sure. At least heavy rain and gusty winds. Still waiting for this storm to come up towards Port Colborne. We'll see what it does. We should go take a look at the storm that's in Hamilton and Burlington right now in 3D, shall we? We shall. Let's head over to Virtue Weather. We're currently right now, you can see we're in Port Colborne, down by the waterfront. Whoa, I've got the speed on a little bit too fast. If anybody drives down here, we actually have the Google Earth 3D tiles built right in, which is sweet. You can see all of Port Colborne. Let's go over to the water tower, shall we? Hello, Port Colborne Water Tower. What's up? Okay, I'm going to fly up. Let's go over to Hamilton and Burlington. So that was the storm as it was approaching your area, but I'm going to remove this radar and we'll put on the new radar frame here. One sec. Whoa, come back. There we go. Let's load up Buffalo. I'll load the latest and hide it. Give it a sec to load, and then we'll drop back down to, there we go. Drop back down to, there's Grimsby. There's Hamilton. Okay. And Hamilton and Burlington. Where's Burlington? Right there. So yeah, the cool thing we're going to be adding to Virtue Weather is the ability to, when we're under the storm here, to be able to see, the rain particles coming down and all that kind of stuff, which is going to be great. So, sec here. So not just cool stuff like the lightning strikes, but we're also going to be able to see. That looks pretty cool. We're also going to be able to see, the rain pouring down. We actually already have it. We just have to add it. So I can actually show you what it looks like if you'd like to see it. So I can go to wind and precipitation, and let's see here. I should be able to add it. Let me see. Wind and precipitation. I should be able to add it, but maybe not. Maybe I can't add it just yet. Okay, critter. Wind and precipitation. Oh, I know how to do it. Oh, wasn't it a button here? 1 second here. Aha. Oh, where'd it go? No. Maybe we don't have it added yet. I mean, we had it added already. We changed the entire UI, and I don't think we've switched it over yet. So, anyways, that's all good. It's all good. We should be able to, a lot we can do with the whole system itself, but wind and precipitation should have a little button over here, but it doesn't, so we'll have that in the next version. But anyways, the idea is that it will automatically, so as you fly underneath the storm, you'll automatically have the rain falling, and the direction of the rain will be based on the wind data and all that kind of stuff. It looks great. It's just like rain pouring across this whole area. We'll have the audio for it as well too. It's gonna be great, and we can do really cool stuff like simulated tornadoes and everything as well too. Let me know in the comments if you want to see a simulated tornado, and I'll crack one out for you. Whoa, look at that photo from Spencer. Did Spencer post that on Ontario Storm Reports? That's awesome. Spencer's an amazing photographer. Cool. Thank you so much, Spencer, for sharing that. It's great. Excuse me. Wow, look at that shelf. That's Tilsonburg by Mount Elgin. Finally gave a hint of structure. Whoa, that is a nice looking shelf cloud. Severe thunderstorm warning for the Niagara region now. Thank you, Brennan. Excuse me. All right. Wow, that's quite a shot that Spencer shared with us. Thank you so much. All right, let's see here. So I said, does anybody want to see a simulated tornado? First, Justine said, how can I send pictures or videos in? You're on Facebook, I see, so go to Ontario Storm Reports. So I'll put up a link for it here. You can go to facebook.com/groups/Ontario Storm Reports, or even better, just click like the search icon at the top, of Facebook, and just type Ontario Storm Reports, and you'll see our group. Our group is more than 300,000 people now, so you can't miss it. There are some other groups that have similar names, but you can't miss the fact that that's the name of our group. So you should be able to see it, and that's the place to share reports. Hold on, I just need to drink some nuts. Local Hound says, give us the ASMR of storm nuts. No, you don't want to hear me chewing. That is the opposite of ASMR. Maybe just the sound of the nuts? I have noise canceling on, so I'll probably cut it off. I'm Brennan. Okay. All right. Sorry, I said, do you want to see a simulated tornado? There was a question here I wanted to answer. Where did it go? Crystal said, will the shelf cloud look the same in virtue weather? Not as good as that shot from Spencer. It looks pretty cool in virtue weather, but it's hard to... if the shelf cloud is represented on radar, then it will be represented in virtue weather. So we're using real radar data to power this. So it will be somewhat similar. Somewhat similar. But I said... one second here. I said, do you want to see simulated tornado? And I just want to see if anybody said yes. There we go. Okay, so... Cloud says... where's my voice going today? Cloud says, yes, please. Marissa says, of course, would love to see one. Damani says, yes. CGEY. I'm just going to go CGEY. I don't know if you said how to say your name, but Largo says, yes, please. Ash says, yes. Alan says, you have to be kidding. Courtney says, yes, please do, Adam. Peace One says, I think Walker's Line is flooding. There's a lot of flooding going on right now. It's not great. There's a pretty strong storm heading towards Port Burwell right now. Before I show the simulated tornado, let me jump back to some other pro, because I want to take a look at some of those storms to the south. Give me one sec. It'd be cool to add a flooding risk to this. I think we can do that. We should be able to. just based on accumulated radar, accumulated rainfall. I think we can add a flooding risk to that. That would be useful. That would be useful. That Port Burwell storm's looking pretty grumpy. Let's take a look at it from Exeter. It does not look as strong from Exeter, but from... And that's the closest radar for sure. But from Buffalo, there's some elevated strong winds up there. 90 kilometers an hour, etc. Let's look at it from... let's look at it from Cleveland. Maybe that'll give us an interesting perspective. Yeah, I don't like the look from Cleveland. I'm going Polygon. We're Polygoning the Port Burwell, Hemlock, Altus area. Time for a Polygon, folks. I'm going to work on that right now. Give me one sec. Yeah, Cleveland's been able to show us things before that other radars can't, even the ones closer. Which way is it going exactly? Let's see. Let's move it to the northeast, right into Port Burwell. So let's go something like this. About to here-ish and back down. I'm going to go severe thunderstorm potential on that one. Kelfrey storm that is tracking to the east northeast into Port Burwell, etc. Oh, excuse me. The timing here is 12:28. Okay, sent that out. Okay, sent that out to 1,900 people in the path of that one. I am gonna... 1 second here. Thank you so much again. Oh, C. Gurney. Ah, C. Gurney. C. Gurney. C. Gurney. Thank you. Again, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. Gabby says the instant weather app and its live radar were bang on today with the timing of both rain and thunder so far. Cool. That's great to hear. Okay. Let's put that back over here. Oopsie. Right there. There we go. Okay. Brennan, I've done one even. You're going to be pressed. I have our team chat on the laptop. I have our team chat on my phone. Most of the time. There it is. It's on my phone. And I have the team chat on this window. I've actually put the team chat onto every window now. So there's a team chat to my right. There's a team chat straight ahead. And there's a team chat on my left. So wherever I look, I can see our team chat. So no matter which way I'm looking, I can see it. So that's helpful. For me. Yeah, quite a lot of lightning in the Burlington area. Jump back to Instant Weather Pro, you can probably still hear the lightning. Sorry, I meant virtual weather. There's still quite a lot of lightning on this Burlington storm. Okay, I'm going to spawn a simulated tornado, but I'm not going to do it in Canada. I'm going to go do it in the States. On this storm right here. Let's go back to Kickoff and kill it and put on the a new radar frame. Rainfall warning for Hamilton, aka a flooding warning. Okay, so there's a storm down here in the U.S. and I'm gonna do a simulated. 1 second here. Do a simulated tornado on it. Now remember, this is simulated, so I'm gonna put a banner across the screen. Amber says, any chance of an actual tornado in Fort Erie, Niagara? Right now the risk is pretty low. Excuse me. Melissa says, just received rainfall warning alert from Environment Canada. 3 neighbors are out mowing the lawns right now. Hey, you gotta get it done before it gets wet, probably. Is what they're probably hoping, but I'm guessing, are they doing it in the rain? All right. I did promise a simulated tornado, so I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to put up a nice big fat banner on the screen that says simulated tornado, not a real tornado. Okay, good enough. Simulated tornado, not a real tornado. Okay. All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do this. This is a little storm over here in New York State. I'm going to place the simulated tornado below the storm here. So the cool thing is you just go over here and you click on tornado. And then you just put it down where you want. There you go. And it looks pretty darn good. Okay, let me jump back and make sure it's actually in the right spot. You can move it around where you want it to be. You can move it over here. You can move it over there. We're actually going to automatically spawn it when there is a confirmed tornado on the ground. And we're going to move it with the radar data. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. So now we also want to add, we haven't added sound effects to this yet. So as you get closer to this, it's going to be like, you know, you're really going to hear, I don't know if my noise canceling was cutting that off. But to see these kind of volumetrics in real time is like so awesome. Yeah. Amazing. Let me know what you think. I'm going to jump into the comments and see what you think. Let's see here. See, Gurney says that's huge, but pretty cool. Yeah, it's actually a little bit big. It's a giant wedge. Let me turn it down a bit. So we can go into place weather effects and we can change the scale of it. So an actual tornado would be much, much smaller, you know, something like that. Maybe even smaller. That would be like a super giant wedge tornado would be something like this. Let's see here. You can change the density of it. So you can make it really thick or you can make it really wispy. Like when it first spawns, it's going to be like this. You start to see just a little bit of ground circulation, right? And then, you know, as it gets stronger and stronger, we can dial this up. And then, you know, all of a sudden you've got yourself a tornado. Pretty cool. Now we have some adjustments as well too to change the style of it. We've got a few different versions. This one's a little bit more violent. And then this one's a little bit bigger but slower moving. And we'll be able to adjust the intensity levels to slow it down and make it a little bit more realistic here. But so if I bring the scale, you know, actual tornadoes are probably like this big. They're pretty small compared to the size of the storm, but you know, just for visual purposes. How about that? No, that's a little much. Okay, maybe something like that. It's probably realistic, I would say, at least for maybe a giant wedge. And again, this is not a real tornado. This is a simulated tornado. We're just showing you what it looks like here in virtual weather. Marissa says, will it also spin at the same speed as the actual tornado? We're not going to have exact data of how fast any tornado is spinning. It will spin in a similar fashion, but it's hard to say unless we had a sensor inside of the tornado. We wouldn't know exactly how fast it was spinning. So, but yeah, we're going to do something like this. So, you know, you're looking at the storm in virtual weather, and then you're like, oh, I see that there's a tornado on the ground down here, and then, you know, you'll notice that we'll have the severe thunderstorm warning details or the tornado warning details. You'll be able to click it and see that there's a confirmed tornado on the ground. and we'll be basing this on, the most accurate data we possibly can as to where it's located. But I mean, I think that looks pretty darn good to be able to fly over to the storm and see. We want to actually do a rotating wall cloud as well too, so we'll add that to it. But for right now, just to, to be able to see this and to be able to drop a vehicle down and go drive and try to chase it around and do that safely from the safety of your home. It's probably a good thing. This is the night mode here. We got to work on that a bit, but yeah. So that's kind of what a simulated tornado will look like in virtual weather, which I think looks pretty darn realistic. I think it's great. Catherine, coming to the super chat. Thank you so much. Do you know how Minden is supposed to be? We have some gardening and car work, so I don't know if I should do it now or later. Also, so cool with the program. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, let me go double check for Minden and we'll take a peek. Yeah, for sure. Carrie says, Adam will be rocking a guitar on the corner while the simulated tornado is in motion. Yeah, we want to make an AI version of me and just stick me on the road. So as you're driving on the road going towards that, you just see me on the road going, and there's that, and just playing my guitar. That'll be funny. Anyways, all right. So that's enough of that for a sec. But that's virtual weather. This is real radar data, and this is a simulated tornado below the storm. So, yeah. So let me switch back to Instant Weather Pro here. Give me 1 sec. We'll go take a look at some of the data again. But if you think that's interesting, head over to virtuweather.com and sign up, and we'll let you know when the beta test is available. We're still not 100% locked in on what the pricing is going to be. We think it's going to be $99 for the year, but we might change that. We'll see. We'll see. Depends. We're having a pretty big internal discussion about it right now, but we'll see. But it makes sense. It's $825 a year, or sorry, $825 a month-ish, somewhere in that range. Wow, the flooding risk is pretty intense. So she said Minden, right? I think so. Let me double check. Yeah, Minden. That's right. Minden. Well, Minden's about to get a storm, so I would wait till a little bit later. You might get missed. No, you're not getting missed. You're going to see some rain, but it might be brief. So I would just wait until this passes. Because as you can see the storm heading up towards Minden. You might get missed a bit. Depends on where you are in Minden. But, you're going to get some rain, but then it should be over until... Oh, never mind. It should be over until this giant blob comes towards you of moderate rain. So you're going to have a window. Not going to be a long window. You might want to reschedule. Let's see here. The Dorset storm has a 20% severe wind risk, and it looks like there's a severe thunderstorm warning from Environment Canada on that one now as well. A little bit of hail on there as well too for Dorset. So yeah, some decently strong storms here in the Muskoka areas at the moment. And this one down here by Gravenhurst. A little bit of a wind risk, but the Dorset storm seems like the dominant storm out of those. But yeah, so Minden's going to see some rain. There's going to be a break, and then you're going to see this blob of rain is going to head up that way. So there's that. More rain for London. That's all they need. All the flooding going on right now. 10% severe wind risk for the storm that's heading towards Port Colborne at the moment. 1% tornado risk, so it's obviously on the very low side. And some of those high wind values have kind of fizzled. So that Port Colborne area might actually miss this one, which is good. I mean, you're not going to miss it. The storm's still going to hit you, but miss the very strong winds that we were looking at earlier. Shay says, Gravenhurst just got slammed with hail. Branches down in my area. Oh, no. That's not great. That's not great. Sorry to hear that. Let's see here. Yeah, the storm up here that's going through Oakville at the moment. 15% severe wind risk on that one. Only a 1% tornado risk, and it's mainly just a flooding risk. Yeah, flooding risk for Oakville on that for sure, and the Burlington area. I'm getting some more rain, lots of lightning. Oh boy. Lots of heavy rain. My goodness. Oh, my bad. Brennan said turn off the thunder. My bad. Maybe not turn it up. Maybe turn it off. That'd be great. Okay. There, I've turned it down quite a bit. There we go. Okay. And off. Okay. Let's jump back to some other pro. Let's go look up to the northeast a little bit. Looks like there's some storms maybe heading towards the Sudbury area. Maybe it's going to miss just to the north. Tamagami is going to see more storms, so potentially a little bit of flooding is possible up there. A few little pop-up storms up here in northeastern Ontario. Let's look at what's happening over here in northwestern Ontario. Some strong winds are possible here. 86 kilometers an hour. Pretty strong winds northwest of Thunder Bay at the moment. Oh, that's actually an old radar image. I don't know where that came from. Are all the radars down in northwestern Ontario? What's happening here? 11? Oh, I see. What? So that one is actually up. It's the Thunder Bay radar that's down. I see. I see what's happening. Thunder Bay radar is down for some reason. Oh boy. Oops, not bad. I'm back. All right, just watching the storm. The storm roll into the Port Colborne area, but it looks like radar has weakened quite a bit. Yeah, I think mainly the main risk seems to be flooding, and we're gonna have to see if any of these storms do get stronger as we go into the afternoon here. We're gonna keep going live though for a bit to watch these closely. Silent Wing says, what's up in Oakville? A lot of rain and quite a bit of lightning as well too. So we continue to watch these storms. I am going to step out for a bit, but I will be back shortly. I'm going to let Brennan, we're going to throw up the music here in the background. Let me turn that up here. And I'll be back. No, I'm going to be watching radar closely. I'll be back in a little bit. We're just going to take a little bit of a break. And thank you so much, everybody. We'll be back soon.
the sky, you see, things are clearing now. Everything is gonna be okay, even when it's not. All storms pass eventually. Know you have a lot. You got me, you got mom, got all the things that you've become. Me, you got mom, got a loving home where you're from. You got me, you got mom. So love your family, you only get one. Only get one. Storm has passed. The time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. Storm is gone. Maybe it's not too long until you rest your head and get some sleep. Try to dream of something sweet. Ooh, you're gonna be alright. You're gonna sleep just fine tonight, tonight, tonight. You're gonna sleep just fine. Tonight, gonna sleep just fine. Tonight, tonight.
but surely. Gradually turning it down. Whoa. Big time rotation right now, just east of St. Thomas. I just saw that and was like, oh boy. Yeah, I'm thinking I might want to upgrade this to tornado potential. Got a hook echo. Here's our hook. Here's our rotation couplet right here. Yeah, that is looking pretty solid. That is pretty solid. Let's do a refresh here and see what the latest percentage on it is. 7% tornado risk on it from machine learning. 7% tornado risk on it. 9% severe wind risk on it. Do not like the look of that. That is definitely the strongest couplet we've seen probably today, I would say. Still some really strong winds heading through the Port Colborne area, heading towards Fort Erie. That's still a thing. But the thing that is mattering right now is going to be, let's see what it looks like from Cleveland. Cleveland, you can't really see it, but from Exeter, which is right beside it, you can definitely see a rotation couplet right there. You can see a hook echo, and that is... Oh, the models were sure excited about that storm, and it looks like it is happening. We posted rotation detected on that one. That is definitely looking pretty solid. Brennan, can you do a radar update for that, please? Pretty please. Radar post. I was so frantically trying to type rotation. Thank you. Trying to type rotation into our team chat that I wrote EO Terrian. From now on, I'm gonna create a macro. So if I type R1, it'll just say rotation, so I don't have to mess around with that. But yeah, this is looking pretty solid from what we've seen today. That is a solid. Now it has gone up to a 12% tornado risk on one single update of IW storm risk. It went from 7% to 12% tornado risk. Basically, as soon as it saw this, as soon as it saw that, so it would be one frame behind or close to one frame behind. But yeah, that is definitely rotating supercell. If you are near Sparta, this is east of southeast of St. Thomas. If you're near Sparta, what was that road again? What did it say? Quacker Road. Heading east towards Yarmouth Natural Heritage Area, Springwater Road, Jaffa, John Wise Line, Rogers Road, Calton Line, Dunboyne, Imperial Road, Van Patter Line, Luton, John Wise Line area. That is rotating supercell, tracking to the east, northeast, heading up towards kind of the Aylmer area, or Almer area, however you pronounce that. Yeah, that is looking pretty interesting. Is St. Thomas going to get a tornado? No, sorry. If you read the details, it's actually southeast of St. Thomas, tracking to the east. So St. Thomas is fine right now. This is southeast of St. Thomas, and it's tracking towards Jaffa at the moment and towards Luton. Jaffa and Luton, but that is definitely kicked it up a notch. Went from nothing to rotating supercell, very classic hook echo there, and continues to rotate and continues to have a hook. Let's go to tilt 2 and see what it looks like. Tilt 2 may have weakened a little bit, but I'm based on the environment and based on what the models have been talking about, I could definitely see this continuing strong. So yeah, we're concerned about that one for sure right now. If you were in the Jaffa area, Sparta, Jaffa, Luton, Aylmer, is it Aylmer? How do you pronounce that? Heavy rain in Aylmer. Yeah, so Aylmer's getting the north side of that storm, but the north side of that storm, there's nothing going on. The part that's a problem is crossing through the Jaffa area, Luton area. It should, based on trajectory, hopefully it should stay south of Aylmer, but we'll see. Aylmer, yeah. Should stay south of Aylmer, but it's... Hey, he pronounced it right. Hey, wait, your last name is Luton? Or are you just from Luton? It says rotation detected in St. Thomas. Yeah, I just drew a polygon really fast. I'm the one who drew this polygon. I just saw the storm was right here. I just drew the polygon around the storm, and the polygon did highlight St. Thomas, which is actually not a bad thing, because if folks are in St. Thomas and they're thinking of traveling east right now towards Aylmer, or heading southeast. You know, sometimes it's okay to make the polygon a little bit bigger. But if you read the details of the polygon, it says southeast of St. Thomas, moving east-northeast towards Sparta is what I put in the details. Aylmer. Okay, perfect. Like ale, like beer, an ale. Aylmer. Yeah, so I did highlight St. Thomas in that, but St. Thomas is fine. The area that's a concern is definitely Sparta, Jaffa, those areas right now. Oh boy. Why am I singing do-ah diddy diddy dum diddy do? I don't know why I'm singing that right now, but I am. Something I'm doing. Do-ah diddy diddy dum diddy do. Wow, that's a big jump from 7 to 12. That's something to look at too when you're looking at if you have Instant Weather Pro and we in a couple days when we put IW Storm Risk on there, to look for jumps in percentages is an interesting thing. So the update comes every 2 minutes. So to look for a jump, all of a sudden it goes from, all of a sudden it goes from 7 to 12% tornado risk in like 1-2 minute interval. That's something to watch. That's definitely something to pay attention to. Yeah, those jumps can be indicative of things being a problem. I see here. Okay, so we're waiting for a radar update here. We should be getting one actually really, really soon. Really, really soon. But you can see that rotation there. Very, very clear rotation. And you can see the rotation is perfectly located at the couplet here, at the hook echo. Let's go over to correlation coefficient. Uh-oh. I don't like that I'm seeing a little bit of a drop here. That's not good. What that could mean is that could potentially mean it's on the ground. Could mean a debris signature. Not liking the look of that. It's not a guarantee though, but that could be what it's talking about here. That's interesting. Right near the couplet. That could be a little debris signature. Oh boy. Oh, is that the new radar frame? That is the 106 frame. The rotation continues. This is focused rotation that has continued multiple frames. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. It just strengthened again right near Jaffa. If you are in Jaffa, I'd be taking shelter immediately with that storm right now. Do not like the look of it. It is definitely the rotation couplet in the area at the moment. And yeah, it jumping 13% tornado risk. It's gone even higher now. Okay. Oh boy. Largo says, is it tornado warned? I don't think so. I haven't seen any. Is it even severe thunderstorm warned? I don't even think so. There's no severe thunderstorm warning. There's no special weather statement. There's no severe thunderstorm watch. There's a severe thunderstorm watch east of it, but there is no severe thunderstorm watch in that storm right now. There's no warning, no watch, no advisory, no statement. Rotation couplet, hook echo. Hook echo, rotation couplet. Going right into Jaffa right now. Let's go back to correlation coefficient and see if there's still anything. Yeah, there's still something going on here I don't like. I think we might want to go tornado potential on this one. I'm going to get the polygon ready, and on the next radar frame, I mean, it's already a hook echo and a rotation couplet like right there. So, oh boy. Marley says, let's hope Environment Can is watching it. When we post our polygons, we hashtag OnStorm, which Environment Canada pays attention to. So hopefully they saw our polygon. Hopefully they're watching that storm. But that's looking pretty solid. That's pretty legit. Jennifer says, my kids are in the path, and she let them know about it. Yeah. Paul says, please don't include Tilsonburg. It's kind of going that way. Yeah, it's going towards Tilsonburg. It's going towards Delhi and Tilsonburg right now. Oh boy. Okay, I'm going to get a new polygon ready right now, and we'll wait for that next radar update. Oh boy. Yeah, it's definitely heading up towards the Tilsonburg area at the moment. I think I'm going to go tornado potential on that one. Obviously, I won't include St. Thomas in this particular polygon, or at least not all of St. Thomas. Maybe extreme eastern, like the airport, is kind of included in that. Let's see here. Aylmer is included, all the way up to Tilsonburg, Delhi, over towards Waterford and Port Dover. Yeah, I'm getting ready with that polygon right now. I'm going to go, probably going to go tornado potential and storm near, where exactly is it? Is on the storm that is southwest of Aylmer, tracking to the east northeast, potentially towards Tilsonburg and Delhi, etc. And the timing is going to be it'll be 1:14 because I'm not going to send it yet. I'm going to wait. It'll be 1:14 by the time we get that update. So I'm waiting. We got rotation detected on that storm right now. So I'm going to wait with this polygon, and we'll see. I'll see what happens on the next radar update. Next radar update stays strong. I'm going to go tornado potential on it. I don't like the fact that I'm seeing some correlation coefficient drops here. Still a hook echo on it. Let's see what tilt 2 on velocity is doing. Yeah, still tilt 2 still has it. Tilt 3 has it. Tilt 4 has it. Definitely a rotation couplet right there near Sparta. And let's hit refresh and see if we got some new IW storm risk data on that one. 10% tornado risk, so it's hanging on. It's hanging on. Yeah, Jaffa needs to take shelter with that storm. Luton needs to take shelter. I would take shelter in Aylmer as well. Seville, Malahide, Fairview, Richmond, and any of these areas that are off to the east, it's time to start preparing. If you're in Jaffa, or if you're northeast of Sparta or in Jaffa right now, I'd be taking shelter immediately. If you're in Aylmer, it's time. It's cinnamon time. It's time to start heading towards the basement right now. Yeah, I would say right now is the time. It's kind of heading up towards Aylmer, Sellville, Malahide, eventually towards North Hall, Corinth, Tilsonburg, Eden, Stratfordville, Richmond. It all depends on which direction it decides to go, but it's trying to go to the northeast. And if it goes to the northeast, then it's going to head up towards Tilsonburg. But if it goes more towards the east, then it may head more towards Fairview, Bayham, Maybe's Corners, Nabby's Corners. Should be getting a new radar update anytime soon. 9% tornado risk, so it's still hanging fairly potent. Let's see here. Our live. Ever notice? Sometimes you ever see the live mode go off? So if I'll show you right here. So you might be able to see it, you might not, but there's no live mode at the top left of my screen on Instant Weather Pro. If that ever happens, open up the settings, turn live mode off, and then turn live mode back on. And then click the radar off and on, and it should come. There we go. Okay, that's the 106 frame. You can see it pulsing. You can't see it here, but it is pulsing, so we're about to get a new frame. Still at 9% tornado risk on that storm. Still no watches, warnings, advisories, or statements. Brendan, confirm. I don't see anything on that storm right now. see what it does in the next frame here. If it still looks strong, I'm going to send a tornado potential polygon. There's a severe watch. Oh, okay. There's a severe thunderstorm watch for that area. Okay. Was that just below the heat warning? Was there already a severe thunderstorm watch for St. Thomas? Oh, there already was. Yeah, that's right. Sorry. So that was incorrect what I said before. There is a severe thunderstorm watch for this area, but there is no severe thunderstorm warning. Where's my next frame? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Give me a new frame. That's strange. Machine learning has a 9% tornado risk on this storm over here too. The one just near Delhi. But I'm not seeing any rotation. Nothing close to what I'm seeing here. Fort Erie, 32% severe wind risk on that Fort Erie storm. So yeah, that Fort Erie storm's looking pretty nasty. This would be a bad time for Exeter to skip a frame. Come on, Exeter. Don't skip a frame here. We already have 6-minute intervals. We don't need you to skip a frame right now. Please. I think it's skipping a frame. It should have already been out. Should have been out at 13 or 14 after. It's 17. That's a great time for our radar to skip a frame. Ugh. Come on. Come on. And by R, I mean Canada's radar. I don't see it on. I have another app loaded up too, and I don't see it on there too. So it looks like Exeter dropped a frame. Didn't produce a frame right as we're trying to see if this thing is increasing in strength. Because we wait for another frame. I mean, we have a rotation polygon around it, so anybody in these areas know that there's a storm that's rotating on their way. Oh. Oh, no, that's Cleveland. Okay, let's jump back to Exeter. Come on, Exeter. When would the next frame be? It's in a minute. Okay, we should get another frame in a minute. This would probably be, I'm assuming based on motion. Here. I'm saying the next frame is going to be basically right into Elmer. Should be right here, Luton area. Elmer, right about here. So yeah, if you're in Elmer, if you're in Seville, Luton area, I'd be taking shelter with that storm. That is a rotation couplet, folks. Rotation couplet right on a hook echo. Waiting for the next frame. Exeter, I swear. Are you kidding me? We should have it we should have it soon. Come on, everybody cross your fingers together, shall we? Everybody cross your fingers that we're going to get a new radar frame. Everybody, please. Huge hail in Fort Erie, says Etta. We got a new frame. Oh, that's good. Ah, it's weaker. Okay. All right. That has weakened, which is great news. We have a skipped frame here, but that one is definitely weaker. Oh, boy. There's still rotation there. It's not donezo. It's just very soft. And this storm is being eaten by another storm. That's probably why. If it stayed isolated, it would have been different. Probably, but it has weakened there, so that's great news. Oh boy, that was intense. We're going to continue to watch that one, of course, because we'll see what happens. I wouldn't be surprised if that had a little brief touchdown, though. I'm not going to be surprised if we have some damage reports in this area right here. Speaking of reports, you can actually report on the Instant Weather app, and we're databasing all of that. And then we're going to actually show it on the map in real time. So if somebody did report a funnel, we would see a little funnel icon like pop up right there. So that's going to be super, super useful. Whoa. Okay, so that rotation has weakened on the latest frame. We're going to continue to watch it just in case it decides to re-energize. But we're hearing golf ball size hail in Fort Erie. Really? Let's go take a look at it. Why is it not working? Come back. There we go. Oh, I see. Yeah. Little tiny hail core there, but we're hearing actually pretty big hail. So Fort Erie is brutal. Well, that definitely did manifest itself like we talked about it, heading towards Fort Erie. Yeah, 17% severe hail risk, 27% severe wind risk on the Fort Erie storm. Folks are saying that Fort Erie is brutal right now. Oh boy. Hopefully everybody in Fort Erie is staying safe with that one. We've been watching that storm for a long time over Lake Erie. Tar says golf ball size hail right now. That's not good. That's not good. Yeah, the National Weather Service has already pre-warned that storm before it even crosses the border. Yeah, oh wow, the hail really did increase in strength. Oh boy. Yeah, that's not good. Hope everybody there's safe. Well, that did weaken over by Aylmer. Thankfully, it has weakened quite a bit, but it's there's still a tiny little hint of rotation there, so we're still going to watch that cell, but it has weakened quite a bit. And sorry, that was my mistake. There was a severe thunderstorm watch in place, but not a warning. But there was a watch. So I made a mistake with that one. I said there's no watch warning advisory statement, but there actually was a watch. I just didn't see it. But yeah, big time hail into Fort Erie. That doesn't look good. Hopefully everybody there is okay. Still seeing some interesting percentages on this Delhi storm. Still an 8% tornado risk on it. We'll have to watch that one as it develops. Do-a-diddy-diddy-dum-diddy-do. Today is July 15th. If everybody remembers July 15th, that was the day of the Barry tornado back in 2021. Our thoughts are with all those who were affected by it. Thankfully, there was no fatalities. It was a miracle, for sure. That was a dangerous tornado. EF2 that went through Barry. It damaged. I heard NZB Chaser say it damaged upwards of 400 homes, and significantly damaged. I think 70, something like that. 70 were inhabitable. One second here. Do you have any photos from Fort Erie hail? I haven't seen anything. Tom says, just got off work. Anything exciting happening? Yeah. We're hearing big time hail going through Fort Erie right now. And we just had a rotation couplet with just weakened the last second. Right here. Went through the Jaffa area. I would not be surprised if this had a brief little touchdown. Hook echo and a rotation couplet with some pretty organized rotation that tracked east. Looks like it's getting even weaker. Okay, good. That has weakened a lot. Excellent. All right, I'm going to drop the rotation polygon. Where is it here? Rotation detected. I'm going to scrap that because that is pretty much donezo. Let's see here. Wow, quite the hill core. I went through Fort Erie. Oh boy. There we go. Yeah, 41% severe risk on that one. Already pre-severe thunderstorm warning for the Buffalo area and to the north on that storm. That's a beastly little storm there. I'm surprised still an 8% tornado risk on this Delhi storm. Based on machine learning here. But wow, that got interesting quick. It does have kind of a hook to it. I don't see any strong rotation though. The rotation that we saw near Aylmer has weakened drastically. Even though machine learning is still at 7%, we decided to drop that polygon on that one at this point in time because it has weakened considerably. Rotation-wise, pretty much vanished. And machine learning should update on the next frame. It'll update those percentages. Oh boy. Well, that was something. I'm still waiting for the 24 frame. Again, I always have multiple apps open just in case. And still waiting for the 24 frame from Exeter on another app. Yeah, but thankfully that did weaken. Oh. Okay, so we did have a picture of the hail. Oh, wow. That was the hail in Fort Erie. Oh, boy. You can see it on the screen to my right. Wow. Oh boy, hopefully everybody's okay. That's some decent sized hail, yeah. I don't know if it's golf ball, but it's definitely like loony toony. Somewhere in there. Maybe Timbit. Oh boy. Wow. Liv says, I saw a video on Twitter of the hail in Fort Erie. It looks bananas. Where did you see that on Twitter? I don't see it. The heck? Cloud says, what's the most accurate amount of frames? There's no accurate amount of frames. It's just how many you want to see in an animation. I usually like to leave it at 6 or 12. You can go all the way up to 50 if you want to do a big, long animation, but you don't necessarily have to. There's a shot besides quarter, so it looks like some quarter-size hail in Fort Erie as well. By the way, if you take a photo of hail, please throw a coin in there, because everybody has a different size hand. So everybody assumes my hand is the standard size of hands, and we can't really tell what size the hail is. So if you have a tiny little hand, the hail looks huge. If you have a huge hand, the hail looks small. If you have a huge hand and the hail looks big, that's a problem. But yeah, if you could throw like a quarter in there, this is perfect, Carrie. Perfect. Throw a quarter in there, throw a loony, throw a toonie, throw a nickel, whatever you can find. Even it doesn't have to be a coin, just something we can compare it to. That is like a standard size, whether that's like a cap to a bottle of pop or something. It's anything that we can see. That is a standard size. So, latest video from Fish in Niagara. Okay, I'll take a look. Thank you. Oh, I do see it there. Sorry, I saw it. Oh boy. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh boy. Matthew says in Elmer at McDonald's looking south, just ran so far. Yeah, it definitely weakened a lot, so you're okay. Elmer's fine. Took that polygon off. It's all good. Brandon, can you do me a huge favor? Can you go to the rotation detected post and update it to say that it's weakened? Pretty please. Throw that in the comments as well too.
Sure. On it.
Thanks, appreciate it. What time did you wake up, Brennan?
I want to say 9 a.m. I can't remember
Actually,
exactly.
I was surprised I saw you so early in the chat. Yeah, I started streaming at 8:25. I rescheduled the time on YouTube to 8:25 and went live.
I always get up around 8 or 9-ish.
Do you? Yeah. Good on you. Decent. Okay, so the Delhi storm has dropped to 1% tornado risk. Perfect. That makes perfect sense just based on the data. Yep, and this Aylmer storm has changed to 6% for some reason. It's still hanging on at 6. I don't know why, but I'm not seeing any strong rotation there, so it's all good. It's all good. Machine learning isn't perfect, but it's helpful. Especially if I'm not around and you have Instant Weather Pro, you can go check yourself to see what the percentages are. So if you would like to subscribe to Instant Weather Pro, you can do so at instantweatherpro.com. It's $99 for the year. It's like $8.25 a month. Huge thank you to all those who have subscribed to help support the project. We continue to add really cool features like IW Storm Risk, like the ability to swipe back and forth between rain and wind products, better loading for radar data, faster loading for alerts, faster loading for U.S. radars. Lots of great tools that are coming, and we sincerely appreciate. We sincerely appreciate all your help by supporting us to make this project even better. Thank you so much, everyone. If you are using Instant Weather Pro, let us know in the comments. Appreciate it. Miss Smash says, I really can't wait for a monthly plan. It's coming. The main reason we didn't do monthly is because we were sending out instructions by hand. So Teresa was sending them out by hand. So if we had it done monthly, you can imagine so many more people are going to do the monthly, because they want it for like storm season or whatever. And then we have to monitor it every month for all these different accounts. It's just it's a logistics nightmare that needs to be automated. So I don't want Teresa's head to pop off. We want to keep her in one piece. To have it's already a lot for her to deal with the yearly subscriptions, but for her to deal with monthly would be a catastrophe. So so once we automate it, though, it'll be all automated. You subscribe on our website and boom, you get the instructions sent to you. You can automatically log in on the app, or you can do it through the app. And the website will be less expensive than the mobile app version. They're the same product. The only reason it's less expensive is because Apple and Google charge an extra 15%. And if we exceed a certain value, then eventually it charges 30%. So, so if you subscribe through our website at instantweatherpro.com, which is $99 for the year, we're probably going to run with that price. We were going to raise it, but we're probably going to run with it. I think we're going to run, at least initially, we're going to run with $99 for a year. And then the app version, if you subscribe through the app, I think it'll be whatever, 15% above that is. So it'll be $114.99 or something. Excuse me. Cloud says, I'm sub to Instant Weather Pro. It's the best radar in Canada. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Tom says, is NZP out, Jason? I'm not sure. Maybe. Oh, Sean says the rotation in Aylmer is also advertised in the banner, but I think Brennan fixed that. So thank you, Brennan. Appreciate it. Susan says, do we need Pro to see lightning on the app? Yeah, we don't have Pro in the regular app right now. Andrew says, can't wait for Echo Tops. Yeah, Echo Tops are coming. That's on the list. Yeah, definitely going to do Echo Tops. Lots of stuff. How's Aylmer? You're fine. You're good. Just rain. What is that report? This was in Chatham about 15 minutes ago for Walmart. It looked cool. Built up for a minute. And then disappeared. The sunshine came out. That is something. Okay, I'm going to send that to the NTP. What the heck was that? I don't think there was any landspout index. Kind of has a landspout look to it. That is interesting. Thank you, Amy, for sending that in to Ontario Storm Reports. If you are not on Ontario Storm Reports on Facebook, please add that group. Please join that group. That's a great place to see reports and also share yours. I'm about to sneeze sometime soon. Look at this. We even give advanced notification to sneezing. I was thinking about doing a minor sneeze earlier. Minor sneeze detected. And then sneeze potential. But I only got the one notification out in advance. Can you tell I drive my wife nuts? That stuff. Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Power's out in parts of Crystal Beach. Yeah, I'm sure. That looked like a pretty nasty storm coming in. Sometimes I give my wife advance notification of different things. She just shakes her head. Karen says, Adam, you're funny. The sneeze polygon. Oh, yeah. It's just wherever the sneeze hits the monitor, it creates a polygon. Just all of Canada. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that the Fort Erie storm is just a beast. Miss Smash says, "Bet it's never a dull moment in your house." Nah, it can be pretty dull. Dull in a good way. We like dull around here because there's lots of times where it's a little too exciting. So it's dull. It's nice, peaceful. Yeah, that was a pretty nasty storm that went through Fort Erie. It's heading through right now across the Buffalo radar and out into New York State. Let's go take a peek around here. Looks like there's quite a bit of rain going through Clearview and Midhurst and Barrie area right now. And oh boy, those we keep not watching these storms over here and kind of the Muskoka Algonquin areas, but they're kicking it up a notch. 23% severe wind risk up here near Kiosk. Heading up towards Petawawa area. There's a storm up here near Deep River. We can't forget about our friends in Deep River. They're kind of in a radar hole there. And occasionally they get a random tornado when no one's watching. We try our best to watch up here, but we're in a kind of a radar hole. Oh man, they need to fix this. The rank down radar is just ridiculous. They need to fix it desperately. They will though. They have the hardware for it now, so Environment Canada will be fixing that radar. Bancroft is about to get some storms. I don't know if Minden got missed there. Did Minden get missed? Minden may have got some rain, but the strongest storms kind of looks like they went around Minden. But yeah, these are pretty decent storms over here and moving into parts of Algonquin and Eastern Ontario. And up here, Muskoka and a little bit north, up towards kind of almost North Bay. And there's some storms up here just north of Sudbury as well. Everybody gets a storm. Well, not everybody, but... Sorry if I'm moving quickly. I just got to check a bunch of storms really quick. Well, that sure got interesting. Brendan, did you just send out a notification for the live stream? Oh, you sent it out further. Okay, I see. I wondered why I got a notification. The flooding was ridiculous, though. Oh, boy. Looks like there's another storm heading up towards Port Colborne and Fort Erie right now. And 9% severe wind risk, 2% tornado risk on that one. So pretty low, but could be another fairly potent storm heading up into Fort Erie area right now. It's a decent storm heading that way, so we'll see what it does. All right. Thanks, Brendan, for sending that out. Appreciate it. Thanks to all those who are joining us now that just got notified that we are live. Brendan sent it out to the rest of Southern Ontario, which includes Eastern Ontario and Central Ontario and all of that stuff. I think it's time to celebrate by drinking some nuts. Thank you, Melissa. N-Turn says radar not showing anything in the Muskoka region right now. Which radar are you using? Funny comments. N-Turn, which radar are you using? There's certainly some storms up in Muskoka at the moment. As you can see, right here. I guess this is kind of Muskoka here-ish. Then we go into the, what was it again? Halliburton. Highlands, I guess we call it. Highlands. But yeah, some storms over here at the moment. A little bit of hail on them, some heavy rains, some gusty winds. Deep River's got a little storm up there as well. I'm gonna go look at the environment in the background here. Tim says, anything in Barrie we should be concerned about? Not at the moment, no. I think just rain for Barrie. We're just notifying everybody that we're going live, so everybody got the notification. Couple of storms popping west of Ottawa. We do think there's a damaging wind risk in Eastern Ontario today. Later today into the evening hours. Might be a long stream. We're already at 5 hours and 15 minutes. I went live at like 8:30 in the morning. Corey says Peterborough just ran off and on this evening. Maybe. Definitely some rain coming in right now. Peterborough's probably going to be okay. I think most of those severe storms will be kind of this heading into Eastern Ontario. Yeah, Peterborough might get missed. We'll see. Don't quote me on it, but it's possible. Yeah, the storm heading into Port Colborne right now, eventually towards Fort Erie. 4% tornado risk on it, so that's gone up a little bit. 15% severe wind risk. Let's see here. I know you already had a storm, but you might get another one. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation right here on that storm. Interesting. A little bit of a hook there. Doesn't look too grumpy, but we'll see. See what it does. We'll see. Let's see here. Just checking on those storms that are north of Long Point there, east of St. Thomas. They look like they've weakened quite a lot. I think I'm probably going to pull that polygon here, the severe thunderstorm potential, at least when that Waterford storm moves east. Then I'll probably pull that polygon. Carmen says it's raining again in Niagara Falls. Thank you for the report. Appreciate it. How about Kawartha Lakes? Like you said, city of Kawartha Lakes. Do you mean Lindsay? Gabby says 1,255 people watching, but only 404 likes. What's up with that, people? And a sad emoji. Wiping the tear. Yeah, if you could give the live stream a like, I'd appreciate it. What direction is it going? They're all kind of moving east, northeast. Brittany's asking about Barrie. Barrie should be fine. Barrie's okay. We just notified the entire region that we're going live, but yeah, Barrie should be okay. Barrie's just rain. We're just letting everybody know that we're live, that we've been live for the last 5 hours. Yeah, Barry's just going to get some rain. And Melissa B is making a good point. She's saying, if you could let us know what you're experiencing, that is way more helpful than what's going to happen for Barrie, or what's going to happen for Ottawa, or what's going to happen for Kingston, or what's going to happen for... Everybody just says that in the comments, and the comments are pretty... The comments, like, you know, the comments are so much more helpful if you tell us what you're experiencing. I'm in Barrie. It's starting to rain. Great. I'm in Ottawa. It's still clear here. Great. You know, like that kind of stuff really does help. So if you can let us know what you're experiencing, then the comment feed actually becomes useful for everybody instead of everybody just seeing questions about their area. And on that note, you chug some nuts. Jill says, just drove from Springfield to St. Thomas, careful of flooding and hydroplaning on back roads and Highway 3. Thank you very much. That's a great report. Appreciate it. Take your time out there, folks. Sup Girl says, we are all weather spotters for Adam. Yeah, I mean, you're in those places. My favorite question is, what's happening in my location when you actually are there? So how about you tell us what you're experiencing in your location? It makes it way better. Joe says severe nut warning. Okay, let's see here. Penny says OPP wants full headlights on and to keep a safe distance. Yeah, those are helpful tips for sure. Debbie says Fort Erie has calmed down. It sure has, but there's another storm coming right at you. You're about to get another one down here near Port Colborne, over the water. I don't know why I have to keep clearing my throat today. It's annoying. Excuse me. Excusez-moi. Probably because I've been talking nonstop for 5 hours. Maybe that might be it. That could be it. That could be it. Yeah, so another storm coming up from the Port Colborne area, heading into Crystal Beach again and Fort Erie again. Hopefully not as strong as the last one, because the last one was a beast. Savannah coming in with a super chat. Thank you so much. Downpouring in Bancroft. Thank you kindly. Yeah, storms are definitely moving through that area. Ryan says you should all subscribe to It's Weather Pro. It's not for everybody, but if you want the most powerful radar website in Canadian history, that's a bit much. But yeah, I think it's pretty amazing. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. If you would like to subscribe to Instant Weather Pro, which you're looking at here I'll back it up so you can see all of it, or at least most of it. This is Instant Weather Pro, and you can subscribe at instantweatherpro.com. Yeah, definitely don't drink nuts if you're allergic to them. Yeah, yeah, for sure. I agree with that entirely. Just going through the comments here, 1 second. Lex is asking about Kingston. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. You might see something. You might not. Might miss you. Might miss you to the south. But you might see something decent. Sandy says the hail was wild in Fort Erie. I would definitely double check our app. Joe says favorite fast food? Ooh. I mean, I considered myself a fast food connoisseur for many a moons, but try to eat less of it now, if possible. But my favorite, like if I have a choice, I'll probably hit up Wendy's. I don't know. I just like the taste of their burgers. But what else? Oh, you know what's really good is I don't know if you consider this fast food. I guess you can, but I don't know if you've gone to Freshie, where you get like the wrap and then you get the egg. You get when you choose your protein, you do like chicken, but then you get like hard boiled eggs in there. It is incredibly good. I do like balsamic sauce. And one time I just totally guessed a whole bunch of stuff. I'm like, this might be good. It was like chicken with leafy greens, I think cucumbers, balsamic sauce, the hard-boiled eggs in there for sure. I think cheese as well, and then salt and pepper, and what else? The heck else? I think that might have been it. Anyways, it was phenomenal. Freshie wraps are unbelievably good. I would say actually I think Freshie wrap is my favorite. But if it's like if I'm just going for like burgers and fries, then I like Wendy's. Stormy said, "What's the hook I mentioned a few?" I said this is kind of hooking, but it's not really a classic hook echo. It's an interesting shape. There's a little something going on here, but not really. This is mainly a heavy rain risk for Port Colborne and Fort Erie, Crystal Beach. There could be some gusty winds in there as well, but nothing. Doesn't look anywhere as close to as strong as the last storm did. Although the last storm didn't look that strong until basically it got right to Port Colborne and Fort Erie. And it really strengthened over Fort Erie. So we'll see if that happens again. Hopefully not. I'm surprised this is still a 3% tornado risk. I'm not seeing any rotation here. So machine learning is not always perfect, but it's interesting to consult at all times. Alan, don't start trolling me. After all we've been through, Alan, starting to troll me talking about snow. Interesting. I hope this is noise, but there's some really high values here. Probably noise, though. You can kind of tell it's noise if you are looking at wind radar. So if you're looking at reflectivity, that's rain. If you're looking at velocity, that's wind. And if all of a sudden you go from 41 kilometers an hour, 40, 50, and all of a sudden you've got this huge, whoa. Like I was just talking about, all of a sudden you got these huge values out of nowhere. This actually could be because the storm's merging. Yeah, it looks like those are merging together, and that's why you get this big spike of velocity data. Hold on a sec. Let me go to tilt 2. Yeah, see, there's nothing on tilt 2. Tilt 2 is a little bit higher up in the storm. Tilt 1's here, and then tilt 2 is a little bit higher up. So if we go back to tilt 1. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, we do have some new risk data. 3% tornado risk, 11% severe wind risk on this Port Colborne storm heading up in towards Fort Erie. So new storm. I'm going to send a new polygon because I had that previous polygon for Fort Erie, but they probably think that's it. Or they're like, oh, that was the storm. He just left the polygon up. But so I'm going to create a new polygon. A new one. Yep. Okay. I see what's happening here. Okay, new polygon for Fort Erie. Basically the exact same polygon as before. Okay. And it's going to say severe thunderstorm potential again. Okay. We are carefully monitoring a new storm that is located over Lake Erie. No, this is in a different spot than it was before. So what is it again? I say that is tracking through. Okay, I'll say tracking through Port Colborne. Tracking through Port Colborne. And it's heading towards Fort Erie again. I'll just say it's heading towards Fort Erie. And it's heading east, northeast towards Fort Erie. And the timing here is 1:58. Okay. Looks good to me. Sending. Okay, sent a new polygon. If anybody's in Fort Erie, let me know if you got the notification. Okay, something interesting is going on. Something interesting is going on. On this storm, the Port Colborne storm has a little bit of minor rotation. Probably want to keep an eye on that. That's not the interesting one I'm talking about. But that is also interesting. Whoa, that polygon got big. 5% tornado risk. You can see my polygon there. There is a little bit of rotation on that storm. Let me just take a look at it from King. From a distance. From a distance. Okay, yeah. This storm we were watching over here is looking more interesting now. What does it think it's doing? Right here, near Nober. Near New Credit, going up into New Credit. A little bit of minor rotation on that one. From Exeter. And what radar was I looking at before that was showing me that noise? Oh, I see. That was from King. Okay. And that's the 54 frame. So we should get a new frame in a minute or two. Something's going on with that storm. It's still, oh, it's at a 0.01% tornado risk. So machine learning is not that excited about it, but I can kind of see things happen before machine learning really picks up on it. But whoa, is that storm ever kicking it up a notch? 28% severe wind risk, 5% tornado risk, 2% severe hail risk going into Port Colborne right now. A little bit of weird divergent motion. It looks like it's going, all of a sudden the rotation is going like north. That is weird. Should keep pushing off to the east, but wow, that really kicked it up a notch. No, that never, Patricia, that never gets, we never get strikes on those. When I just randomly sing a song with like no backing music or anything, if I just sing like one line of it, we never get a copyright strike from that. Only when I sing like the entire Let It Be, or that's when. If I sing the whole song, then they give us a hard time. Cheryl says, "Okay, Adam, we're gonna all meet up at your place for the good food." Okay. Zaid says, "Weird cloud south end of Barry." Yeah, Barry's fine. You're okay. It's all good. Just clouds. No biggie. Bancroft is getting in some hail. Pembroke has some storms near Pembroke, Deep River. Quite a few storms up here. Nothing's jumping out at me as being that exciting. Maybe this storm over here. Northeast of Kiosk. But still not very exciting. Definitely some hail risk up here. And some strong winds, Gus, for the Bancroft area. But yeah, nothing shocking me as that interesting. This one, though. Look at this. When the polygons get thick, that's when you start to pay attention here. From instant weather, IW storm risk. And we're doing some really cool stuff with that. We're combining a whole bunch of different data sources and taking it to the next level. So, pretty useful feature that will be on Instant Weather Pro for all who are subscribing in the next couple days. Lizzie the Lizard says, "What's poppin'?" Some storm activity here. Oh, we do have the latest frame, which is the 2 o'clock frame. And we're still seeing something going on here. But not really. Yeah, tornado risk is super low. Oh, I'm reading this team chat. What happened? That meme? Hold on, I'll try to find it. Oh, I see. Okay, I'll zoom it in. I was like, what meme is that? I'm like, oh, I should know. The bus driver. If it's a Simpsons bus driver, it means I need to zoom out. I should know that by now. Thank you, Brennan. That's funny. All right, it's 2 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. It's 2 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? Oh, they're on their iPad? Okay. All good. Nuts. Caltech says, Adam, which radar do you recommend for velocity in Bancroft? Let's go figure that out. We can figure it out together. First, I want to take a look at Port Colborne. Yeah, still looking about the same. Could be Grumpy. I don't know if it's going to be Grumpy as the last storm, but Bancroft. Probably, I think it's going to be, I can just figure it out by eyeballing it. It's going to be Franktown. Franktown would be the closest radar. You always want to look at the closest. I mean, you don't always want to look closest. It's good to compare. There's a few that are comparable in distance, but if you look at Bancroft is just east of this polygon. So we back up here. Bancroft is right here. So it's closest to Franktown, but you can also look at King.
Adam,
You gotta-
check out the report on the stream right now.
The what now?
There's a report on the stream.
Oh. Whoa. This flooding report? Oh boy. And trees down? Where was this? A landspout on Ray Road bent the construction sign in half. It bent the construction sign in half? Trees down everywhere from lightning strikes and wind. Thank you, Brittany, for the report. Where's Ray Road? R-E-A-Y Road. I don't know where that is. We can look for it. R-E-A-Y Road. R-E-A-Y.
Gravenhurst, it looks like.
Oh, really? Yeah. It'd be nice if they said exactly where it was, but I think you're right. Wow. Let me go take a look at the environment. Is there any non-sup up there? Oh, there's Supercell up there. Oh, there is a little bit of non-sup. So it could have been a landspout. Oh boy. Yeah, it could have been either or. There's both. There's Supercell and non-sup, which is strange to have both. Oh boy. And strong winds going into Bancroft right now on that latest frame. Looking pretty grumpy. And that was Gravenhurst. Okay, so that would have been a bit earlier. Yeah, farther than my animation goes, but I can stretch it out to take a look at that storm. Is that a fabric sign? No, I don't think so. I think that's a metal sign. Send to the NTP, yes, please. Can you also ask her in the comments if that was Gravenhurst? I'm pretty sure it was, but if you can ask her, that'd be great. Bent the sign. Jeez. Haley and Bancroft, says Lindsay. Thank you very much. Cynthia says, my goodness, make the rain stop. So much flooding. We're in Springfield and it's flooding my basement. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Sorry to hear that. Melissa says no tornadoes, although we might have had a report of a landspout tornado earlier in Gravenhurst, but we're waiting to find out more. But it is possible. Can I check St. Catharines? Yeah, sure. Stormer says, why does the map show storms and boom at 3 p.m. they all disappear? I think we're mixing data sources together, so that might be why. And when it merges from one data source to the next, it can sometimes do that. We're going to improve that drastically, by the way. Much drastically. Let's see here. Yeah, that Bancroft storm, Todd Spencer says, is moving slowly. Yeah, could be a problem for flooding. Flooding seems to be the main issue today. But obviously there's been some pretty grumpy looking storms as well, so we'll see what's happening. Yeah, it could be some flood risk on some of these storms. Obviously there already has been with London and I believe Burlington as well. There's some flooding. Probably in Oakville, just based on the fact that radar was on top of it for a long time. Yeah, Bancroft getting into some hail and some pretty heavy rain right now. Let's take a look at what's happening down in Port Colborne. Right now it just looks like a lot of heavy rain, but there could be some gusty winds in there as well too. The tornado risk has gone down, and the Severe wind risk has gone down too. It looks like it's pretty strong down here over the water, but that's probably going to head into Buffalo. I don't know if that's going to hit Fort Erie or not. So Fort Erie already got a pretty big banger earlier. I don't know if they're going to get another one here, but we'll see. I'm going to get rid of this polygon for Delhi and Simcoe. Close about 100 tabs on my computer. So many tabs. Yeah, potential landspout in the Gravenhurst area earlier. Hard to say. But report of some pretty interesting damage on that one. All right, let's get rid of the Port Burwell polygon from a while back. We're going to leave the one for Port Colborne until that storm is east. And then we have to watch these storms that are up in Muskoka and Bancroft area as they track to the east as well. Little bit of rotation on that Bancroft storm, but that's coming from Britt. Let's take a look at Franktown. A little bit on the Franktown one too. I'll have to watch what that storm does. Should be getting a new frame pretty soon. Pretty soon. Excuse me. We've been live streaming since who knows when. Savannah says, very windy and rainy in Bancroft. Thank you. We've been live streaming for 5 hours and 44 minutes. I'm just going to have a little nap. Wake me up if anything's interesting. It's just have a 24-hour cam. It just like hangs around my neck and just points at me, and then people can just like scream at me and wake me up so I can look at radar. We all good with that? Trooper says, how do you tell if there's a tornado? Well, landspout's a lot trickier. You could basically only you have to see the environment, and then you have to have reports. So that's way trickier. But for a classic supercell tornado, you have to see rotation on velocity data. And, you know, sometimes a hook echo is important to actually see a hooking storm. That's not always the case, though. Sometimes it's a QLCS tornado that's embedded within a squall line. Sometimes it's a bookend vortex, so the rotation's on the northeast side of it as opposed to on the southwest where the hook would be. There's a whole bunch of factors to it, but you know, you can jump on YouTube and say how to detect a tornado on radar. That's probably a good idea. Wow. Lindsay said after the storm hit Bancroft, the temperature dropped to 18 from 30. Whoa. Whoa. And we dropped that minor rotation, the new credit, Hagersville. Oh, did I mention a little bit of I think I might have mentioned like a little bit more development, but I think it actually weakened, so I'm not that excited about it. That Hagersville one, yeah. Nah, it's all gone. You're good. You're golden. It's all good. They come and they go. Sometimes they come and they stay, and sometimes they come and they go. We prefer when they go, but sometimes they hang out for a while. That's never a good thing. But this strong signal on the storm south of Crystal Beach right now looks like it's probably heading towards the Buffalo area. There might actually be some rotation there. It's actually turning into a little bit of a supercell here. And it's got a little bit of kind of a starting a little bit of a hook or a little bit of an RFD rear flanking downdraft. And there's quite the signature here. What is still a 5% tornado risk on that cell, but I don't think that's going to hit Fort Erie. Could be wrong. I could be. We'll see what it does. We got to keep a really close eye on this one for the next radar update here. Hold on a second. I'm going to take a peek at that. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna come close. Gonna come close to Fort Erie. We'll see. See what it does. Hmm. Someone said, can you check St. Catharines? Yeah, I'm taking a look at it. It's heavy rain. Could be some lighting in there. It's nothing too significant, what I can tell. From what I can tell, let me go check on these storms up here near Bancroft. They're all under a severe thunderstorm warning now from Environment Canada. As you can see, we have severe thunderstorm warnings for those storms. Bancroft is a 15% severe wind risk and a 4% hail risk. Looks like Pembroke is going to get a storm, maybe? Yeah, most definitely. Pembroke is in it. Not sure if Petawawa is going to see it or not, but just a 4% wind risk on that one, but lots of lightning, so that could change. That could change. The storm east of Deep River heading to Quebec. It's looking pretty potent. If you're in Deep River, how was that storm? Let us know. Storm southeast of Manitoba, looking pretty grumpy. I've been yawning all day. My apologies. If I made you yawn, then my apologies. I'm sorry. Will you forgive me for infecting you with my yawn? They say it's contagious. Sorry for moving around so quickly. There's a lot of storms and I gotta look at all of them. Are you? Stop it. Yeah, this is really kicking it up a notch. I don't know if this is just noise or what's going on here, but this storm that's over Lake Erie is kicking it up a notch. If that's rotation there, that's pretty strong. It looks noisy, but it's kind of in the right spot, almost. I don't think that's gonna. It looks like it's gonna miss Fort Erie. So it's gonna head basically right into southern Buffalo. Yeah, it's looking pretty potent right now. That's looking like a nasty cell. But the strongest part of that is going to miss Fort Erie. So it's good for Fort Erie. Ada says, what time do you think the storms will get to Ottawa? Last time I checked, it was like 6, 7, 8 o'clock. Hard to say for sure. Cloud says, where's the Discord server? Put up a link. No, we don't have it available yet. I think we're probably going to start the Discord server with maybe subscribers to Instant Weather Pro or something like that. Or maybe anybody subscribes to our services. Maybe we'll do it like that way. We'll start small, build it up, and then eventually maybe do a public server. We'll see. We'll see. It's not guaranteed that that it will affect Ottawa, or that Ottawa will see a storm. It's just kind of storms in that area around that time, I believe. It could happen earlier. Kara says the wind and rain is crazy in Bancroft. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Cloud says I can make a Discord server for you if you want. I appreciate that. We already have one. We have one for our internal team, but we're thinking about expanding it further. So. Stormy says, again, we thank the citizens of Buffalo for fronting the storm. I hope everybody's safe. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Buffalo's been getting hammered by some pretty strong storms lately. Usually if they just miss Niagara, then they're heading out towards the Buffalo area. And so it's not that great for them. Of course, we don't want to hit Ontario, but we don't want to hit anybody. So, but yeah, it looks like this is a direct hit on Buffalo. Coming up on a pretty nasty looking storm, so hopefully everybody stays safe. It's the same storm that's hitting Crystal Beach right now and hitting Fort Erie, but it's the strongest part of it, as you can see, is actually down over the water at the moment. Yeah, Smith says Smith wants to help with the Discord server as well too. Yeah, of course, absolutely. Yeah, there's a 6% tornado risk on the storm, but hold on a second here. Yeah, I think the strongest part of it is down here. It's a weird velocity signature. Maybe because it's so close to the radar? I don't know. We can go up a tilt, maybe? Whoa, up a tilt's even worse. 165 kilometers an hour. What? Hope that's noise. Oh boy. Yeah, Buffalo's about to get smashed by that storm. It does not look good. It does not look good. Excuse me. At some point in time, I might have to step out for a bit, but I'll be back. I want to keep an eye on what's going on in Bancroft. Bancroft getting hit by hail. Strong winds were getting reported. Yeah, these look like pretty grumpy storms going through the Bancroft area right now. A little bit of rotation on this one right here. It's one near Vardy and Musklau, Monteagle Valley. That's starting to wrap up a little bit of rotation right there. Right in there. I'm going to keep an eye on that one. That's just a little tiny mezzo, but it's kind of wrapping up right there. That might be we're sending a polygon on. I'll be paying attention to that. In fact, was that the 218 radar? I'm going to prepare the polygon. Preparing the polygon. Prepare the polygon. Let's see here. Bancroft. Okay. Is it that one by itself? I think so. Oh no, so there's that one by itself. And then there's this one. Okay, so it's the second one in. I see. Which way is it going? Kind of due north, but let's see here. Here. And here-ish. You can't see what I'm doing, but I'm doing things. Okay. All right. I got a polygon ready for that one. I'll wait for one more update to see. What I can also do too is go check. It was only until 2. Till 3? Something until 3, till 4? Nothing until 1. Okay, we'll wait for the next update here. We should get pretty soon. It's 24 after 18, 24. Should get in a minute or two. Yeah, but Bancroft looks pretty grumpy. That storm's moving very slowly too, so flooding risk for sure for Bancroft. I would not be surprised if there was a flooding risk. %8 tornado risk on this cell now. Starting to get kind of a hook over the water. That's going to head right into Buffalo. Fort Erie's going to get a ton of rain. Maybe a little bit of hail, but nothing close to, at least at this point, it doesn't look as close to as strong as it did last time. But there's a 21% severe hail risk, which is not low. So, yeah, could be something on that one. Melissa says, anything for Barry? My power's flickering quite a bit. That's strange. I'm in Barry and power hasn't flickered at all. Which part of Barry are you? And nothing for Barry. Barry's boring right now, which is fine by me. I'm in Barry. Just some rain. Or if it's these storms over here that are putting some strain on the grid. by, you know, knocking trees down and that type of thing. There's our new radar frame, and that is gone. So never mind. No polygon. No polygon. He's already under severe thunderstorm warning. I just wanted to put that polygon up just in case that little bit of minor rotation we saw continued, which it did not. So that is done. Storm has passed. Stephanie says Wellen is flickering. Thank you very much. Melissa says Barry is never boring. I've been here since I was 3. And there's been some boring times. I'm okay with boring. Boring's fine by me. Deal with enough excitement on the live stream here. Nice to have some boring stuff. Da, 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 da. All right, I'm going back to bed. Going back to bed. Count me out. You heard what I said, and was there any doubt? I have like a natural rasp right now just because my voice is so hoarse. And it's still not that raspy. Squeaky clean. Rational Analysis says, I drove through a tornado in Barrie in 1989-ish, whenever the big one hit. That was 1985. May 31st, 1985. Bex says, nap ticket acquired. Barmo says, it's such a catchy tune. Yeah, I gotta finish an album. At the moment, Barrie and Innisville equals yawn. Yeah, for sure. Tiff says, crazy wind and rain in Port Colborne. Yeah, it looks like a pretty nasty storm, actually. Still an 8% tornado risk on that storm. Again, the National Weather Service has proactively created a severe thunderstorm warning for that storm. Yeah, Fort Erie's getting in it again. Oh, I see. Port Colborne is under... Oh, hello. Port Colborne is a different storm. I thought it was the same one, but this is a different one. Where did all these storms come from? Hello. Something in the way. If I hum songs, then we can't get copyright strikes for them, right? Boom, boom. Ada's talking about the storms in Ottawa will be severe. It's possible. I can't say for sure. There's a little bit of risk for Ottawa, so I can't say for sure. Is it going to be severe or not? Depends on if you get a storm. A, will it be severe? B, there's a slight risk, so we'll see. Silent Wing says, I don't think you get copyright strikes for covers. Oh, sorry. It's not. You don't actually get copyright strikes for them, but they're like, you don't get a copyright strike for this, but you have to split the revenue of your live stream with Paul McCartney, basically. So they take half of any of the revenue we make from the live stream and give it to whoever the artist is. Interesting. That looks like Scud from this photo I'm seeing here. Or this video from Steve Johnson. Looks like Scud, but it's a low-hanging cloud on that storm. And that was by towards Delhi. And I'm pretty sure Paul McCartney's a billionaire, so he probably doesn't need it. But he did write some good songs, so. If not some of the best of all time. But that song's not written by Paul. That is written by George. 10% tornado risk on that Buffalo storm. Boom, boom, boom. Joyce says, will it be hitting Ottawa? Everybody wants to know about Ottawa. Ottawa is the king of questions. Everyone wants to know about Ottawa. You could see some storms today. They could be severe. There's a slight risk. That's all the information I know. We're going to have to wait and see how it develops. It's probably more towards the late afternoon, evening. At some point in time, we're probably going to have to restart the Facebook stream. Because we're 6 hours and 6 hours and 2 minutes in. And at 8 hours, Facebook cuts us off. So, and it's only 2:30. Only 2:30, yeah. Dottie says, poor Buffalo. I know. They get the wildest lake effect. They get some wild storms in the summer as well, too. Brian says, would I ever want to go on a chase with Reed Timmer? That sounds a bit stressful, but it could be fun. Reed's a bit much, but Reed's pretty much the reason I started realizing that there was more to weather than just what just what you saw, like the red ticker at the bottom of the Weather Network and stuff. I didn't realize there was way more data than that was available, like that was publicly available. Not that it's publicly available, but like actually shown to the public. You know, you only see like the little radar on there, and it was Reed and the Discovery Channel series Storm Chasers that really inspired me to like learn more. So if it wasn't for Reed, I might not be sitting here live streaming right now. It's possible. So kudos to Reed. But would I want to go live? Would I want to go storm chasing with him and get inside of a tornado? Meh. I've been in an EF1 and it was not very fun. Environmental says, when did the live stream start? 6 hours and 4 minutes ago. Liv says, am I seeing the Twisters movie this weekend? Yeah, for sure. For sure. Already got my tickets. Wow, that storm is still on top of Bancroft. Definitely a flooding risk for Bancroft. Storm's just not moving. Or it moved, but there's another storm basically right on top of it. Let's take a look at Fort Erie here quick. That Port Colborne storm actually has a little bit of a hook echo. You can see that right here. This is a little bit of a hook echo on that Port Colborne storm right here. Kind of wrapping up, heading up towards Balgrave, Stevensville. That's a tiny little hook right there. Velocity looks interesting. Not super duper strong. Definitely interesting. There's a little bit of rotation there, just a little. Let's refresh this and see if we have any new storm risk data. 1% tornado risk on that one. Yeah, tiny little hook echo on that. Where do you think you're going? Tiny little hook echo storm. It's just a little baby. Gotta watch that for the next frame. Crystal says I should take my little guy to see Despicable Me 4. It's funny. Yeah, we saw the preview for it. It looked pretty funny. Cloud says, when is the Twisters 2 movie? It comes out this weekend. I didn't see, I haven't seen the Despicable Me 4, but we just saw Inside Out 2, and it was amazing. It was so funny. If you get a chance to see Inside Out 2. I mean, you can wait for it to come out. I think they said it's going to come out in the fall for Disney. But, 3% tornado risk now on that little hook echo. I think I might go minor rotation on that one. At least I'm going to go get it prepared. I'm going to go do that now. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Meow, wow, wow, wow. Yeah, I'm just not seeing any rotation on it. It's got a hook, but it just doesn't have any rotation on it, so I'm waiting on that one. I got the polygon ready. I'll go minor. Is there any, I gotta see, is there any non-sup? Non-supercellular tornado index? There's actually a little. There is a little, and there's a little supercell. What else is there? VTP? And there's a little VTP right in that area. Rotating storm. I mean, not rotating, but hooking storm. Boom, boom, boom. It is in my severe thunderstorm potential polygon. Dun, 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 dun. That toilet keeps making it to the live stream. Wow, Burlington, lots of flooding. That toilet, that's... Imagine you really had to go, and this is what you see. That would suck. That would be awful. Like, I really, really, really gotta go. And you run in the toilet, you run in the bathroom, and the toilet's just barfing water. Ouch. Yeah, there's your radar update, and it fell apart. Okay, not worried about that one anymore. Looking pretty weak. Okay. Things are calming down a little bit, but still pretty interesting over here by Bancroft. It's getting nonstop rain, so clearly some flooding risk in Bancroft. I would not be surprised if Bancroft, is it the new style of bidet? Yeah, it's a...
No, I said it's when you buy a bidet attachment on Temu.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Brennan, is it just me, or are you really loud? I think you're really loud, but it's okay. It's fine.
I always go up and down somehow with the volume. I don't know why.
I don't know how you do it. Yeah, your volume is like a yo-yo. Justine says, as long as it's clear. If it's not, I would cry. Yeah. Crystal says, or Krista Cree says, the toilet is due to the amount of rain in London, according to the text. Yeah. Brennan's super loud. Yeah. Silent Wing says, thanks for the heart attack, Brennan. Yeah, it comes in.
How about that?
10 times my
better?
volume. Oh, it's way better. Yeah. It's substantially better. All right. I think maybe now would be a good time for me to take a little short break. So as these storms in Eastern Ontario are developing, I can watch them closely. I can take I say short, but maybe a little bit of a lunch break. Go grab some lunch. And Brennan, wait for me to give you the signal before cutting me off. Brennan, like in the middle of me talking, will just turn me off. Turn on the music.
I'm not going to cut you off. I may just like switch over the screen, but you can still talk.
Oh, that's true. I could still talk. That's a good point. Yep. Okay. All right. Brennan's going to switch over to radar. I am going to, Angela says you are seeming hangry. Am I? Did I seem angry? Yeah. I'm going to, Adam's going to take a nap. No, I'm not. I'm definitely not taking a nap. No, I'm going to go see my son. I'm going to eat some, my standing desk is shipped. Thanks, Best Buy. I'm going to eat some food that is better than honey roasted. I can't just eat honey roasted peanuts all day. I mean, they're great and all, but yeah. Go order some Wendy's. Yeah, maybe. Anyways, I'm going to go and do things, and then I'll be back in a little bit. So thank you so much for hanging out on the stream. There's more storms to come, especially in Eastern Ontario. So I'm going to go get some sustenance, and I'll be back in a little bit. Thank you so much, everybody. And Brennan, I'm going to do the music so I can slowly but surely increase it from low to high volume.
I have it set to fade, so it should fade in.
No, you know what that is? The fade in and out is actually between songs. So that'll fade from one song to the next song. It doesn't fade in and out when you press the button. It just goes straight to full volume. So if I'm going to turn the volume down to 0, and then I'm going to hit main mix, and then I'm going to slowly bring it up like a DJ. DJ. You'll notice it gaining strength, getting better. And I'll leave it at about 44 there. Perfect. Okay, I'll be back in a little while. Thanks so much, everyone. Bye-bye.
all storms pass eventually. Know you have a lot. You got me, you got mom, got all the things that you've become. Me, you got mom, got a loving home where you're from. You got me, you got mom. So love your family, you only get one. Only get one. Storm has passed. The time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. Storm is gone. Maybe it's not too long until you rest your head and get some sleep. Try to dream of something sweet. Ooh, you're gonna be alright. You're gonna sleep just fine tonight, tonight, tonight. You're gonna sleep just fine. Tonight, gonna sleep just fine. Tonight, tonight. Storm has passed.
Hi, I didn't see you there. Oh, he faded it out. Nice, Brennan. Nice. I like it. What's going on here? Is this noise? It's right in some of this. It's right in some of this noise, but not really. This might be some rotation. Oh yeah, I've totally passed out. So I had like a bowl of cereal. Then I went and like just laid down to like look at radar, and then I was like, I caught myself falling asleep. I'm like, okay, I better set my alarm so I don't just sleep through the entire evening. Oh boy, I was tired. Could you tell? So hopefully there's less yawning now. That would be great. So I was yawning a lot. A lot. But I'm back. Holy flooding. Lots of flooding reports. My goodness. Melissa says, do you have a good nap? Yes. Oh, did I scare you when I came back? Sorry. My bad. Oh, hope you haven't been listening to that music this whole time. There's always the option to mute, you know. And then I won't scare you when I come back because I'll just be like on screen. Like this. And then you can turn up the volume. Yeah, we need new music. Okay, that's it. It's settled. I'm going to record a bunch of just acoustic stuff. Just me playing the acoustic guitar. Or even like maybe we can grab a bunch of the songs from past streams. I think, Brendan, we talked about that. That would actually be pretty cool. We grab a whole bunch of originals that I played on past streams. No apologies. Going back to bed. Going back to bed would have been an appropriate one. Yeah, grab a whole bunch of different songs that I've sang on the live stream. It would be pretty cool. Melissa says we definitely need new music. Yeah, it'd be cool if it was just if I put like 10 originals and just loop that instead of whatever that is. Okay, is there going to be severe weather for the GTA tomorrow? Maybe. I was just looking at some model data that showed a pretty decent storm going through Toronto tomorrow. So maybe. Maybe. This is certainly interesting. What do we got here? It only says 1% tornado risk, but 24% severe wind risk. But this part of the storm is looking interesting. That bottom part of the storm sure caught up real fast. I don't like this. I feel like I should probably go minor, but let's see. Just got that new update. I'm not super convinced. There is something going on right here. Right near Morgan's Grant, South March. Little tiny bit of minor rotation, but it could just be noise. Although, hard to tell. Could be windy for Ottawa. We put, I sent out that polygon, this big blue polygon you see here. I sent that out, severe thunderstorm potential, just because I saw the storm developing and moving east. I think there is a severe thunderstorm watch in place, but, Zombie says, yes, rotation in South March. Are you actually in South March? Right above my house? Interesting. Can you, is it safe to record a video? Can you send that to us maybe? Doesn't look like it's super duper. Are you on Facebook by any chance? You can post it to Ontario Storm Reports on Facebook. But if you're not on Facebook, you can email to us at help@instantweather.ca. I'll put that link up on screen here. The only reports we want at help at instantweather.ca is going to be like rotation or funnel cloud or something like a tornado or damage or super large hail. We don't want reports like rain. For, of course, Ontario Storm Reports, you want to post rain, you want to post thunder and lightning and storms, and that's cool. It's just that we only have so much storage on this email address, so to have it flooded, figuratively and literally with rain reports, yeah, we'd rather those go to Ontario Storm Reports, please. But yeah, if you have something significant to send us, you can definitely email us. B says, it's so crazy in Ottawa, dead quiet except for booming thunder as the storm moves in. Supercell forming overhead too. Yeah, I mean, There's this little baby cell right here, yeah. But I'm not seeing any rotation on it. The definition of supercell is rotating storm. It does have kind of that classic supercell shape, but I'm not seeing any rotation with it, so you kind of need rotation for it to actually be considered a supercell. But I know what you mean. That little baby supercell. I'm going to get a polygon ready for this just in case. Just in case. Just in case if I see that video and it looks interesting, or if the next radar frame is stronger, I'm going to get a minor rotation polygon ready. Not super convinced to post it just yet, but this would be at, in theory, 538, 537. Yeah, I've got it ready. I've got the live stream song stuck in my head, or the... Brennan says the music is mostly for people tuning in and asking the comments why we're muted. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's to have something, but it'd still be nicer if there was some acoustic music or something like that. I don't mind the chill beats, but it's not for everybody. I'm keeping an eye on that email for you. If you do have that, Zombri, if you can send that video, if you do have it. I'm keeping an eye on our email address. I'd like to see it if you do have it. If you don't, that's okay. Melissa says, yes, he had a nice nap and some food. Yeah. Adam is back now with less yawning. Oh boy. I see. That's the storm shelf coming over Stittsville, Canada. It's interesting. I'm not super convinced with it yet, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I see that what's supposed to be that baby supercell over Ottawa is 0.01% tornado risk. So machine learning is not anticipating that as anything. The South March thing is a little more interesting, although the photo I see of it is not that exciting. Is that a new radar update? 536 it is, and I don't see any rotation at all. So, okay. Yeah, I mean, all storms are rotating, so a lot of the time people say, oh, there's rotation above me, and then they'll send us the video, and you just see like a little bit of movement. Not necessarily considered rotation, just a little bit of movement. Brennan says, why don't you just record your train of thought for a whole day and we can play that? It'll be just like your live on the stream. People won't know the difference. Okay. All right. So I was thinking. That'll be my new tagline. So I was thinking. And then... doop. I was thinking, but then Brennan reminded me that I should stop doing that. So I stopped. Stop the thinking. Let's see here. What's with the green arrow? Has it always been green? I don't remember it being green. Green? That's cool. Crystal says, hi, Adam. LOL, no more yawning. Did you take a nap? Yeah, I had a nap. It was good. We just watched Bruce Almighty. Do you remember that Jim Carrey movie? You got to go back and watch it again. It's so funny. It was good. That movie is so funny. Oh my goodness. Oh, Rena says power flickered in Canada. It's pretty windy here. Power flicker in Stittsville. I guess it's basically the same thing. Pretty close at least. Oh, Zombie, it's all good. No worries. No worries. I saw some photo. You can see that photo right beside me. It says Stittsville, Canada. So at least I gotta look at it. Looks kind of elevated. SW says literally insane win in Nepean, Ottawa. Is it Nepean? Nepean? Nepean, Ottawa. Is it okay? Cheryl says Ghostbusters 2 is on right now. That's also a great movie. Vigo. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, there looks like some pretty strong winds in Ottawa at the moment. I hope this is just noise, but 117 kilometers an hour? 123. Please be noise. We were expecting some strong, potentially damaging winds for Ottawa, so maybe that isn't noise. Could be really strong inflow into that storm. Lots of lightning there. This would make for a good, interesting 3D shot, by the way. Oh, it's Ottawa West? Okay. Yeah, this would make it an interesting shot for 3D, just because these storms are kind of separated. Who wants to see this in 3D? Let me know. Let me know in the comments if you want to see the Ottawa storm in 3D. Me, says Largle. How did I know? 3D, says Anthony. Trevor says the winds in downtown Ottawa are absolutely wild. Okay, that's it. I'm sending a polygon for Ottawa. I already did, but I'm gonna do I'm just gonna go orange and go damaging wind potential. This storm in Ottawa as it tracks east. The timing here is 5:42. I'm hoping that's noise, but if it's not, it could be a problem. So, all right, send that out right now. 8,000 people I just sent that notification to in Ottawa. Oh, it looks like severe thunderstorm warning now. Oh well, sent out my notification too. Okay. Let me know if you got my notification. Let's go check it out in 3D, shall we? Good. Let's go to VirtuWeather. Welcome to VirtuWeather. Okay, let's go for a flight. Let's check out Franktown. Load latest. And now let's go take a look at these storms. Yeah, I can cut right through them. I knew it. Cool. Let's turn on the sound effects so you can hear them. Oh. I think we might have to turn down the lightning a bit. As we got it jacked here. Yeah, I got to reset it every time. Okay. Let's go here and let's go to there-ish and there-ish. Okay. So this is your storm in Ottawa in real time using 3D radar and turning it into, we can change the lighting here. Let's do something like this. That looks cool. Okay. That's in Orleans right now. Let's go look at downtown Ottawa. I love when you can see the detail. When the lightning hits like right here and you can see all the detail in the clouds. It's wild. Bill says got the notification. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Oh, I missed one of those shots. So you can see actually. And look how dark it is when you come over to Gatineau. Pretty dark in Gatineau right now. Oh, so we can get some flicker on the. Anyways, those are your storms in Ottawa in real time, 3D. Pretty cool, eh? Isn't that wild? That is the storm over Ottawa, based on 3D radar and simulated right now. Pretty wild stuff. If you think that's pretty cool, sign up with your email at virtueweather.com and we'll let you know when we launch it. virtueweather.com. SW says no tornado risk thus far, right? Crazy winds remind me of the derecho. I don't think so, but let me go take a peek. I'll go back to Instant Weather Pro so we can do some analysis. I'm looking at the winds. Whoa. Yeah, the winds are really strong. Holy. That is pretty strong. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a little look here, see if we can get some new data. There we go. Machine learning only has a 6% severe wind risk on that one, but as you can see, it is pretty darn windy at the moment in Ottawa. 9% severe risk on the storm from the west. It's kind of in a weird spot right now because there's all this noise that comes out of the radar. You see these big beams of noise? These are radio frequency noise, and this radar in particular has a really, really bad. There's just a lot of radio frequency interference near this radar, and that's why you get these big beams coming out of the middle. And so, but they've actually fixed it. They have hardware to fix it for it to. I don't know if it's to dynamically change the frequency so that it's not interfering with any of the other radio frequencies around. Not sure exactly how it works, but if you look at King City, they've solved it. See how there's no beams coming out of the middle? And then if you click on this one's one of the worst offenders. So I really hope they add that hardware to Franktown soon. Because the problem is, though, is that because those beams are becoming interference, they interfere with the wind data. See how there's this beam that goes right through Ottawa, and it interferes with what the data is. So it's hard to tell if it's noise, hard to tell if it's actual values. It becomes really, really tricky. But when they add that hardware filtering to it, it's going to be fantastic. So please do Franktown next. Please, Environment Canada, please. Franktown, please. Yeah, really strong winds in the Ottawa area right now. Reports of extremely strong winds. So hopefully the trees stay up. That would be optimal. Don't want any of the trees to fall down, if at all possible. Yep. Excuse me. Let's see what else is going on around here. Looks like southwestern Ontario is pretty much done, which is good. Oh, we still have a polygon in Niagara. I'll get rid of that. See here. Let me go and get rid of that one. Okay, that's done. That should come off of the app and in some other pro. Good. Good. Hope everybody's doing well. It's been an interesting day. Definitely had some rotation earlier. We had a report of damage in Gravenhurst, of all places. Did it put that text bar up there again? Stop it. Why does it keep doing that? There must be some hotkey to do that. I don't know why it does that. It's weird. Okay. All right. Teresa says, I agree with you, Adam. Wish they would fix Frank down. Oh, they're going to. They have the hardware, and they're installing it in every radar. So it's going to happen. It's just I want them to do it now. No more laser beams, says Ms. Ezra. Yep. Oh, lightning just hit near my house. Ouch. I'll be all right. Julian says, I checked radar, sort of looks like a developing bow echo. Not really. Ooh, we do have some stronger wind values over here, though, in Orleans. On that latest radar update, which just came out 2 minutes ago. I think that's inside my polygon. Yep, good. But yeah, we have some stronger wind gusts going into Orleans right now. Got to keep an eye on this storm. I'm going to go in the background. I'm just going to double check on the environment here. Give me a sec. Just a little bit of Supercell's up to a 1, which is not too high. There's no, there's barely any. 0.5 VTP. It's just a very hint of the violent tornado parameter. So chances of tornado development is pretty low. Quite low, actually. Let's see if there's any non-sup. There's a little bit of non-sup. So, I mean, a land spout would not be entirely out of the question, but it's just a little bit. Just another, it's only at a 1. It's not really standing out as something quite strong. But yeah, land spout tornado is not entirely out of the conversation here, but overall risk of a tornado with these storms is pretty low. Although this merging of these two storms is interesting. Both of these storms popped out of nothing. So you see basically nothing here except for a little bit of rain. And then you saw the storms actually develop right over Ottawa. And now those are merging, and they're going to potentially merge with this one. So it could be interesting to see what happens when all of these merge together. But yeah, that's some really strong inflow winds right there. So that could be interesting. So we have to watch that closely. Watching closely. B says weak hook echo over Gatineau. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit of a hook here. But there's no rotation. So David says, how am I doing? I'm doing well, thanks. Ashley Davis says something odd. She says water spouts are more dangerous than land tornadoes unless the land tornadoes have an open field to build on. Nope. I don't know what you're talking about, Ashley. Water spouts are typically not more dangerous than tornadoes because typically water spouts are in the middle of the water unless you're on a boat. If you're on a boat, then yeah, water spouts would be more dangerous than tornadoes that are over land. But I'm going to go ahead and say that tornadoes over land are definitely significantly more dangerous to the human population because typically we're on land. Also, tornadoes, an open field to build. I don't know what you're talking about. If it's a supercell tornado, it's coming down from the sky. It's not. It doesn't have anything to do with an open field or not. It's coming from the parent storm, bigger than Mount Everest dropping funnel cloud. Yeah. No. No. That's going to be a no. But thanks for your thoughts. I appreciate it. I'm glad hopefully I brought some clarity to that discussion. But yeah, if it's a supercell tornado, it comes from sky down. Maybe you're talking about a landspout tornado? Maybe you're talking about a landspout? Unless the land tornadoes. Oh, maybe you're talking about landspout. London says, I feel like I see a funnel in Barhaven, but I'm not sure. Maybe just some scud hanging down. Yeah, if you're talking about a landspout, I don't think it necessarily needs an open field to build in. I think they usually just do build in open fields, but a landspout could potentially build anywhere. Yeah, it could be scud potentially. Is it rotating or is it just kind of like floating there? Ashley says, I was always told that water spouts could pick up more speed in the water and more energy. I don't know who told you that. No, I literally don't know because you haven't mentioned who told you it. But no offense to the person who told you that, but I'm going to go ahead and say that's probably... She says, my parents weren't the smartest, LOL. Now, these things happen. It's like these myths and these rumors, you know, like the idea that a tornado can't go down into a valley or it can't climb a hill. All of that is completely debunked. There's been many documented times where a tornado comes down a valley and goes up a hill. It doesn't matter. The tornado's not so much worried about what's going on the ground. If it's a supercell tornado, it doesn't care what's happening at the ground usually. The thing is so big, literally the size of Mount Everest, so powerful, and this is just it's vertical stretching, and this tail is touching down, and so it usually doesn't care what's happening at the surface, unless I've seen certain circumstances where it picks up a building and it kind of loses its mojo and kind of like starts flopping around and dissipates. So if it picks up some really, really heavy debris, that can maybe affect it sometimes, but yeah, but typically the surface doesn't matter. It's coming down from a giant storm in the sky. Usually doesn't care what's happening on the surface. It's gonna do its thing. Yeah, I'm here. Machine learning is talking about 0.01% tornado risk here, and the reason it's 0.01 instead of just 0 is because you can have stuff like landspout tornadoes, and you can't pick that up based on radar data. So the machine learning, a lot of it is based on the radar data. So you can't really pick that stuff up on radar data. So that's why we left the 0.01 just to cover our butts in case there's ever a landspout tornado. That's why it's never 0. And same with the other stuff as well, too. Same with the damaging wind percentage. Yeah. David Osborne's asking about Angus. Angus is fine. What some folks are mentioning in the comments is it really helps if you let us know what's happening in your area as opposed to asking what's happening in your area. Because you're in your area. So if you can tell us what's happening in your area, you're there, and that would help. That would definitely help. So if you say, Angus is boring right now, there's nothing going on, it's sunny skies, blah, 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 then we go, cool. And that's usually a more useful thing for folks who are looking in the comments to see what's going on weather-wise. We're going to watch these storms track through the Ottawa region and push out into eventually Quebec. And that's probably it for the live stream, I think. We've been live streaming for 9 hours and 28 minutes. I was asleep for at least 1 or 2 of those hours. Actually, I was asleep for a lot more of them. I was like a zombie when I was on here earlier, but yeah, that's okay. We did obviously shut down the Facebook stream at the 8-hour mark, but that's just because you can only stream for 8 hours in a row on Facebook. If something does get really, really exciting, we'll obviously launch the Facebook stream again, but until that point, we are just watching carefully. Wow, look at that. That's quite a wild shot, looking pretty much straight up in the air at the storm in Orleans. Whoa, by Natalie. Thank you, Natalie, for sharing that. That is a pretty wild looking storm. That's quite the shelf cloud moving in. AirShark95 says, what's tomorrow looking like for Ottawa? Repeat it today. I haven't really looked too deep, but I can take a peek. Let me see. Some overnight storms as well. Could be a noisy night. The latest Herm run has a rotating storm going through Toronto tomorrow, but that might change. But that's only at 16Z, so that's 18 is 2, 17 is 1. That'd be about noon in the afternoon, potentially, but that might just be some hail. Just because it shows rotation doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be tornadic. It could just be hail core. Yeah, Ottawa could see some storms tomorrow. Tomorrow around 3, 4, 5-ish or so. Yeah, it's going to be another day of storms. We'll see what happens. Just want to thank everybody who's on Facebook for posting your reports on the Terror Storm reports. It's just become an incredible community of. I mean, obviously we have incredible blah blah blah. We have an incredible community already, but it's incredible to see the community come together and share reports on that group. It's just become like the go-to place to see basically weather happening around our region. It's great. So Elizabeth says, "Have I checked Peterborough? Yeah, Peterborough's fine-ish. Let me see." Yeah, Peterborough's good. There's some rain. All good. All good. Again, I just saw Bruce Almighty. That's why I'm doing the good. I can't help myself. Jim Carrey's just too funny. Whoa. We've gone thick blue now. 19% severe wind risk on that storm over Orleans. That actually, you know what? That data was from that was from this frame. That was from that frame of data, and now you're seeing it relay. So it's usually one radar frame behind-ish. It happens. But that's okay. We're here watching every frame in real time, but I mean, it's not so bad to be one radar frame behind and have all this great data at your fingertips. So if we're not around, you can just go see what the potential, severe potential. Now, machine learning is not perfect, but actually says awesome movie. Yeah, so good. I love the I've got the power. That part's great. Masked Man says, when will the machine learning be accessible by Instant Weather Pro users? Probably next couple days, I would say. Our dev team, I was talking about it earlier on the live stream, but our dev team has, so there's our two main developers. One is working right now on the login system so that we can finally launch Instant Weather Pro inside of our mobile app. But then if you subscribe on the website, you'll get access to the mobile app, and vice versa. If you subscribe on the mobile app, you'll get access to the website. And so he's working on that part of it. And our other dev is working on fixing. Sometimes there's a few missing polygons from the warnings that are posted on Instant Weather Pro. So there have been just a few circumstances where a warning doesn't show up or a severe thunderstorm watch section doesn't show up. And so he's going deep into that to try to figure out what that is. And basically, as long as that takes, so if that takes a day or 2 or 3, that could maybe delay the IW storm risk coming to the Instant Weather Pro version everybody has. But if that's quickly, if he's able to solve that by today or tomorrow, then as soon as he's done, he's going to switch to making Instant Weather, making the IW storm risk automatically update, because right now I have to hit refresh every time to update it. But making it automatically update, and as soon as that's done, adding it to Instant Weather Pro for everybody. So yeah, so a couple days, probably something like that. Elizabeth, I answered your Peterborough question. I don't know if you were there. And can you please stop spamming? That'd be great. If you do keep spamming, then we're gonna have to we'll have to put you in timeout. But if you stop spamming, that's okay. But yeah, I answered your question. Did you not hear? Ashley says, I love when he messes with the news anchorman. Yeah, he messes with what's his name? Steve Carell. He messes with Steve Carell. Yeah, that's so good. Peterborough's getting dark. Yeah, that's just because of the rain. It's all good. Just because of the clouds and the rain. The clouds and the rain and the oh boy. Yeah. Up here just north of Ottawa and Quebec, some pretty strong signatures here. Pretty strong wind signature there. Doo-doo. I don't know if you heard before, but I said I ended up buying a standing desk. So I'm going to set that up with all the monitors and then press the button and it's going to lift up with the camera and everything. I'm going to stand up so I can stand up for a lot of the live streams and then sit down and then stand up and sit down, which is a lot healthier than me just sitting forever. Oh, cool. I just saw a time lapse of the storm going through Ottawa. Pretty cool. Lots of rising scud. I'm not seeing any funnel clouds, just a lot of rising scud. Cool. Nice video. This was on Twitter. It was Riley Noseworthy, I think. Riley Noseworthy. I can't see the full name. Just says Noseworth, and then it cuts off. At Riley Nosewort. That's the... Anyways. But a cool time lapse. Really cool. Bing Bong says cloud descending, not scud. Bing Bong says Adam rotation over Orleans. I got eyes on it right now. Cloud descending, not scud. Do you have a video of it there, Bing Bong? Can you send us something so we can take a look? I'm not seeing anything too strong on radar, but you might be seeing it before I see it on radar. Is there any way you can send us a video? Michelle says rotation in Orleans above my house. So there's 2 reports of rotation in, excuse me, in Orleans. Oh boy. New update here. 2% tornado risk on that storm over Orleans. If there is rotation, it looks fairly weak as far as radar is concerned, but if you can, oh, here we go. We just got a report. Brian, can you hit play on that? Actually, I'm just going to go to the page and look at it. But if you can play it, that'd be great too. But I'm going to go to the page and just take a peek. One second here. Go see what the Orleans reports are doing. I'm not seeing anything too significant on radar, but that could be because radar hasn't updated yet. Okay, all right. Looks interesting. Interesting. Maybe a bit of a wall cloud there. Pretty gusty winds. The clouds are definitely curling a lot. But are we talking about a funnel cloud, or are we just talking about the clouds kind of rolling over each other? It's a nice looking storm on radar. That Orleans cell right now. Definitely the strongest one we have right here. I mean, if I click on this percentage, we're talking 43% severe wind risk, 47% total severe risk, 2% tornado risk, 9% hail. And most of that storm is actually north of Ontario. A little bit of it is extended down towards Orleans. Let me switch over to Montreal radar and see if it has a different perspective on it. Yeah, Montreal radar showing a little bit more rotation, but it's still fairly minor. Quite soft, actually. So it's definitely rotating, but is it rotating violently enough to produce a tornado? It's hard to say. If somebody has something to suggest otherwise, I'd love to see it, if it's safe to do so. All right. Why am I singing that song? I have so many songs stuck in my head today. Ping Bong says, got video, though I'll upload in 5 minutes. Yeah, only upload if it's safe to do so. I don't want you, do anything silly. If you're driving, pull over to the side of the road safely. Put on your 4-ways. Angelic says, we're smelling smoke in Barrhaven. I think something got hit by lightning. And that's certainly possible. Michelle says, what are we supposed to do if the house gets hit by lightning? It depends. I would call the fire department probably if your house gets hit by lightning. And if it's on fire, I would exit the building. safely. The fire department needs to check sometimes, though, because I've heard that earlier today, somebody said the fire department was checking to see if there was any fire building, in between the walls or something like that. So you want to, if you get hit by lightning, I'd probably call the fire department. Probably a good idea, unless you have, like a lightning rod that's grounded, that goes into the ground, and it took the brunt of the whole thing. But if it actually hit the building and like blew a hole out in the roof or something like that, then yeah, you might want to. You might want to call the fire department. I think it's probably a good idea. Yeah, so we are seeing, again, some really, really minor rotation in the Orleans area, and we've heard reports of it as well, too. I'm not seeing anything super strong mesocyclone-wise, but I'm hearing that there is a little bit of... Oh, Teresa says, yes, I know someone who had wiring in the house that was affected, and there was a slow-burning fire after a lightning strike. Yeah. So if that's the situation, then I would definitely, If your house gets struck by lightning or wherever you're living, then you'd probably want to call the fire department, I would say. Ashley says, that happened a couple of years ago in Brockville while my bestie and I were watching a puddle out back start to rotate. The lightning came down like fingers, and then 2 houses were on fire. Ugh. That's brutal. That's not good. I don't know how to pronounce this. I was going to call you Hockey. Hockey says, why you unplug your devices during a thunderstorm? No, 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 no. There's a big problem with what you said there. During. Don't go anywhere near anything plugged in during a thunderstorm. Unplug your devices before the thunderstorm even gets there, before you can even hear thunder and light, or you can hear thunder, or see lightning. Yeah. Maybe that would be a time to unplug things, but I don't know. Do you really want to run around your house unplugging stuff? I don't know. Things can be replaced. Chances of you getting hit by lightning are extremely low. I would just say leave everything plugged in. Don't go anywhere near any sockets. Just chill out, watch the stream, watch radar. If it's really, really bad, take shelter, of course. I wouldn't be running around trying to unplug everything, trying to save your toaster. Can you imagine? Like, oh no, I gotta unplug the toaster, and then lightning hits at that exact time you're unplugging the toaster, and you get zapped and trying to save your toaster. Don't unplug anything. Just who cares? If something gets hit by, that's what insurance is for. Don't worry about it. Does insurance cover lightning strikes? Let me know. Michelle says, can we talk about Ontario first? Orleans has rotation right now. Yeah, but I mean, all storms have some rotation in them. The question is are we talking about tornadic rotation, or are we talking about just like the storm is kind of bubbling and curling and turning, and is there actually tornadic level rotation, or is there just some rotation? And based on radar, to me, it looks like there's just some rotation. I don't see anything super tornadic. There is this very small chance that there could be, a land spout. Ashley says insurance doesn't cover natural disasters anymore. I think it depends. Ada says, so should I stop charging my phone? Well, the idea would be charge your phone before the thunderstorms show up. But if you're holding onto your phone and there's a cable attached to it that's plugged into an outlet, that's kind of dangerous when there's lightning. So, yeah, I would say maybe unplug it. Jeff says, I mean, that would be fate if that happened. Yeah, but like the irony of you trying to unplug your toaster and getting hit by a lightning. Yeah, just don't. Dottie says, hubby unplugs all his computer's precious data in those. Yeah, I mean, if you like the one thing, maybe like a computer, if you want to unplug that before the storm, but don't unplug that during the storm. Don't go anywhere near plugs during a storm, please. Please. That's like the people that say, oh, you got to open up all your windows during a storm. That makes it way worse. What are you talking about? Don't open your windows. Like, that turns your roof into an umbrella. When you look at the storm chaser vehicles that actually go inside of tornadoes, do they open their windows? No, they do not. No, they want to stay. They want to stay invisible. They want to be like a big rock and just have the wind go over them. They don't want to open up the windows and have the wind lift things up. No, no, no. Don't go anywhere near your windows. Also, going near your windows is like the same thing as going near an outlet. Like, why would you go near a window? You're like, oh, better close the window, and then you're going towards the window, and then the window blows out, and you have glass all over you. Yeah, no, please don't. Just don't go near windows. Don't go near plugs. Don't. Somebody says don't. I've said don't shower. Don't take a shower or do the dishes because you're connected to the water. So if lightning strikes and hits that water, water is a conductor, and it could potentially hit you. We've heard some interesting stories about that. Rena says hashtag toasted. Yeah. Suzanne says should not touch breakers if house hit by lightning. You should call the fire department. Exactly. That's it. Steve says whole home surge protector and electrical panel is a very good idea to safeguard electronics in the home. Yeah. If you had something like that, then you're rock solid. Cody says a UPS uninterruptible power supply is also well worth it for important electronics like computer. Yeah, all my computers are on a UPS. So if if lightning or when the power goes out, my computers just stay on. So I'm kind of protected in that. Excuse me, in that regard. That says I once showered during a tornado warning. That's great. Maybe don't. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back with you. Okay. I'm back. Help my wife something. And we're back. Ladies and gentlemen. Adam's gone again, lol. No, I'm back. I just had a really quick nap. No, I'm just kidding. I'm back. It's all good. Let me see here. Ha. Okay. What'd I miss? What'd I miss? What'd I miss? This is the rotation over Orleans. Oh, interesting. Kind of looks like a really low-hanging scud. Not really turning it into like a funnel cloud, per se. But more like low-hanging scud. Okay. Do 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 do. Ba da da da. Do 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 do. Interesting storms going into Clarence Rockland at the moment. A little tiny bit of rotation there. Nothing too significant, but something worth watching. It's also a lot closer to the other radar that doesn't show any rotation. So this radar's closer and doesn't show anything low level, so it's probably more upper level. Good. Yeah, that rotation video of what you're seeing beside me here, right here. This video looks like a lot of low-hanging scud. Trying to wrap up, but it is just dangling. I'm not seeing any violent rotation or anything. It's just kind of like really low-hanging scud that's dangling around. Doesn't look very violent, so there's that. Good. Is anything else happening around the country? Let's see here. Lots of heat warnings over in Alberta. Some flood warnings up here in the Sudbury area. Some storms up there as well too. A little bit of hail. Some storms over here in Quebec. And over here northwest of Petawawa. And still these storms going through the Ottawa area. Ottawa getting a lot of rain. Might be a flooding risk potentially. Here's the strong winds on this video right here at 6:15. Going through Rockland. It's so great to be able to see all the reports in real time. It's just fantastic. I know I mentioned it before, but thank you so much to everybody who sends in your reports on Ontario Storm Reports on Facebook. If you're not actually on Facebook, you might just want to get on there just for this reporting group. It's that prolific of a reporting group that, and there's 300,000 people from Ontario on Ontario Storm Reports. We also have some incredible groups in Alberta. We have Alberta Storm Reports, and that's, how big is that now? I think that's more than 100,000 people now, or is it? Pretty sure. Or at least 75, or maybe 100,000. I think it's more than 100,000. And then we have Saskatchewan Storm Reports, and we have Manitoba Storm Reports as well, too. We also have Atlantic Canada Storm Reports for those in the East Coast. So we've got a bunch of amazing... Oh, Alberta Storm Reports is at 150... Oh, closing in on 150,000, Brennan says. Yeah, it's incredible. Just incredible reporting groups that we've created. And I'm so glad we decided to do those. Because they've really kind of... They've helped our community grow, but they've just become such an incredible, useful resource to be able to see what's happening in your area from your fellow community members. So it's really exciting. So again, thank you to everybody who has reported. If you sent in a report on Ontario Storm Reports, let us know in the comments. I've reported on there. Michelle says, what's the area circled in purple mean? And do you mean like this blue here, this blue, or do you mean this kind of purple? This is just a new product that we've added to Instant Weather Pro. We've kind of put it together with some incredible. We're standing on the shoulders of giants. We're using a few different products from some incredible developers, lots of stuff from the National Weather Service, and we've kind of piecemealed it together into what we think is a pretty powerful system, and we're going to improve it drastically for Canada too. So there is some other names for it, but we decided to call it IW Storm Risk just because we're going to be customizing it for Canada. We're making changes to it, and it's just an incredible tool that we use all the time when we're tracking storms. So I figured, if we're using it all the time, why don't we let everybody use it? So so if you're subscribed to Instant Weather Pro, then you'll be able to see the IW storm risk per storm. So you can click on any storm, and you can see the severe risk, the tornado risk on it, the severe wind risk, and the severe hail risk based on machine learning. And so that's pretty powerful stuff. And it's not perfect. Nothing is, but it's very, very helpful. So it will help you determine, is that storm a super dangerous storm, or is it just, does it have more bark than bite kind of thing? If the percentages are really high, then of course you want to make sure that you're taking shelter with that kind of stuff. But if the percentages are low, then chances are it's probably nothing. But again, it's not perfect. So Patricia says my audio is lagging behind again. I wonder if is it lagging? Check. Is it lagging? Is my audio lagging? Ryan says, will Instant Weather Pro have the storm risk available eventually? Yeah, like in 2 days, 2 or 3 days. Maybe sooner. Maybe we'll rush that out. But Dev is working on, we've had a few missing polygons from few missing warning polygons from Instant Weather Pro. Everything else is working fine, like posting it to Facebook and sending out the notifications and having it on the alert bar on the app. All of that works great. This is a separate system that turns the polygon and puts it onto Instant Weather Pro, and some of them are missing for some reason. So Dev right now is, I say Dev, our developer team is, here, I can fix the audio sync issues. Ready? Here we go. All right, there we go. So our developer is, if I take both of them. Yeah, our developer is working on fixing that, and as soon as they're done, they're just gonna make Instant Weather Storm Risk automatically update, and then we're gonna stick it on Instant Weather Pro, and you can have it. So if you do subscribe to Instant Weather Pro, then you will definitely have access to that. So head over to instantweatherpro.ca, and you can subscribe to Instant Weather Pro today. I don't know why I wanted to rhyme that, but I did. instantweatherpro.com. Did I say .ca? I think I meant .com. Oops. Liv says, does IW Storm Risk work for storms in the States? It sure does. Let's go down the States and take a look. This storm that's under a tornado warning right now, 4% tornado risk. Let's see here. Let me refresh. Yeah, 4% tornado risk, 51% severe wind risk. So yeah, it works for storms all over the U.S. And most of Canada. It's like a little bit south of Calgary down, but we're going to be extending it towards to the north, so it'll cover Saskatoon and Edmonton as well. Right now right now it doesn't cover Calgary. It's just south of Calgary. I think it's at 51 north, or just south of 51 north. And so it covers like Lethbridge, Medicine Hat, it covers Regina, it covers Winnipeg and Brandon, covers Dryden and most of Ontario and most of Quebec, and it goes into parts of New Brunswick as well too. I don't know if it might cover some parts of Nova Scotia. I don't know if it goes all the way to the very end of Nova Scotia, but it's a pretty good chunk. It uses a lot of US data though. That's usually only covers the deep south of Canada. But it will be extended further north too, which is exciting. So, Brennan brought me up something in New York that looked interesting. Where in New York? Oh, this one right here. Yeah, look at this one. There you go. 22% tornado risk, 72% severe wind risk on that cell. That's a pretty nasty looking cell right there. Let's load up KBGM, and all the US radars are working fantastic now as well on Instant Weather Pro. It's come so far from the original vision we had. Take a deep breath and dive into the next 4 or 5 years of development, and we're in year 4, I think. So it's been quite a Yeah, no Edmonton yet, Cody. Sorry, but it's coming. It's coming. It's gonna take a little bit of time, but it'll come. Yeah, these storms in Rockland just look like heavy rain and gusty winds. 21% severe wind risk, so there is some damaging wind risk with those storms, but for the most part, it just looks like strong winds. And I mean, radar kind of tells the story even more so than the machine learning, but the machine learning can kind of give you a hint that things based on a lot of parameters that it's excited about that storm and might have a chance in the future. So sometimes the radar doesn't look that interesting, but all of a sudden, actually, I noticed that earlier. Remember that rotation that was the rotation that was down near St. Thomas? Well, before I even saw any rotation on radar, all of a sudden the storm down there had a 10% tornado risk. And I'm like, what? That's weird because I don't see any rotation at all. And then I was like, I kept that in the back of my head. I'm like, okay, I'll check on that storm. And then I was doing something, and then I came back to radar, and all of a sudden I was like, whoa, there's a meso, there's rotation right now. That's when I was like, rotation, and posted a rotation update. But it actually had a 10% before the rotation even started. So the magical mystery of machine learning or AI is really interesting, that it can take in all this data and it can recognize patterns before even actually see something on radar. Is really interesting. So when you see those percentages start to go up, pay attention to that storm, because it can do a pretty darn good job of giving you a heads up on stuff. Really interesting. Hi, says, can you check Guelph? I think Guelph's fine. Everything basically west of Eastern Ontario is fine. You're all good. Yeah, Guelph's fine. Southwestern Ontario is fine. Deep Southwestern Ontario is fine. Central Ontario is fine. GTHA is fine. Even deep southern and eastern Ontario is fine. The only concern is basically these storms that have gone through Ottawa that are moving to the east, and they're okay. They're not too strong. There's a little something going on up here, and that's up in Quebec, near North Nation Mills. That is north of the Quebec-Ontario border, just east of northeast of Gatineau. So there's something going on up there. A little bit of rotation, but nothing too strong. Let's flip over to Montreal radar and see. Yeah, see, it's looking a little bit stronger from the Montreal radar here on that storm. A little bit of rotation here near Plaisance. Plaisance? Plaisance. That's my guess. That's my best guess. Is that right? It sounds right, doesn't it? It has that kind of sound. It's like, I think that's right. Plaisance. Let me know. Anybody French in the audience here? Is it Plaisance? Parc National de Plaisance. I don't think you would say Sens. I think it's just Sans. Let me know. I could be totally wrong. This is my best guess. I'm crossing my fingers. Plaisance. Crystal says Plaisance. Plaisance. Oh, Plaisance? Ah, Plaisance. You have to say like a Z. Plaisance. You do pronounce the C at the end. The one time I thought I actually guessed something that was silent, I was wrong. It's Plaisance. Plaisance? Phonetically S as a Z. Plaisance. Ah. Parc National de Plaisance. Ah. Oui, oui. I'm trying. My French is terrible. Let's see here. Becker Dude says bingo. Nice. Why is my audio so delayed? What is happening? Drive me nuts. Hold on. Let's see if I can fix it. How do I fix it? Oh, it's it's the video that's delayed, not my audio. I got an idea. Wait a minute. The audio is delayed. So the video happens first, and then the audio happens second. Is that correct? Can we confirm? Watch. I don't know if clapping will work, but try. So is the audio is fine? Yeah, I know the audio sounds fine, but it's the syncing of the audio and the video. Oh, it's okay on StreamYard? Did it come back? Check, check, 1, 2, 2. The arsonist had oddly shaped feet. Check, check, 1, 2, 2, 2. Is it okay? It's good now. Okay. What was the other one from that movie? The arsonist had oddly shaped feet, and then the other one was something took out a bank loan. Whatever it was. What was that from? Was that from Ron Burgundy? Alexander says a bit of delay. Its video sound aren't in sync. Audio is delayed. Nothing's out of sync on my end. All right, so clearly it's some people are having problems, some are not. If it's out of sync, then just hit refresh on the last stream and probably solve it. Voice is before the video. Check. Voice is before the video? Video, then sound. This is what I have to deal with here. Look at this. Voice is before the video, and the next comment is video, then sound. Patricia says the audio is ahead of the video. So the audio happens first. Okay, I'm going to turn off my video delay. Hold on. I got an idea. I have ideas. Uh-oh, not ideas again. Ideas scare Brennan. Okay. I'm going to try to solve that. Let's go. I'm going to turn off all the delay. I'm going to turn off the render delay. Okay. All right, now. Okay. Check. Check. Is it bang on? Better? Check. Check. 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Closer. Closer? All right, I'll do some testing later to make sure I get it bang on. Video is delayed. It's bang on now. This is what it, see this? Yeah, video is delayed. It's bang on now. A tiny delay. Still not in sync. About a 0.5 second delay. Could you hear my clapping when I clapped? Audio is still first. Brendan, you see that too? Audio's first or video's first? Might be a YouTube issue? Maybe. Might be a StreamYard issue. Because it's fine on StreamYard. If it's fine on StreamYard, then it might be a StreamYard issue. So maybe StreamYard is not sending them at the same time. Because I've got the StreamYard noise canceling on, so that might have an effect on it. Oh, you didn't hear the clap? Noise suppression canceled the clapping. Ah, okay. Oh, yeah, that's what it is, Susie. The Human Torch was denied a bank loan. That's what you have to use to warm up. It's the arsonist had oddly shaped feet, and the Human Torch was denied a bank loan. That's funny. Okay. All right. I'm just going to leave it. I'll test it later. It's fine. I'll figure it out. I wonder if it's the noise canceling from... It could be the noise canceling from StreamYard. Maybe. Here, I'll turn it off and you let me know. Ready? Okay, I'm turning off... Well, I have to turn off my air conditioning if I do that. And it's really hot in here. I'm not doing it. Can't do it. Check. Check. Yeah, it seems like the audio's delayed. I don't know. I'll watch it later. We'll figure it out. We'll solve it. NW Canuck says, anyway, what radar app is that, please? Oh, this one? Oh, this fancy radar app? This is the one we built. This is called Instant Weather Pro. Welcome to Instant Weather Pro. We built it for the Northern Tornadoes Project out of Western University. Dr. David Sills and his team there, so they can verify tornadoes and downbursts, and also the Northern Hail Project. So we built that for them, but also for our team to be able to track stuff. And then and now we've launched it. We launched it about a year ago as a beta test, and now we've launched it. Cool Kid, so can we actually get on that weather app, yeah, you go to instantweatherpro.com. You can subscribe to it. It's $99 for the year. It's about $825 a month if you break it down. And yeah, many have subscribed to it. We appreciate all your support. All of your support goes back into improving the product. And yeah, if you'd like to subscribe to that, you can head over to instantweatherpro.com. Thank you so much to all those who have subscribed. Appreciate it. A cool kid says, can you tell me what the weather is in Kansas? Typically, we send our friends from the south over to Evan Freiberger or Max Velocity or Ryan Hall for live streaming in the U.S. But we want to expand and we want to do more down south. It wouldn't necessarily be me because it's already trying to cover all the weather in Canada is a little bit rough. It's a little rough, but Julie says, please put on captioning. So, Brendan, have we figured out how to put on captioning on YouTube yet? Like, what is the reason we can't have captioning on YouTube? I could have sworn I watched another live stream on YouTube and I saw captioning. There's got to be a reason. There's got to be a way. But yeah, we want to expand the team and start doing more streams down south. That would be great. There must be a way. It's by invitation only. Like when we live stream on Facebook, it just gives us automatic captioning, but maybe we can like just set up our own captioning, you know? And then we can place it wherever we want so it doesn't get in the way of our UI. That would be cool. I wonder if we can figure out if we can do our own captioning. There's got to be some captioning software out there we can add. It's probably not cheap, but it might be useful. Do-be-do-be-do. Da-da-da-da-da-da-do-do-do-do. Oof. All right. Continue to watch these storms as they track to the east into Quebec, and then we're probably going to shut down the stream. Not too long until it gets there, but we'll watch these storms as they head out to Quebec right now. Eric said it might be a beta feature. Maybe. Mariposa says, you're good with the audio. I'm almost completely deaf and read lips, and this is better than most TV and movies or YouTube. Oh. Okay. Brennan just sent a quote. It said, automatic captions for live streams are currently being rolled out to English channels. These channels are streaming at normal latency with professional captions unavailable. We encourage creators to use professional captions first. What does that even mean? What does that mean? I think we're streaming at normal latency. I don't think StreamYard puts us at any sort of fast latency or anything like that. I'm pretty sure we're at normal latency. Or maybe not. Maybe StreamYard doesn't put us at normal latency. Maybe we have to stream directly to YouTube. What does that say? Troubleshoot live automatic captions. If the live stream doesn't show automatic captions, it could be due to one of the following reasons. The feature hasn't been turned on for the channel. Channel is streaming in ultra low or low latency. Automatic captions don't support the language in the video. The video has poor sound quality, or YouTube doesn't recognize the speech. There are multiple speakers whose speech overlap or multiple languages at the same time. So none of those. Jess says, I don't know why I have the Sugar Crisp commercial in my head. Can't get enough of that Sugar Crisp. And there's a funny Simpsons episode with that. Guess I forgot to put the fog lights in. Look up Sugar Crisp Simpsons. Pretty funny. It's not that funny. Don't even look it up. I already told you what it was. Probably the first one. Either the feature hasn't been rolled out to our channel, or it could be the second one. It could be that StreamYard is using low latency. That's possible. What? Teresa gets captions on her computer? Why? Why? How? How do you have captions of this on your computer, Teresa? Do you have like you have software that shows captions of everything you watch? Does Twitch have live captions? Can you let us know? Anybody on Twitch, are you seeing captions? Maybe for folks that need captions, they could follow us on Twitch. Maybe. I'm full of jingles today. Can't get enough of that sugar crisp. Wait, Teresa, you have captions on your computer, but you don't know how you have them? Are they on YouTube, or are they just like on your computer? Like anything in your computer has captions? That's interesting. I think anything. How did you? Yeah, maybe it's in the accessibility settings on Windows or something. Interesting. That'd be good to know, because then folks can get captions on anything. That would be helpful. 21% severe wind risk on this storm northeast of Clarence Rockland. Could be some strong winds in there. Yeah, could be some strong winds there. Go back to Franktown and see. Yeah, pretty strong wind values. Nothing too strong, but 65%. Sorry, 65 kilometers an hour. 14% severe wind risk. The tornado risk is 0.01, which is great. 1% tornado risk on this one here. Probably because of that rotation, but... Oh, you're running Linux. I forgot you're running Linux. That's cool. So you're open source video captioning on Linux. Ah, interesting. That's amazing you're running Linux. I'd be afraid. I mean, you know, it's not hard to be afraid of Windows, but Linux is probably more stable. But yeah, I don't know if I could run Linux. I just like things to work. I don't want to think too hard. NW Canuck says, at least someone's covering the weather in Canada, and then started talking about the convective outlook. There actually is, Environment Canada does issue severe thunderstorm forecasts, similar to convective outlook from the SPC. Yeah, we're actually going to add them to Instant Weather Pro soon, so that should be cool. Ashley says, Instant Weather saved a lot of people's lives in Barrie when they got a touchdown a couple of years ago, back in 2021. She says the Weather Network didn't send out the warning until after. But to clarify, Weather Network doesn't issue the warnings. It's Environment Canada that issues the warnings. A lot of people get the two confused. They think the Weather Network is Environment Canada and Environment Canada is the Weather Network, but they're two separate things. The Weather Network is a media company, and Environment Canada is the government organization that actually issues warnings and watches and statements and advisories. So they're two totally separate things. But yeah, that's we did a whole, actually, if you look up that event, if you actually Google Barrie Tornado Survey, we did a big survey that was targeted directly to our Barrie community members, and I think 1,400 or 1,500 people filled out the survey, and there's some really interesting results there. Yeah, it's not great. It wasn't great. But anyways, thankfully nobody died, so it's good. But we were able to send out a notification well in advance of the tornado warning that came out late. Tornado warning came out late. Well in advance of that, we sent out rotation detected going into Barrie, so we gave folks a big heads up that it was happening before it happened. So Alexander says, have you seen the ratio that's going on in the US? Is it, I know Chicago is going to be dealing with some pretty big time nasty storms. Let's go take a look at this. Is this the storm? I don't think it's at derecho level yet, but maybe it's getting there. I'm not sure. I haven't been watching it at all. I've been too busy watching Ontario. But I know it's going to be pretty nasty in the US, in the Midwest here. But we're keeping our eye on Ottawa right now. Or at least areas east of Ottawa. Ottawa's pretty much out of it. There's still some lightning in Ottawa. But you're pretty much out of the woods soon. As those storms move to the east, I think you're okay. A little bit more development down here. East of Franktown. A little pop-up storm, but nothing too fancy. We're going to let these storms move out to the east, and then we're going to shut down the stream. But it's been a day. We've been live for 10 hours and 21 minutes. Is that a record? I don't know if that's a record, but it might be one of our records. At least that's the longest stream this year, for sure. Weather Flower said there's a PDS tornado warning in the U.S. That's not great. For those who don't know, that's a particularly dangerous situation. Some of the most dangerous situations in the U.S. A PDS tornado warning. That's not great. The only thing above that would be a tornado emergency. So their absolute top one is a tornado emergency, and then they go down to tornado warning, PDS, and then they go down to tornado warning confirmed, and then they go down to tornado warning reported. So they have multiple tiers of tornado warnings in the U.S. Hoshino says, what does PDS mean? It's particularly dangerous situation. Mariposa says, I'll double check it and email with the instructions on how I did it when otherwise said not available. Oh, to get closed captioning? Oh, okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. I wonder, you make an interesting point, Teresa. I wonder if we can borrow the captions from the Facebook stream and stick them back in the StreamYard. Can we rip the captions off of the Facebook stream? Because Facebook already does captions. So what if we cropped that, brought it back into StreamYard, and overlaid it right where the caption should be? I mean, it might be a little bit delayed, but it's still better than nothing. Right? That could be cool. Oh, wait a minute. But then it would create an infinite loop, because then Facebook would get the stream with the captions on it and overlay the captions on that, and then overlay the captions on that, and then it would just be this, like, never mind. It's not going to work. I think it would break the internet, I'm pretty sure, if that happened. Yeah. Crystal says, can't get enough of that Honey Crisp. Honey Crisp? I think, isn't it Sugar Crisp? Can't get enough of that Sugar Crisp. Guess I forgot to plug the fog lights in. That's a Simpsons thing. I don't know why I'm talking about it. Anyways. I haven't watched Simpsons in so long, but it was so funny. I should go back and watch it. The only thing I see about The Simpsons lately is that they keep predicting everything. Let's see here. Or over the years, they've predicted basically everything. Let's see. Wendy says, can I watch on Facebook? Yeah, we're not live on Facebook at the moment. So we only go live on Facebook when things are really, when it's a particularly dangerous situation. See what I did there? Yeah, we go live on Facebook when things get really, really strong. But right now, we're not live on Facebook. We were live on Facebook today for 8 hours, though. 8 hours. Ashley says, Adam said, oh boy, twice. That's never good. Oh, the heat warning ended for Ottawa. Hey, rejoice. Teresa says, or tell people to watch on Linux with live captions. Yet the last thing I want to tell people to do is try to figure out Linux. Teresa. No, the last thing I want to do is say uninstall Windows and install Linux. Good luck. Just don't call me for tech support. Oh man. No, that's it's not. Yeah, Windows is hard enough. Windows and OS X is hard. Mac OS. All of that's hard enough. But yeah. Yeah, most people didn't even want to switch over to YouTube, and good luck getting them to switch over to Linux. Most people probably don't even know what Linux is. I bet if we did a survey, I'd say 20% of people know what have even heard of Linux, and 1%, less than 1%, are using Linux. In the comments, let me know, have you heard of Linux? And are you using Linux? Let us know in the comments. It's gonna be 700 no's. Here we go. Friend said I tried Linux once and I rage quit, and you're a pretty techie guy. Obviously, Teresa's more techie than all of us. She's pretty hardcore around on Linux. Wow. Like, a lot of developers run Linux. Ryan says, heard of Linux? Never used. What? Gomez is using Linux Mint right now. Nice. I've ran Linux as a virtual server before. I had a lot of help doing that, but what was it? It wasn't Red Hat. I did it for something. I was trying to run a model or something like that. I've used Linux, but not currently using it. Only on my Steam Deck. Oh, cool. I didn't know you could use Linux on your Steam Deck. That's cool. Everybody's calling it Linux. It's Linux. And people used to call it Linux, but it's Linux. Ah, more people are using it than Stream OS is Linux based. Oh, cool. Cool. Interesting. But yeah, are you using it as your main, or is your main Windows, or is your main Mac OS? I'm using Mac OS on this MacBook, and I'm using Windows 11 on my computer. As Ezra says, I often call it Linus. David says, how's Angus looking? You're fine. You're good. Steam OS is awesome. Amanda says no and no. Linux is a printer, says Marlene. Yeah. Surprising amount of people using Linux. Anywho, back to the storms. Now that we've done our Linux chat. Moving on. Yeah. Not too excited about these storms. I think they're going to continue to track to the east. Could still bring some gusty winds and lightning and torrential rain as they track east, but not too excited about them at this point in time. I think we're probably going to shut down the stream. We've been live for 10.5 hours. It's that time. I think it's the time to play the song. I'm not going to try to sing along with it because I know that the audio would be delayed, but I think it's about time to play the song.
Storm has passed, the time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. The storm is gone, and maybe it's not too long until you rest your head, get some sleep, try to dream of something sweet. things that you've become. Me, you got mom, got a loving home. Where you're from, you got me, you got mom. So love your family, you only get one. Only get one.
Amanda Wagner says, how intense is it in Ottawa? I'm a couple hours away, but fascinated with storms. Oh, it's dialing down. It's all good. Actually, I'm going to get rid of that polygon. I mean, I'm singing right now.
You can do it somehow. Storm is gone. Maybe it's not too long until you rest your head and get some sleep. Try to dream of something sweet. Ooh, you're gonna be alright. You're gonna sleep just fine tonight, tonight, tonight. You're gonna sleep just fine. Tonight.
Thanks so much, everybody, for joining us on the live stream. It was an interesting one
Gonna sleep just fine.
and a long one. Speaking of sleep just fine, I literally slept in the middle of the live stream for an hour or two. I forget how long it was.
Tonight.
I was exhausted because I was up all morning. I set my radar for every hour on the... I set my radar.
Tonight.
I set my alarm for every hour on the hour. Brennan, I'm going to stop it. Don't worry. I got it. Okay. I set my alarm for... I went to bed at 12:30, and then I set my alarm for 3 o'clock. And so that's the only long period of sleep I got. And then I set it for 3, and then I set it for 4, and then I set it for 5, and then I set it for 6. And I set it for 7, and then I woke up and started doing stuff, and then I had like 1 hour intervals of sleep all night. Almost like having a newborn. But I wanted to make sure, because there was that big nasty storm coming in from... I didn't want there to be a big, super severe windstorm or a tornadic event in the morning and me be asleep for it. So I think it was worth it to have the lack of sleep, but that's why I needed to have a little nap later on. That was definitely worth it. Michelle says, how is this the first time I've heard that song? Oh yeah, I've played that song a bunch of times on the live stream. I wrote that for folks with storm anxiety. Hopefully you like it. Thank you so much. I'll put it together in an album soon. Maybe we'll do a concert at some point. Luis says, you are abandoning us? Well, it's been 11 hours, so there's 10 and a half hours. So I'm not abandoning you. I'll have my radar with me. If you have our free app, then if there's anything interesting and I send out a notification, you'll get it. So make sure you download our free app. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com. Please download it, put in your location, make sure to turn on, enable notifications. And then if we see anything interesting, we'll send out a notification for it and you'll be able to get that on your device. So, yeah. So thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate it. Appreciate all your help, Brennan. All your help, Teresa, Alana, Patricia, Lindsay, Liam, Cole, Cody, Kyle, all of the people that help, Miranda, Sarah. Who am I missing? Brandon, am I missing anybody? Was that pretty much it? Is there more? I said Cody, Cole, Kyle, Sarah, the bagpiping squirrel, of course. Brennan, do you want to throw up the bagpiping squirrel? Just to end off the stream. Oh boy. That's fantastic. Thank you, bagpiping squirrel. Appreciate your time. Oh, Brennan, please turn it down. Please turn it down. Yeah, I had the volume jacked to 100% for that song because it's quiet. So, anyways, this is classic Brennan. Melissa says apparent report of a tornado in Gatineau. Really? Where are you seeing that, Melissa? Shelby says, Adam, is there a tornado in Gatineau? Oh, I see. Gatineau tornado. My neighbor's son lives there and is bad. There's nothing in Gatineau right now. There was a strong storm earlier. Could have happened earlier, maybe. But there's nothing there right now. Gatineau's just rain right now. Brenda says nobody on Twitter is talking about tornado in Gatineau, so doubt it. Yeah, I mean, Twitter sometimes has reports, but not always. Here in the chat, oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, Jackie. I haven't heard anything, but definitely not happening right now. She says tornado just touched down in Gatineau. There's just some rain in Gatineau right now. I'll go check the environment. Maybe there's more nonstop, but I'm, stranger things have happened, but I don't. Yeah, there's a tiny bit of nonstop, 0.5%. I'm pretty doubtful, but it could have happened earlier, maybe. Wow, some huge hail happening in New York. Holy moly. Wow. Anywho, we'll take a look into that and we'll see if there's any more reports. Jackie, you said it happened at 6:48. Yeah, it was a while ago. By tornado, did he actually see a funnel cloud or did some trees come down? There could have been definitely some. Was there any damage, Jackie? Does he have trees down? Is there any structural damage? I'll wait for Jackie's response to that while I continue to check on the radar. Some strong winds here northeast of Castleman. They're not reaching severe levels at that point, but they're getting pretty strong. Could be some strong winds in there. Yeah, Jackie, can you ask him, is there any trees down? Is there any structural damage? Any roofs off? Any siding ripped off? And if there is any damage and it's safe to do so, if they could send in some photos of the damage so we can send it to the Northern Tornadoes Project and they can do an investigation. Pretty please. And if they could, if you can send those photos of damage to help@instantweather.ca, that would help be helpful. I'll put that up right now. So if you do have photos of damage, please send it to help@instantweather.ca, and we'll take a look into that and send that off to the Northern Tornadoes Project. Damage to house and pool, waiting on pictures. Oh, okay. Hopefully everybody stayed safe. And that's in Gatineau. Yeah. Jackie, did you write that email down? Can you make sure you have that? help@instantweather.ca. If you do have those photos, can you send them to that email address? And then we'll send it off to the Northern Tornadoes Project. That would be very helpful. Jackie, also, if you're on Facebook, you can also post them to Ontario Storm Reports, which is our Facebook group. That would be also very helpful because then everybody in the community can see them. But if you're not on Facebook, then we can check them out on Ontario Storm Reports, or you can email them. Either works for us. But if you are on Facebook, then please post them to Ontario Storm Reports so everybody can see them. I know Gatineau it's right on the edge, right on the border, so I'm sure Patricia will allow that. If it's it's basically just north of Ottawa. So yeah, if there was some significant damage. Stormy says, is this on? Yeah, it's on right now, but we're just about to shut it down. Oh, you are on Facebook. I'm uploading in a minute. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Jackie. Appreciate that. Jackie's going to upload those photos. So if you are on Ontario Storm Reports, you can see some damage from the Gatineau area. She's going to be uploading that soon. As soon as she gets the photos from her family member there. And anyways, thank you so much, everybody. I hope everybody stayed safe. We will definitely be watching these storms closely, even though we're not going to be on the live stream. We'll still be watching closely because that's what we do. There's no stopping us now. We watch a lot of radar. That's just our thing. So still could be some strong winds in eastern Ontario heading out towards the Quebec border here. Still severe thunderstorm warnings on those storms. So we'll be watching those closely, but they're going to fizzle out eventually after they head out towards the Montreal area. And yeah, we'll be watching that closely. So thank you so much, everybody. Thank you kindly. Thank you, everybody on the team who helped. Appreciate it. And wow, what a long stream. Almost 11 hours of a live stream. Wow. Holy. It's been a day. So thank you so much, everyone. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you very soon. And, oh no, the Oreo cat got terrible news today? Oh no. What happened with Oreo cat? Oh no, Crystal, that's terrible. We love Oreo cat. What happened with Oreo cat? We need to know for the stream. Oreo has cancer. Oh no. That's sad. That's terrible. We love Oreo cat. Everybody send your thoughts to Oreo cat. That's terrible. I had to put down a cat with cancer fairly recently. Our little Penny. Yeah, that was sad. Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. So everybody send their love to Oreo cat, our favorite online cat influencer. And to Tina. Oh, her name's Tina. Tina and Oreo cat. Oh, that's sad. Oh boy. That's sad. Anyways. Hopefully no suffering for Oreo cat. That's really sad. It's part of life though, I guess it happens. But yeah. Our thoughts are with Oreo cat, and I think Crystal said that her name was Tina. I didn't know her name was Tina. I only knew the name Oreo cat. But yeah. That sucks. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us on the stream. Hopefully everybody stayed safe. Thank you for sharing that damage report from Gatineau, and we will take a look at it. And yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you all soon. Have yourself a good night. Bye-bye.